Hello, everyone, and welcome to the September Progenitor Circuit Tournament. It is a real pleasure to be here with you again. I am Juhadra, and joining me once again is VG Shazbot.
Hey everyone.
So, Shazbot, today is a very special day for PLC, and the reason why is we have announcements.
Woo.
All right, everybody, buckle in. We're trying to get everything as ready as we can for a great show today, so bear with us. These are important things, and they're exciting things. The first, we have an official website for PLC. It is built out of fourth wall. There should be a link in our announcements. Yes, in the announcements channel here in the server. And it is also in the circuit information channel. And guys, this is something that we've been working on for a while. It's got merch. It's got times. I'm just so excited. What about you, Shazbot?
I'm really excited because this is a way for us to kind of connect and to announce things in more. We've had a lot of questions about this tournament, which is great because that means that people are excited for this, and hopefully this is a place that we can both answer questions, have all the information in one place, and as production is showing right now, we have merch.
So I think this is still one of the funniest things. When we were first playing with this website, this one came up and it looks just like a Pokemon hat. Am I imagining that wrong, or is that why this is so cool?
Yeah, I definitely think we got a little Ash Ketchum thing going on.
On the website, you can also see here the sign up for Battlefy, our latest episodes on YouTube. That includes PCP, hosted by and attended by yours truly, both of us, along with Xeno and the Snurks. And then the new segment that started called Admin's Office, where he does just an Ask Me Anything. And so it's a one-stop shop other than our Discord where you can get anything you need PLC.
Yeah, I definitely think that if you are having questions or are struggling to engage at all, we want to make sure that we're closing that gap as much as we can. And so I'm excited for this.
Same here. So everybody, that is in the announcements and the circuit information of our Discord. But for those of you who aren't in there, you should join it. It is progenitorcircuit-shop.fourthwall.com. And that will get everything that you need, everything you saw on the screen. Once again, it is progenitorcircuit-shop.fourthwall.com.
Or you can go into our Discord server and it'll be there. Probably the easier way.
Yeah, honestly, I think that is the easier way. Just click on the link. All right. And second announcement, Shazbot, we have our first affiliate/sponsor for the PLC, and that is Freshen Up.
We do indeed.
So, everyone, I worked with Comic Crash, and we have a special little blurb that we're going to be playing here during the tournament. Just like they do in the pro, like in LTA and LCK and everything, they're going to have a little sponsor thing. It was a lot of fun to shoot, and it was a lot of fun to make. And I'm really excited because I've been working with the owner since we first tried to do PLC like 2-3 years ago.
Totally. Wow.
And you know what? I'm told we can watch it right now. Check this out. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. You know, one of these days I'm going to be tired seeing my own face on one of these things, but like I said, so much fun to shoot that. Freshen Up, it's there. I've got my own shaker. I've got 3 flavors on the way. I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, I so many things to be excited about for this tournament, and one of them is that we're growing enough to have a sponsor. This really helps us be able to make sure that the production is good enough that we can really bring everything to you guys, and hopefully as we grow, that we won't lose any of the charm that we have built up so far.
Absolutely. And so, as that little blurb said, 20% off if you use code PLC. And if you use our affiliate link, part of the sale comes directly to us so we can continue to make a great show for you. The same is true on our website. Anything you get on that Fourth Wall website will help us. That's going to lead to all sorts of avenues of excitement here on the PLC. So remember those. That is Freshen Up Hydration. No, hold on. There's it. Yeah, freshenuphydration.com/ref equals PLC. So same thing as before. Probably better to jump into the circuit information channel of the Discord. But it's there. It's exciting. But Shazbot, now that our announcements are one more announcement. My apologies, everybody. It's the one we always do. October registration is already open. That will be for October 18th, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time. But the bigger thing is we have received some feedback, and November will be starting at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 1 hour earlier. And that's for our East Coast friends so that they don't end their tournament at 11 o'clock at night.
We love you, East Coast friends.
Absolutely. That is November 15th at noon Pacific time. So exciting to not only be at the point where people are like, hey man, we really want to do this, but it's just too late. Can we shift a little bit? We're getting all of that feedback and that interaction like you were talking about, Shazbot.
Totally. And it's gonna be good. I hope even for me who's not on the East Coast, I'm kind of happy to be going a little earlier.
So actually, it's interesting because the first 3 or 4 of these were at like 9 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah,
and
I remember those.
Some people were like, come on, man, we're not morning people. And so we shifted it over to the afternoon. But yeah, I agree. I think starting at noon is going to be a good time to start. It's still going to give us plenty of time to get all our games in. And I'm excited.
Yeah, totally. As a non-morning person, this is a good balance.
Okay. Well, everybody, we are getting ready for game number 1 here. We had a last-minute sign-on to give us our 12 teams, which would add an extra round of... it doesn't add an extra round of Swiss, but what it does do is it makes the brackets more interesting. The more teams we get in there, the more diversity in those top 4 that we are expecting to see.
Yeah, send the Backstreet Boys home. We're getting no bye.
That's in sync.
Oh, is it in sync? Whatever. you know me and how much I love boy bands.
You see, we know how much you love boy bands, but now what does that say about me that knew the difference between the two?
I know you and your PowerPoints, man. I know how those go. So
yeah. So Shazbot, while we're still waiting for brackets to be posted, I do want to talk about something that we brought up on PCP. That's our podcast, by the way. It's available on our YouTube. It launches just about before the next tournament starts. So August's episode posted just a few days ago in preparation for September, and we'll do another one right before October. But we talked about a couple things in the most recent patch we're playing on, and I want to get your thoughts here to everyone in case they haven't heard what you were saying on PCP. But go back and listen on PCP, everybody, especially with Xeno included in the conversation. These guys, just incredible. So, talk to me about Hui.
All right, everyone. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. It's okay. It's all going to be okay. Death, cover your ears. All of our control mages. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they buffed him. He was such a problem. So a lot of people in the higher ELOs were sending him bot lane, and he's so oppressive because he can poke at a range that's comparable to like Xerath or Vel'Koz, and be completely safe on it. And then they went and like buffed his utility. And if Hui is not 100% pick ban, I want to talk to you, I want to know what was going through your head. Please message me. You can find me on Discord. He's going to be 100% big man. 100%.
I agree with you. And just for anyone who hasn't seen it, it was a complete across the board 5% AP ratio increase on his E spells. So those are the crowd controls. So the gaping maw, the gaze of the abyss, and I can't remember the other one, but you know what? He's got 10 spells.
Yeah.
It's okay. So that's 5% increase there. I think his passive got another 5% increase, and his movement speed line got an increase in movement speed plus percent AP movement speed. So like it's crazy what they threw on when he was already this oppressive.
It is not okay. In fact, have they hotfixed it since? Because goodness gracious, there's no way that this sticks around.
Well, and on top of that, I think that in addition to explaining that we expect to see him 100% pick ban, what this led to when we were talking was something you called a tier 0 meta. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit because it's something that League of Legends has experienced maybe 2-3 times. And I think it's a really fascinating concept, especially for those who are looking to get a little bit better in their drafting and in their team play.
Yeah. For you non-card players out there, a tier 0 meta is very similar to the Ardent Sensor meta way back in Worlds, way back when. You know that they're building some form of Enchantress and that they're going to be building Ardent Sensor first. And so what a tier 0 meta does is when something is so strong, it dictates the rest of the gameplay. You're going to be building people who are either good against enchanters or play well with enchanters. You're going to be banning enchanters, things like that, right? So in this scenario, Hui is not as easy to build as something like Ardent Sensor. But if you know there's going to be a Hui in your game, you're either banning him, playing with him, or playing against him. And so you're trying to figure out ways to get past his oppressive poke, maybe assassins. I've been talking about that for the last couple of months. Or is it something more akin to trying to outpoke him, trying to outsustain him? There's a couple of answers. I don't think they're great, but I think they're things that teams have to talk about. Do I just lose a ban because my team is more scared than the enemy team to a ban? There's a lot going on.
Well, and on top of that, depending on what side you're on, you get different reactions to it. So, for example, if your team doesn't play Hui and you're on the red side, and if the enemy team does play Hui and they're on blue, you have to ban it on red, right? But if you play it and you're on blue, you don't have to ban it. It doesn't matter if they play it. You get to just first lock it in. And so it starts these levels of mind games of who is actually going to get this tier 0 level champion. A great example of that was back in 2016. No.
This might be right.
It was no, because I went to the World Finals of 2016. That wasn't the.
My bad.
What was it? Dang it! What is that called? The Juggernauts. It was the Juggernaut patch. I think it was 2015. Yeah, 2015. It was the Juggernaut patch where they made Mordekaiser a bot laner, and he got like double experience if he was laning with someone. And Gangplank was literally 100% pick ban, and Mordekaiser was 94 or something like that. So, red team had no bans, right? Because they always had to ban Mordekaiser, Gangplank, and another champion that I can't recall. But blue team got to pick whatever they wanted to ban.
Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, I'm not the game designer. I very rarely crash out at balance. It's one of those things for me that I try to respect the designers. We try to play around it. I'm a big believer of admin's philosophy that just like give it enough time to play against. The thing for me is that, like, I believe in a don't touch it policy. Let's try to beat it, and if we can't beat it, then let's learn. And then they turned around, and when it was already strong, they buffed him, and I'm like, what are you doing?
I'm with you there. So everybody, we have brackets established. We have matches ready. Everyone is loading into lobbies. And we're getting what team was going to be on stream first in just a moment. That is going to be Short Bus Dojo versus Floppy Walruses. Now, Shazbot, I'm excited for this for two reasons. Number one, Short Bus Dojo made it almost to the finals last time
Mhm.
and have been scrimming within the PLC community.
Yeah,
So we
like
know that they've been prepping.
yeah, everyone. It's been great.
Number two, Floppy Walruses is a new team with some returning faces. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to each other's playstyles new and how far they're able to go this time.
Yeah, man, yeah, this is a great one to start with because there, I think there are 6 members that I remember seeing to Floppy Walruses, so one of them will just be a sub, but one of them is a familiar name to me, and I wish him luck. I wish him
Yeah.
luck. An old member of the Krug Killers back in the tourney. Just good
Oh
to see.
man. So let's see some love in the chat. If you remember the Krug Killers, give us a hashtag KK. Hold on. Let's not do that. But show some love for the Krug Killers in the chat if you would. I had production in my ears say something else about it. Oh man, that's really funny. There we go. We got some never forgets there from Server Panda. Always good to see you again, buddy.
Thank you, Server Panda. I appreciate you. I loved playing on Krug Killers, and if they wanted to reform, I'd be the first one back in.
Right. All right. So we have our match. It's Short Bus Dojo versus Floppy Walruses. We will get that up on stream as soon as Pickban is ready. And I want to give a big shout out and thank you to Admin in the background doing so many things for the show. He's been working on the overlay and getting the new version on and everything, testing it, all of that. So also, let's show some love and some claps here on the stream for Admin. We love him. We love you so much. Okay, so Shazbot, what else?
Well, I wanted to talk about one thing.
Okay.
We were talking about just before the match started about Yunara, and
yes.
We couldn't decide what exactly we had said in the podcast. We recorded it so we could go back, but didn't have the chance to. Last tournament, Yunara was, I think, almost 100% picked by him, if not just missing one of the games on the stream. And that is interesting to me because she just before this last patch, she had a pretty low win rate, and they decided to was it nerf her and then hotfix buffer, whatever they did. They changed her and then they hotfixed her in this last patch. So I'm curious if A, the changes made that much of an impact, B, if teams had enough time to practice with her either before the changes or since the hotfix, and C, is she really that weak or oppressive? Because we saw her a lot last month.
Yeah, and those are really good questions because, you know, the balance team tries really hard to make the changes based on data, based on actual numbers, based on win rates, pick rates, ban rates, these types of things. So if no one's picking them, they don't bother putting the buffs or nerfs in. But because Yunara is such a popular champion, she's new. I think her win rate after the nerfs dropped to just around 40%.
That's what.
And for balance, you want it as close to 50 as you can get it. We're looking 48.5, 52. That's our sweet spot, right? If the farther you get away from 50, they need a nerf. The closer you get to 50 from below, you're doing buffs the right way. So it is interesting to see when a hotfix comes out, they're like, ooh, yeah, we went too far. And I think that Yunara is still going to be picked because A, like I said, she's fun. B, they did make the fixes. And C, familiarity on a champion is a really big thing. And sometimes familiarity and playtime and just getting the reps in can overcome a bad win rate and a bad nerf.
See, one big thing for me is Yunara has a very sharp, or not sharp, quite the opposite, a very flat, a very blunt growth to skill. That as you start playing the champ, you get better with her, and then your win rate goes up. If you have 50 games of Yunara, you're more likely to win than someone who has 2 games of Yunara. But it's more prevalent for Yunara as far as mastery is concerned compared to other champions like Garen or Malphite. And so I'm curious, like, if those changes really impacted our players that much, because the vibe I get from our players is that they practice these champions, they play them often. These are not new picks for them. And if you're already 50, 100 games into Unara, you're already saying, let's put it on the roster, like you said. I'm familiar with it. Are they going to pick it? Maybe they haven't been picking it. I'm very curious to see.
In a marksman focused league like ours, I'm pretty sure we're going to see it.
Yeah, I could see that. Although I will say, as much as like I'm certain we'll see it, I'm really surprised of all the people who play Unara and don't play Kog'Maw. I know they're different. Okay. I feel like every time I bring up Unara, I bring up Kog'Maw, but there's a lot of comps and playstyles that we see in PLC specifically that we do not see Kog'Maw put into it. But here we go, ban phase of the first game.
All right, Short Bus Dojo on the blue side versus Floppy Walruses on red. Thank you everyone for your patience and for being here. We love doing these every single time, and we're excited to get going. Gragas is the first ban here in our September tourney, and I appreciate that. I don't like Gragas, but I more don't like playing him. I feel he's clunky. Am I alone in that?
I don't know. I feel like I've seen a lot of people that get him well, but I'm with you. I don't play him particularly well. It is interesting to see, we try to represent the newer teams in our game. And so it's interesting to see Short Bus Dojo banning against Floppy Walruses because we don't know what kind of players Floppy Walruses are. We absolutely know Short Bus Dojo. We've seen them many times. So a ban like Gragas is interesting because he's got a fairly high win rate in our tournament. Or not win rate, pick rate. I'm not sure about win.
Yeah, I appreciate the Rammus surprises me. That really does surprise me because, I guess technically they have recently buffed him to where he does better with some more magic resistance, and so he's a better all-around tank. Right. But he's just so linear in his play style that I feel like there are other junglers that could have been a better ban.
Yeah, maybe. And it's fun to see our chat immediately talking about Rammus support, but basically just don't let Top Ramen Chef hear you because he loves his Rammus jungle, and it really does enable you to play more of an auto attack focused comp. Because if you have someone like Gwen who does AP damage but has a lot of on hit, if your comp is reliant too much on hit, then you can pick Rammus and really ruin the other team's day.
It's interesting you brought that up because typically people are like, he's strong against AD. Well, yes, because he builds a lot of armor, but he's strong against auto attacks. And that's the thing that I think gets missed. And one of those specifics that as you go higher up, you need to understand why is he strong against AD is because that's what you're using is your auto attack. So that's a really good point to bring up. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, things like Azir, things like Bel'Veth that don't necessarily, jam a bunch of AD. I guess Bel'Veth kind of does, but that's who Rammus really ruins. But as we see, insta-lock Jinx from the side that sees, okay, you banned Rammus, like I can pick auto attackers now.
Right. And I wonder if we're going to get another pop-off performance on the Jinx. The semifinals last tournament had a triple kill. And immediately Jinx just took off, ended up ruining the entire first half of that game for their opponents. It was a lot of fun to watch. I have liked seeing Sivir come in. I'll be honest with you. I have always liked Sivir as a champion. She was one of the first that I played. She was my favorite to play on Dominion. Rest in peace. And I like seeing her, especially in this meta with the tank supports, with the bruiser tops, these champions who need better ways to get into fights.
Yeah, I think her playstyle is really interesting because, a majority of the marksmen are just super, super damage focused, just whatever I can do to get more lead down range. And Sivir does that, but not to an extent that would blow someone up like Jinx or Darius or something like that. And so always fun to see Poppy locked in on Slide Short Bus Dojo. That's a fun one.
it is fun. I love some Poppy. I think a little early though. Like, the champion is strong and good to get into your draft. She's just gonna be good no matter what. But her value really, really increases the more engaged tools you see on the other side. So as of right now, Jarvan does have his EQ combo. His ultimate is also a dash. But if you wait and see Azir, Corki, Camille, that one's a blink, Kaisa, these type of champions, Jax even, like all of those are also really, really impactful jumps that can be stopped. And so if you can stop 3 or 4 of them, it just makes it all the better. Particularly strong against Ambessa as well. Lee Sin.
Totally. And I honestly think Jarvan might be enough to justify it. If that's a Poppy support, then preventing Jinx from getting dove on is really critical, because Jinx doesn't have ways to get over the wall beyond Flash, which is too valuable of a resource to waste on a 60-90 second ulti. What's interesting to me is that they banned Gragas but then picked Poppy, because Gragas not someone that is super weak to Poppy, but is really shut down if he's not able to get into that melee range. So if you're having a lot of peel by Poppy and Maokai, it's interesting that they wouldn't allow more dive on the enemy team.
Okay. Moving into our second portion of bans, we got a few mid laners. A bot laner and a mid laner so far. But I remember you talking about Melio just, I think it was last night while we were playing together. Did you say you wanted to see some Melio?
I really like Melio. I think he's a clever, kind of Janna adjacent character where Janna is able to provide peel. I like that Melio has like a cleanse focus to all this. Now, interesting, just like the Poppy, Melio is really good the more CC is on the enemy team. And as of right now, we have CC, but it's very conditional, which is fine for Melio. If Melio sees the Maokai ulti coming in, he can just, push the R button, and then all of a sudden all of his guys are free. But it is interesting to me. It's exciting to me that Melio is in the game. And I also want to highlight, I'm pretty sure they are banning Mel for the mid lane because both ADCs have already been shown. So we're really seeing a big pinch in the mid lane from both teams.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure that you're right. We've got jungler supports and marksmen. And so pinching the mid lane is the more important of the two, because top lane is so separated. And really getting the idea of your draft through the mid lane makes sense to me. There are too many options up in top that just do similar things.
Now,
I like it.
Totally. I might be confusing Fill Me with Short Bus Dojo, because one of them had a monster top laner that just absolutely ran over every single game. And that might not be Short Bus Dojo, but it is. If that was the case, then not banning top lane, I think it's just a mistake. Even considering what you just said, which is absolutely true. But I think you're probably right that mid lane is going to be much more impactful in this game, especially if we're seeing kind of some front to back team fight comps. From the Maokai, from the Poppy, the Sivir ulti. So getting a good mid laner like Cassiopeia, absolutely understandable. Also want to point out, so far 1 for 1 for the Hui bans. Woohoo! As it took this long, but
I think that you're right about Short Bus Dojo with the top laner, because Filmy's mid laner Geo is the star on that team. So I'm trying to remember the name on Short Bus Dojo, but especially with the Camille lock-in, I'm pretty happy with that. If Camille can get up and going, she's terrifying.
It's absolutely true. And now, fair, Floppy Walruses have the counter pick. They have Short Bus Dojo has to pick all of their champions, and so Floppy Walruses can afford to wait to see what the enemy top lane is. But in case you haven't played against Camille, she's scary. She's very scary. And if she's good, she's even more scary. So it'll be interesting to see what they pick in response to Very Scary Lady.
Agreed. Ari is locked in on the Short Bus Dojo side. Gonna do okay against Cassiopeia. One might think it's a little odd with her ultimate able to be canceled by the miasma. And so you just got to be a little bit better placed, right? Just make sure you're not underneath it. But the answer is Ornn. Now, this is a classic matchup that I can never remember how it starts, but it always ends with Camille on top. The true damage she deals with that second cast of the Precision Protocol just makes Ornn so sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that they gave Cho'Gath Camille Q on his ultimate because it's just so strong. It's so strong.
It's funny you say it like that.
No, but seriously, Camille Q is ridiculous. Not just dealing true damage if you wait like a second, but dealing max health true damage is crazy. It's crazy. And Ornn is famous for the guy who takes 37 turret shots and still lives. But that doesn't matter if he is giving true damage, a max health true damage at that.
Right. You know, it's funny you used that exact number. That was from a clip you sent me last night where Ornn, there was a player playing Riven at like 200 hit points, got dove by an Ornn. The dude literally took 36 shots from the tier 1 turret and one from the tier 2 before he died and couldn't kill the Riven. But like
while Riven's hitting him the entire time.
Yeah, it was bananas. The dude had almost 600 armor, like 8,000 hit points, and he was just like, I'm gonna walk under here, and it's not gonna matter. And I was just like, dude, I understand you're a mega tank, that's the point, but 37?
Yes, insane.
Really?
It's insane. Hey, if you want to see that clip, message me. I'm in Discord, and
Absolutely.
you can join our Discord. But seriously, like, you know, Ornn is someone that you see a lot in competitive just in general because he's got the ability to add stats to everyone. People like stats. Stats are good. But he's just a very safe, a very competent, he's a surprising amount of damage for who he is. He's a really solid pick. And I don't think any of us are ever surprised when we see Ornn top lane, but I don't think he's so strong that you ban him. He's just like, he's just something you come to accept in competitive play. You're like, thank goodness it's not Cassante. Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I'll play against an Ornn before Cassante any day.
Any day.
So the good news is our teams are going very quickly through the second iteration of our draft. We should be getting into game relatively quickly. And the other things I want to talk about is the Maokai in the jungle. We've seen Maokai go a few places. He started as a top laner, went into the jungle, then as a support, back to jungle, then he was a mid laner for a little bit, and he was at one point the most flexible champion in the game, being played top, jungle, mid, and support, just depending on what team in what region wanted to pick him up. And I'm going to admit it, he's one of my favorite champions. But in the jungle, I feel like he's a little slow getting up and going, and that might just be me as a player, but I prefer to play him in the top side where I have a bit more safety under my turret, where I can just farm up and get my items, because that's when I really feel like he gets strong.
Yeah, I definitely think he's got a slower start. I don't think I ever see Maokai coming into my lane and I'm like, well, I'm dead. It's like, oh, okay, Maokai's coming at me. One big thing though, and I've been experimenting this more with my own jungle gameplay, which surprisingly I don't play that much anymore. I used to be a big jungle main. What happened? But Maokai prepping an ultimate from the jungle, from the Fog of War, is really strong to be able to just deny a huge length of map, because the strength of Maokai is not necessarily landing the ultimate, but the fear of landing the ultimate, the risk of this huge area of the map denial, which sometimes you can avoid, sometimes you can't. And so I like the pick. I don't think it's weak, but I agree with you that I kind of think it's a slow start. Jarvan just needs 2 abilities he can gank your lane. Maokai can, but it's not great.
Yeah. Now, back to our mid lane.
Yeah, it looked a little funky over there, but
okay,
that is not.
It's shifted a little bit. That's not the order.
I will donate money to charity if that is an RE jungle. There is no way.
Speaking of which, I tried that once. It didn't go well.
It doesn't go very well.
No.
Wow.
It was especially bad because I was playing Ultimate Bravery at the time, and I wasn't allowed to take Smite.
Yeah.
And this was before Smite was literally required, and it was before the some other things I can't remember, but it doesn't. It's not good.
Yeah, and I think I'm of the opinion. One of my radical ideals is I think every champion should be able to clear the jungle. Like if they have a jungle item, they should be able to clear. But what are you getting from Ari that you can't get from another champion? Like I walk out of the bush and I charm you. Okay.
Sounds like Evelyn, honestly.
Yeah, well, yeah, with more steps and less burst damage. Because like, if I could jungle hike, right? I walk out, I pull you, and I stun you instantly. A better ganking experience for your laner. But yeah, this is not Ari jungle. Nobody panic.
And I like right here, Tactical Burger says that every champion can clear the jungle, and that is true. There is a YouTuber called Night Blue who did it. He did A to Z jungle, and that included Melio, that included Nami, and that included Yumi. And he had to play every champion until he got a win, and he was successful. He did clear the whole roster, 6 champions ago, but that's beside the point. And so the extra steps like you were talking about, and if the clear is efficient or safe, that's what makes certain champions good at jungle. And Jarvan being a level 2 power spike champion is exactly why he's in that mix. Because the moment you have your second spell, you are a full-blown champion, and I love Jarvan for that reason.
Totally. I've actually, been going through my own coaching process, and one of our latest things was like, should you gank level 2? And we really got into the kind of the chess gambit of should you be ganking level 2, but that's almost a non-factor because if you're a champion at level 2, you prevent counter ganks, you're available for cheese. There's a lot of like really important things for being early. The level 1 invade is a little bit safer because your cube is so solid, things like that. But I do agree with Server Panda that Evelyn, makes us feel kind of funny when we play him. So if you're gonna play Ari for that reason, I get that. But then again, Ari is not very different. So
right. But all of that stemmed from me wanting to say something about our mid lane with the Ari versus the Cassiopeia, and then the champion shuffled. But the early part of this lane, I'm really going to give to Ari, especially because her movement and her ultimate aren't what really make her strong, in my opinion. It's the damage amplification on the charm and the movement speed from the Foxfire plus her healing. All of those things are going to make her more oppressive in the beginning part of the game against the Cassiopeia. And the Miasma is only going to be good to stop some ganks, in my opinion. And so that's a spell completely nullified, I want to say. It doesn't do
not
its main purpose.
Yeah. However, I will say that we're going to be watching many lanes at one time, but where Ari uses her Q is really critical because if she ever uses her main damage source and misses or throws it on the wave, and Cassiopeia is close enough to capitalize on that, Ari's going to be taking 5-6 E's to the face and without dealing much more damage than auto attacks, if that. So it's certainly, I agree with you. I think Ari should win this lane, but she can't be complacent.
Mm-hmm. Well, and especially if Cassiopeia decides to go phase rush instead of Conqueror, you're going to get like 8, 9, or 10 E's to the face instead of only 5 or 6, right? But then you sacrifice the extra healing you get from Conqueror, which stacks with her E already. So it's one of those gambles, and one of the fun things that you have to have in your brain in that level 0 meta and stuff.
Well, and what's different between this and a true tier 0 meta in like a card game is that you ban one champion and then we can ignore it. And we are already a very control mage focused tournament because of just the way that we play and all that stuff. So it's no surprise to me to see a slightly mobile assassin in Ari, and then Cassiopeia, who's a control mage who has the big ulti and all that stuff. So it really not that different, but I'm just happy that one of my predictions is already coming through. Fist fight in the top lane.
Always. Conqueror versus Grasp of the Undying. Doesn't matter, everybody. We are into game number 1. Short Bus Dojo with their logo up on the top left versus Floppy Walruses. Let's see some love in the chat. Who you think is going to win? No other really other important things going on in the early part of the game. Maybe
your roll.
Maybe a gank.
I'm seeing a cloth armor refillable potion for the Ornn. As someone who doesn't play a lot of Ornn, I don't know if it's that strange, but very interesting not to see a Doran shield from Ornn right away. At least in my eyes.
I'm with you. I don't like it. I remember Freak doing a talk once where he said that the first like 7 levels, health is going to make you more tanky than resistances are, just by the way that the game is built. Oop, but a flash forward here on the bottom side. Level 2, very important in the bot lane.
So is Flash. So not having Flash, I guess she has Hex Flash, but using a Flash that early, I think is a little aggressive to me. Now, Melio did use a Flash as well, but I don't see Melio diving in anytime soon. And so using his Flash defensively is Flash correctly, while a Poppy flashing is one of her engaged tools.
Unsealed Spellbook is a surprise to me as well. Oh, but do we have the stun up there on the top side? No ganks, but this is what I was talking about. This top lane is going to eventually be Camille favored, and so Boar Vessel really has to keep himself alive and do good work.
Yeah, 100%. And it's interesting to me that, one of the thought processes that maybe you get to your item first faster, but I'm trying to think of like what armor item that you can have that allows you to just be like, aha, now I beat Camille. Like, it's not Thornmail, it's not anything like that. So big charm landed there. That was a lot of damage.
The Electrocute proc was actually huge from Virus, doing a good job reacting, right? That's what we were talking about, landing the Qs, landing the charms, and staying. They're even in the wave right now, but that's what we need to see. Potion used actually by the Prodigy, but not by Virus. Another engage here. The charm does not land, but the gank is here. Blue Tang goes in. First blood to the side of the Floppy Walruses.
Well played, well played. Ari really put it all on the line, and if she had landed that charm, which she was just a few pixels off on, she would have gotten first blood, which would have been a 1-for-1, but a 1-for-1's a lot better for an 0-for-1. So
true.
It is.
That's true. And what else this does is it forces the teleport. I do like that Virus didn't use the flash. That's a very important tool, especially waiting for your ultimate. But, keeping that, but using the teleport is still important. Boar Vessel is in some trouble. Got hit with the stun. Caught off by his own pillar. Just needed one more protocol, but the Searing Charge keeps him alive, and Ballistic Bunny gets free reign on this wave. But Blue Tane actually. Here, the bait from Boar Vessel is in. He does interrupt a little bit. Ballistic Bunny flashes, gets the slow from the W. Blue Tane does not have flash. He wants to go in. He dodges Dragon Strike, and Blue Tane walks out empty-handed.
Wow. Okay. Now, I was curious to see if this is a name that I recognize. Ballistic Bunny is not a name that I'm familiar with quite like Lynx or Dizu, but Ballistic Bunny has already shown, to drain all of Ornn's mana while still chasing them all off, and then also surviving a gank like that. Definitely playing very well. Doesn't necessarily have a CS lead or is pressuring any kill pressure right now, but getting a Sheen this early, this is a scary place for Ornn, who bought a tier. Man, I do not know about that one.
I'm with you. I'm not really following the build path here. Aquila gets crushed against the wall. Gonna throw the Steadfast Presence, probably for the speed up. They don't have a lot of damage. Caught on the Jinx traps, and the trade actually goes in favor of FW. Virus now level 6, does have an extra charge. The Prodigy is low. That last auto attack will secure the kill. Bramble Smash to knock away Blue Tane. He's taking a lot of damage. He's low, down to 240 hit points, but a good return kill for SPD.
And Cassiopeia committing the flash and then not being able to get away is pretty brutal against someone like Ari, where Flash is a very, very useful tool to keep yourself alive. You know, dodging a charm, dodging all that. So a bit unfortunate, but we are 1-1.
What else is interesting? Ooh, Dizu is here along with Virus. They do land the charm into the Twisted Advance, and that's 2 kills over now to SBD. Up on the top side, Orin calls the Forge God and gets the kill against iBallistic Bunny.
Wow.
Well done.
Well played indeed. Well played. That's really close. If you get interrupted while calling the Forge God or anything like that, very common collect. I appreciate the play from the Orm. Now, one thing I want to go ahead.
Go ahead.
One thing I want to highlight is this unsealed spellbook. I love spellbook. I think it has a lot of flexibility. Wow!
Nice dodge from the ultimate into the charm. Lynx is here. The Prodigy going to be thrown underneath the turret. Ignite is down, and that's another kill. Beat of Warfare claimed by SBD along with the Dragon. Beautiful roam.
Yeah. Right place, right time. I'm kind of curious about this this mindset of Cassiopeia, who seems to be very aggro. Probably going to be seeing Cassiopeia dial back. She's 20 CS behind and 2 kills. Not a lot that you can do when things are already kind of Ari favored in the first place. But yeah, it's going to be one of those games that I'm not going to be able to complete any thoughts because there's going to be a lot of excitement on the screen. I can already tell.
Do we expect anything less here at PLC?
Not at all. Not at all. But I'll try anyways.
Did anybody else watch as Captain Flowers got the PLC treatment? It was the Red Cannons versus Shopify Rebellion game number 1 last weekend, and good golly gracious, they were just killing everybody everywhere. And just like you and I are used to, it's play by play as stuff just keeps going and going and going. It was really funny.
Yeah. And honestly, I kind of like it that way. I'd rather be an exciting game than a slow game. Although I do appreciate slow games, you know, it's got a lot of skills.
Members of the FW up on the top side. Ballistic Bunny goes into the ultimate to try and slow everything down. Keep his team ready for those grubs. Jinx Rocket will get a little bit of damage. That's a beautiful ultimate from the Maokai. Blue Tank cannot go over the wall because Lynx is there with steadfast presence. Dizu goes down, 4 Vessel gets him. Lynx and Virus trying to do the best they can in a 2v3. Lynx flashes Virus over the wall as well. And that's a big... I think that's going to be all 3 grubs over to Floppy Walruses. But they don't have a jungler. Ruin gets hit with the charm. Call of the Forge God comes out. Lynx knocks him away. He doesn't get the second cast. Lynx will pick up the kill with the buckler, and he's going to use the ultimate to knock away the Orn. The Prodigy goes in to try and get the damage. Another juke from Virus, and Lynx is alive with 7 health. They stopped the grubs. It was 20, my bad, but they take the other 2 grubs.
That's crazy. Poppy's passive, you know, really popping off. My apologies. But right there, being able to keep her alive for that long. 2 kills.
He stole it! He got on the wall and smote it! Blue Tank gets the second grub, and Dizu follows him over the wall. But what a play from the Jarvan!
My goodness, I can't take a breath with these guys, but I appreciate it. I'm loving it. So 2-1 is what we got so far. That does mean that the monster slaying goes over too short of us Dojo since they got the 2. Two Floppy Walruses. I can't even speak right today because those are some pretty good plays. But yeah, I wanted to highlight that Poppy got 2 of those kills, and I think that is absolutely fine, especially for how much roaming Lynx is planning on doing. Poppy, I think, is someone that can use gold pretty efficiently. And not like Ari is any worse for wear. Already got the Blackfire Torch and still buying items. My goodness.
So the big disparity right now is in the mid lane, and we talked about Virus needing to use his teleport, but it was to great benefit to his lane. Since he got there, he's been ahead.
Absolutely. And I'm wondering, in this situation, it's a tough call, but I'm wondering if a lane swap is being considered, especially because since Camilla's supposed to be favored and is struggling this bad, or not having a Sunfire.
There we go. Fight mid lane. Blue Tane gets charmed and damaged a lot. Virus goes in again. That's the 3rd ultimate that the Prodigy hasn't been able to land. Flash W into the Q, and that's another kill. Virus picks that one up. And Bluetane is at 27 hit points.
Yeah, oh my goodness, more action.
That's
Straight
not
on the
going to
Melio.
turn into anything. They're just fighting over a ward.
It doesn't turn into anything until it does. Maokai in the wings, so definitely on the strong side of things. So it doesn't look like anyone is low enough for a tower dive or anything, which is why Maokai is standing there and not going in. But you know, these small things turn into big things if you are not careful. But absolutely, this Ornn is kind of running away with the top lane. I wanted to highlight. There they are fighting away because he's already got a Sunfire cape. There is nothing Camille can really do without another person there. They are a hanging piece that is unfortunately needed to be guarded by something other than a pawn. So here we are.
I think that item spikes is an important thing to remember when you're playing competitive because hold on. No, we're good. Look at Cassiopeia's items. You want 2 scaling items in the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace. So if you're fighting Ahri who wants to build something up, Aquila, didn't get the stun. If you're fighting against a champion who can build a quicker item, then you need to relax, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Whereas we look at the top side, Trinity Force is one of the most expensive items. And Camille was doing okay, but still doesn't have it complete. And look what Ornn's doing. Got his Merc Treads in addition to a full Sunfire Aegis.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, and we're seeing that on screen right now where Camille is having trouble even hitting the minions because Ornn just walks up and smacks her. Now, I don't think that...
Oh, the Forge God goes in. Ballistic Bunny has to flash down to only 180 health, and Boar Vessel. This is the beginning part of that lane we were talking about where Ornn is ahead, but he's got to keep it that way because later on, it's not going to work.
Yeah, if they were 0-0 right now, it would be kind of a tough call either way, but the fact that he's 3-0 and's got that much money in his pocket, it's brutal. And it's only going to get worse because he went for a scaling item, just like Cassiopeia did. But, you know, Cassiopeia's got that Rod of Ages done at 1330. It's going to be a little bit much. We're seeing a lot of cheeky emotes and emotes from them. They're really having a fun time. Ballistic Bunny shooting the hook shot at nothing, but still going in anyways.
He has the Hextech ultimatum. This is the fight. No ult, no anything for Boar Vessel. Ballistic Bunny gets some help and gets the kill up on the top side. That's 8 now for the side of the Short Bus Dojo.
Yeah, really starting to get, and not to mention that was Shutdown Gold. So Shutdown Gold going to the side of, I think I was Ahri there. She was 4-1 before. And Ahri is really just able to bring a lot, really just solidifying how powerful of a pick it was for the Short Bus Dojo, as they are starting to prep for Rift Herald coming up, and I believe Dragon comes up fairly. Oh, it's 3 minutes. Sorry.
That's okay, but this is really important because the Walruses have to prevent this. Otherwise, feats are there. Disu is caught. He is stuck in the miasma. Flash over to get the stun. Disu is going to die. Now Bluetane versus Virus. Prodigy on the backside as well. In comes Boar Vessel. Bluetane is going to go down first. Virus doing quite well on this Ahri. 6-1 now.
I love Virus's positioning on this Ahri, being able to land multiple Qs, multiple people on these Qs, very efficient, and really using a lot of their damage that they're getting through Blackfire torches they have. Very, very scary champion right now. You're not able to find her, you know, with all of the roaming potential that she has, with all the damage. She's just pushing hardcore. First tower does go to the side of...
That's going to give them feats of strength. Ballistic Bunny doesn't land the hook shot, but Disu is here. This is now a 1v2. They got to stop him from casting the second one. He gets it, but gets knocked back with the Bramble Smash. Flash forward to get the empowered auto onto Ballistic Bunny. He will get the pillar to pick up the kill. Boar Vessel is now going crazy. Bluetane has shown up. Doesn't have ultimate. Used his combo. Disu will make it out, but Ornn is scary right now.
Yeah, you know, the fact that J4 didn't even get anything from that gank just because Ornn kills them. Like, this is what I was talking about, where that Ornn can do a surprising amount of damage, and it's to the point in that game where he's far enough ahead that you need more than one person to answer Ornn, and it's not even going to work, as we just saw.
So what's interesting is we were both questioning the build. Good for you, Boar Vessel, you got it. Blutane and his team are going for that Rift Herald. Flash away, Ballistic Bunny is in the front line. They are going to try and get it. Blutane picks up the Herald, tying up the monster slaying, doesn't matter. Fight Ballistic Bunny versus the Prodigy on the backside of the pit. Prodigy finally goes down. Ballistic Bunny is going to be the next target, knocked up by the Ornn. Flash over the wall. Ruin does not die, but now Virus over the wall with the jump. I can't remember what it's called. Spirit Rush. Ruin is super low. Virus doesn't have another cast, but will pick up the kill. Good guy Lynx hands it over.
Absolutely. Things are going really, really well for the side of Short Bus Dojo. Now, they were able to... Did they even pick up the Rift Herald, even though they were able to steal it?
Yes.
Yes, they did. You see it on Ornn there. And Ornn is a scary one to have it on, because if they decide to go for Dragon, Ornn's push potential is very high. He does not have the teleport in time for the Dragon, so they don't have to worry about something like that. But having that push potential, we do see Ornn going top with the Dragon coming 20 seconds, so he could do something like drop the Rift Herald right now and then go straight to Dragon, and the Short Bus Dojo would have to shoot. Those kind of plays could put Floppy Walruses back on the map, but we will see if that is the case or not as soon as this Dragon spawns in 4 seconds.
I want to talk about Poppy's build right now, because Boots of Swiftness plus the winged, I forget what they're called, but the pants right there, the movement speed. That's the idea. The roam and the movement speed, plus with the unsealed spellbook, getting a ghost here and there. The roaming potential of this Poppy is actually crazy. Aquila spell shields the stun. Holy crap, I love it.
That's what we like to see from Sivers, being able to call out those specific abilities. And now here we are seeing that Rift Herald being used. Teleport does come out from the Poppy using the unsealed spellbook. But what is a support Poppy going to do against the absolute threat of an Ornn? I'll tell you what he does do. Ignore her.
Exactly. But now, Boar Vessel versus 2. Lynx is going to knock some minions away. Boar Vessel will get the auto attack and survive the gank for now. Ignite is down onto Boar Vessel. Ballistic Bunny is doing his best to deal the damage. Getting the Conqueror proc. That was the precision protocol into the tactical sweep. Gets a kill. Mid lane, 2 more over to the side of the dojo. Now 16-8 our kill count.
Yeah, it was a good response. They did lose turret and a big chunk of damage on the inhibitor turret, but I think a relatively good trade to be on soul points and to get all those kills, I think is a fair trade indeed. But yeah, it's interesting to see. Camille is still very much a champion, even though that she's behind being able to pick up a couple kills recently. But just how much that Ornn... Also, that ult direction, he was like outside the ring. That was disgusting.
Yeah. Well, especially he was in the Hextech ultimatum, right? And Ballistic Bunny was trying to keep him away from being able to do that. It's very impressive he was able to do what he did. Right. But I think the most impressive thing was brought up by Server Panda. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we're good. Nice play from Prodigy there. I actually really like that. But we have 1 death amongst our marksmen at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's between the two of them. You're no kidding. But also no kill participation at all from either of them. Not even the 1 death on the Sivir did the Jinx participate in. So while they have a respectable 170 CS, they're not really doing anything with it 20 minutes into the game, which is really surprising.
Well, there's the 2nd death. Aquila goes down to a nice fight in the river. Boar Vessel is being chased by Lynx. Ruin will make it out as well. And now, we're not... Oh, it's Otacon. I was like, the Baron doesn't spawn for another 5 minutes. But kicking the jungler out means that they are going to start Otacon. This could be pretty dangerous, though. Aquila isn't there, and that's their main source of damage, but Aquila's behind.
Yeah, it's really wild to see how little damage has been going on
Lynx is doing some crowd control here, knocking them away, the slow and the knockback. Keeper's verdict says, get out.
Not smiting my Archon. But yeah, it's kind of a big pillow fight going on from both teams. I think the only person who really does big damage is the Ari.
War Vessel does go in, gets stunned against his own pillar. AKA Ben, is that how you say that? Does go down. War Vessel underneath the turret will take another shot, but the Ignite doesn't get the kill. And Lynx will make it out. Blue now in a 1v1 against Ballistic Bunny. Prodigy has shown up. The Cataclysm is in. Down goes the Miasma. The poison damage is doing what it can. War Vessel is still alive even after re-engage. Virus wants to go in. Third cast of the Spirit Rush will get him close. Aquila instead is smashed against the wall and will go down to Virus. Another dash to the reset, but War Vessel survives and makes it out.
And a very interesting item picked up by the Ari I want to highlight. An item that we don't see very often, but I respect very much. That is the Magi's. Magi's only having 4 stacks right now. Didn't get a lot of stacks from the Dark Seal, or no, she didn't die recently. So a very interesting purchase, very cost-effective AP. You can hold on to it. And so far, Ari has been proving very much that she's in the right places at the right times. She needs to keep that up in order to justify the Magi's purchase, but used it very well. Another Magi's purchase on a surprising character.
Oh boy.
Maokai. That's really interesting. I think that is a little bit too gutsy. But, you know, Maokai has also been able to kind of hold off for long enough. Showing in our graph here, thank you very much. 3rd most gold on the game behind Ornn, who's 7 and 3. So Maokai doing very well for himself right now.
I want to talk about the claim from Filmy. Well, we had... Yeah, no, we don't have a moment anymore. Blutane is going to get hit with the charm. Crowd control 2 other times. War Vessel is stuck in the Steadfast Presence, isn't able to use the second cast of the Call of the Forge God. Lynx is going to get a knockup, but he's really low. War Vessel is very tanky. They get a kill underneath the turret. Prodigy has come in. Disu is low. Aquila gets a kill onto the Jinx. Disu now is very low. He's got just a little bit, and that's another kill onto Aquila. Aquila at like 100 hit points flashes away, but the Buckler picks up another one. War Vessel is knocked on the other side of the wall. Ruin wants to go in, but gets hit by a charm and killed as well. Double kill for Lynx on the Poppy.
Wow, a lot of things happening here, especially because we pop up topside and see Camille actually getting the first inhibitor turret. We do have catch-up gold on the side of Floppy Walruses, as the teamfight didn't exactly go their way. Yeah, thank you, Observer, for showing that 6,000 gold difference. Really causing a lot. Ari caught out.
Bluebane and the Prodigy going against Virus, a tale as old as time. 1,090 gold I saw go over to the Prodigy.
That is not only shutdown gold, but also Magi's stacks lost.
Ooh, that was rough. That was rough to watch. War Vessel wants to go in with Blutane. Lynx and Ballistic Bunny are there. They dodge back over to get the stun on the Lynx. The Jinx Rocket goes wide. Disu gets the root. Does War Vessel hit? He doesn't. He's knocked up against the wall. Disu on the backside is going against 3. War Vessel will go down to the other 3. But Blutane goes in unnecessarily and gets killed. Blast Cone will take Ruin out of the fight, but he is caught by a nice hook shot and a double kill for Ballistic Bunny.
Really good for Short Bus Dojo to be able to do all that impact, kill as many people they have. That is probably going to be soul over to them. I very much doubt that Sivir can do anything about that. And besides, you know, they're able to do all that even though their main carry is dead. They were able to have that impact on that team fight. I think this is probably going to be the beginning of the end. I don't see a lot of ways that Floppy Walruses can get back without any huge miracles going on their side, but I really wanted to highlight loving the J4 Cassiopeia combo. J4 ulting in and then Miasma going on the feet of Ari literally has no options to leave because she can't hop over the wall anymore, which is how they secured that kill. And it really didn't cost that much from the side of Floppy Walruses. Now, it only really locks down someone like Ari, but that was scary, and that was a lot of gold inside of Floppy Walruses' pocket. If the team fight had gone better, if they had kited back and disengaged from that team fight, they would be in contention to bring the game back. Unfortunately, team fight did go the way it did, and now they have a Hexal on the side.
And let's see the effectiveness of this Hexal. Prodigy is caught by Ballistic Bunny, and Precision Protocol is precise. and picks up another kill.
Seeing a lot of skill on the Camille to go from the losing lane that they had to 8 and 4. Very well played.
Blutane and Aquila going in onto Lynx. Steadfast Presence stops the engage. Boar Vessel has arrived. Does have Call of the Forge God. Blutane wants to continue fighting. Gets stunned against the wreckage of the turret. Gets another knockup. Aquila sped up and given range into the Cataclysm there. Has to flash away. Ballistic Bunny wants to go in against Boar Vessel. Nice timing on the W. Knockup from the E. Ballistic Bunny fighting Boar Vessel while Disu picks up the Baron. Aquila and Ruin are on the way. Ballistic Bunny is winning the trades now and decides to go away instead of fighting 1v3.
It's crazy how close those fights are despite Camille returning, having Hex Soul, but was able to drag the fight out long enough that they brought the rest of the enemy team and they were able to sneak a Baron without any defense whatsoever. Very well played.
And that's one of the best parts about watching these higher level games is when you see something that seems like it's going wrong actually go quite right. Virus might be in some trouble. Prodigy uses his ultimate again and it does not land it. Virus getting quite a lot of value out of this Ahri while his team pushes up on the top side. Lynx and Ayak Ben will take down the first inhibitor of the game and they will get out for free.
Yeah, Ayak Ben, I definitely think that's how you say that. Not being sarcastic, even though it sounds like I am. But the inhibitor going down on the top side is just so much pressure. These minions are absolutely wailing on the tower, and the floppy walruses are exposed and are losing options. Their only positive player right now is the Ornn, which is not going to be enough to shut down someone like Ahri or Camille, or at least Camille anymore, I should say. And so, yeah, I've been really impressed by the plays that Lynx has made. Someone who's been in the right place at the right time. Basically, the entire game. I think a lot of the game should Poppy in enabling Ahri, in protecting them. The Keeper's Verdict and surviving that earlier fight. I really think that Poppy might be my MVP of this game.
Doing really, really well. And again, looking at the movement speed that Poppy has is crazy. Always around the map, using that unsealed spellbook to make sure she is always in the right spot at the right time. The devastation to the base of Floppy Walruses has begun. Top lane inhibitor is down. Mid lane turret is down. The Baron buff is going for another little bit. And they are continuing to lay on the pressure.
Yeah, I think this is just a matter of time. Floppy Walruses is doing their best to try to prevent things like inhibitors down, but just waiting for their waves to come in and you know, take these turret shots. You know, thankfully things like Banner of Command are not in this game, otherwise it'd be over much sooner. But yeah, I think this is just bleeding out right now. A little war of attrition going on, unless Short Quest Dojo makes a pretty critical mistake here.
We have foreign items coming out now. I saw Boar Vessel just give one to Blutane. The next engage is going to be there onto Aquila, into the Hexacominum. They follow it up. He does go down, but then the fight is all over that inhibitor. Virus jumping in, flashing in. Blutane is the next target. Will survive a little bit. Gets a knock up underneath the turret. Virus might go down. He does. Boar Vessel is the last member alive of the Floppy Walruses in a 1v1 against Ballistic Bunny. And while Ballistic Bunny takes him away from the base, that was a silly little miss. Boar Vessel will try and do something, but will go down. And that's going to be game number 1. Short Buzz Dojo, the victor.
Very well played. I think both teams should be commended for the first game of the tournament. I think that there were really impressive things going on both teams, and I think well played, GG.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Don't worry, we'll be right back. Don't forget to check out our new website with all of our merch and the links to our YouTube channel and our Battlefy signups, and to use Freshen Up for your gaming energy needs. We'll be right back after a short break. Not Crap is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. Welcome back, everybody. This is the PLC September. I'm still Jukadre. That is still Shazbot. Wait, yeah, You're over there. And what a heck of a first game, Shazbot.
Yeah, seriously. I think it was a great way to start off PLC. I think it gets us in the mood, and it was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. The Ari taking off as hard as that player did, incredible. The Ornn playing the lane the right way, getting the advantage in the earlier parts, incredible. The fact that the marksman survived for so long, like all our action was in top, mid, and jungle, that blew my mind.
Yeah, and I think it was really respectable. I thought the Poppy played very well, very very close in some of those early fights. I was thinking about the cloth armor start for Ornn. I think he might have picked it just so he could have picked refillable potion early. I still don't know if I agree with it, but it's kind of interesting to be able to go cloth armor refillable potion. It technically gives you more health per potion since you have a little bit of armor if you think about the math there. But Ornn obviously played well. So what do I know?
Well, you knew to think about it, and that's what we do here at PLC. So, speaking of PLC, why don't we take a look at how the other games went, shall we?
Sure, let's do it.
All right. So, we have this little bracket up here. Phil Me, Bada Bing Bada Boom, Royal Blue Esports Pandemonium, Short Bus Dojo, and Mithril Knights are our victors in round number 1. They all move on to the 1-0 part of the Swiss stage. But then on the bottom half, we have a few others. Our next, where are we going? Here we go. So Elmhurst, Team Unknown, University of North Florida, Brasasu, Floppy Walruses, and BYU Royal are going to be in our 0-1 bracket. Let's take a look at who will be playing who next. And then we will announce our on-stream teams. Here we go. So this is who's going to be playing in round number 2. And we are going to be watching Buritsasu versus BYU Royal. And once that draft is ready to go, we will get that up on the stream. And Shazbot, I'm really interested in this because the team... hold on. No, we've got stats.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
look at this.
Look at those KDAs. What the heck?
He might have gone without dying. I don't think this is a ratio that we're looking at. Even though it says KDA, it might just be kills necessarily, but tough to say because this is the first time I'm seeing the stat page. But very interesting to see because I do see you, Server Panda. T Unknown did lose, but they lost against Bada Bing Bada Boom, which is apparently our highest kill count. Hard to say, but very interesting to see here. I'm noticing that no one has picked a certain little mage just got buffed, which makes me think he got banned a whole bunch. Hui, 3 bans, woo!
All
3
right.
bans is actually not as much as I was expecting, but whatever. Oh yeah, there's more than 3 games, so very interesting. Cool to see.
That is really interesting.
The data match my correct opinions.
Your correct opinions. Oh man, and I actually really like that. That's another new feature for September. Woohoo! Congratulations to us, and thank you to production because that's a great way to fill this little bit of time while we get ready for our draft. So once that's up, we'll get going. And I'm excited because Royal Blue Esports was a victor and a finalist a few months ago, and now they have Royal Blue Esports plus BYU Royal. And so what I'm thinking is some of the players have mixed around or been scrimming each other, right? It was team 1 before, so now maybe this is team number 2.
Right. I honestly, a little bit off topic of what you're talking about, but I love seeing the teams that are playing and seeing a variety of teams that are finalists and winners in our tournament this time. That I feel like, between Team Unknown and Short Bus Dojo and Filmy and I think Mithril Knights has won one. where we have all these returning teams, returning players with just incredible talent. So I'm with you. I'm excited about this next game because we're not just having you know an exciting team play, but we're having two prominent, interesting teams come to play. So I'm expecting a good game.
Same here, especially because Brazasu is captained, I believe, by Calavir, formerly of Team Unknown.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And so we have a little bit of a Team Unknown rivalry because I think Bear is on their team as well, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So now it might be impossible for us to pronounce Burazasu, but that is the Japanese word for brother, and I might just call them Team Brother. Sorry.
Oh, that's awesome. I think that's okay though. The brother team, we'll call them brother team. I don't hate that.
Brother in Japanese, which would be kind of funny. But
no, it's too long.
Whatever.
So that actually reminds me, while we're still waiting for draft on our latest episode of PCP, go check that out, by the way. It's on our YouTube. I was talking about how the first tournament I ever cast, there were two names that stuck out to me because they were ridiculously long and very memorable. And it's similar to what you were just saying, right? Brother in Japanese. Like, no one's going to say that whole name. But go listen to that episode if you want to hear all of that. We are into draft. Buratatsu and Team Royal are already on our last pick of the first phase. I don't see a way yet.
He got banned in the middle one, which is very surprising for me. Now, there's a 100% chance that a lot of these teams have not practiced on Hui for some incredible reason. Like thought he'd get banned right before the tournament started.
Right.
Or not banned, but nerfed before. But yeah, very interesting. Seeing Gnar versus Darius top lane. That's a lane that VG Shazbot knows very well.
So talk to me about that, because my experience is that Gnar in mini form can kite well enough, but the moment he's caught with that apprehend, Darius wins.
Yes, exactly. And actually Darius can do things like take Ghost and make it very difficult for Gnar. But the other thing that Gnar can do is just freeze the wave. Like if he just freezes it right in front of his tower, Darius is having a horrible time. He's getting ganks. He's not being able to get that acceleration that Darius likes to have by getting early kills. But yeah. Oh, interesting. Someone got banned. Very interesting.
Yes, Wei did get banned. But the more interesting bans, I think, are coming from the side of Buratatsu, because we have junglers and assassin mids being taken off the table. You've been talking the last couple months about how we don't see a lot of assassins, and yet there are 3 of them right there, completely removed from the game.
Yeah, is Team Brother, oh my goodness, seeing something that we're not seeing very often with Team Royal, because we've seen the BYU team come and play before, and I don't remember them playing very many assassins, but having a Zed band and an Akali band is like possibly a first in DLC.
Yeah. Like the only thing that would make it worse is if Talon was on that list as well. Like,
right.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, that would be historic. Posted on our Twitter. Look at these bands.
I do like the Morgana here, though. Look at the amount of crowd control drafted on the side of Team Royal. You have Nautilus, Darius, Maokai, even the Jhin has that deadly flourish that can count. That is a root, and so the value of the Black Shield on an immobile carry like Misfortune it's infinite. There is no value you can put on that. It's priceless.
Yeah, I do want to highlight though, as you kind of pointed out though, that the front line of Team Royal is as dense as it can be. So you get a Jhin, and then I was about to say someone like Ari or someone medium to long range is really going to be able to fire off a lot of projectiles over that brick wall in the front line. This is the second time that we're seeing a Maokai Ari in our games, and it went really, really well in the first game. So the addition of Nautilus instead of a Poppy, I think, is a perfectly fine pick, and I think Team Royal has a very strong decision. Able to have that flexibility, able to to make plays. Really respectable from them.
I concur. The front to back idea with 3 large champions in the front line with your 2 ranged carries in the back feels pretty good. What I was thinking about on the side of Team Brother, you're right, it's so much easier.
It's so much easier. I feel like less of a caster saying it, but whatever.
You know, I decided I wanted to learn another language, and I started learning German, and my tongue doesn't do that. Okay, their R's are spoken at the back of the mouth, but I learned Spanish and spoke it on my mission for 2 full years, and that's at the front. Your R's are at the front, rolling the tongue, and so when I was trying to pronounce it, it just didn't work. And I think that Japanese is another one of those languages where Juhadra just can't speak it, and I'm gonna have to accept that. And Team Brother is how we're gonna say that for sure. But their composition has some pretty good wombo to it. We just saw the Jarvan, the MF on top of the brand would actually feel really, really good. Yeah, like all the way from season 1. And
just needs the Anivia.
Who did we get in the mid lane instead of Anivia this time? Remind me. It wasn't the Ahri.
Ahri was on the other team.
Yeah.
Who was their mid laner?
Can't remember. I know Nar's in the top side. So it was Misfortune, Brand, Nar, and then they last locked in Jarvan. Shoot, man, I can't remember.
I can't remember at all. We're going to be very excited. But yeah, they do have a substantial amount of wombo. I think they have a very good team. Thank you, production. Morgana?
No, Brand's mid. Brand's mid. We we fixed it. That's why we couldn't remember.
Like, brand support. Why? We even commented on Morgana, but yeah, that's pretty funny.
Oh, that was hilarious. But anyway, you know, that's even better because the lockdown from the Morgana queue is so long, you can do anything. With one of those spells lands, the rest is all happening.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, Morgana MF is also a classic. I do want to point out that Calavir is throwing a little shade on our lack of ability to pronunciate. But you know, we are trying our best. You know, we are only human.
Yeah. Oh man, I love PLC so much.
Right? This is like I bring it up way too much with the people that I talk to because they're like, I've never heard of League of Legends. I'm like, well, let me tell you because I run this tournament. Anyways,
well, now even better, you can tell them about our shop on Fourth Wall.
Wing. Good stuff. But yes, I'm expecting a good game. You know, this is the first time that we get to see the newly formed. It's like it's half of Team Unknown, so it's familiar, but it's gonna have something new to it. And then of course BYU returning is very exciting. I haven't seen that in a little bit.
Actually, it's not BYU returning. It's another team because Royal Blue is still in this tournament. So Royal Blue and BYU Royal are 2 different teams. Also, yeah, you can see the math going on right now.
I have no right to talk. I can't come up with team names. I have no right to talk, but please come up with another team name.
But then on the side of Team Brother, this is actually the 3rd time we've seen a split off from Team Unknown. We had the Yordle Parade, and we had what was that, Roost last time, and now we're on this one. So it's not that uncommon. So we should see a lot of familiar faces. We are into our spectator delay right now, everybody. Thank you for your patience. And you know, Darius Nar is close to my heart because I used to be a Nar main and top lane was my lane. And I learned a lot about what you can and can't do with mini Nar because when he's in mini form, he has the lowest stats in the game, right? Diving champions like Aurelia, like Camille, like Darius, these type of champions do really, really well when you are in mini form, which is why he can kite so well. And so looking at the balance and seeing if the Nar player can do that, or if that knowledge is there on the other side is one of my favorite things to watch.
Yeah, it's certainly a case where if this was a low skill game, if we were watching like an iron or a bronze match, I would say absolutely Darius runs away with this. But I respect Nar as being skilled enough that it's not necessarily clear that Nar has a lot of chances to kite and to make favorable engagements compared to Darius. In fact, Darius is not a champion that you see a lot in high pro play because he is kiteable, that he doesn't have a lot of options beyond using summoner spells and things like that. So it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if Nar can execute and be able to space correctly, or if Darius is just going to run over him, because it is far too easy for Nar to overstep by a little bit and then the lane to be over with.
Absolutely. So then on the bottom side, we will have the Morgana into the Nautilus. And Nautilus is another really powerful champion. The fact that his auto attacks, his Q, his ultimate are all roots / grabs of some kind. And the value of the Black Shield, just even in the laning phase, is going to be enormous. So how do you see that one playing out?
I am no expert of the bot lane, as much as I love playing Rakan. I do think that there is a substantial amount of poke on the side of MF and Morgana. Wanted to say Mordekaiser, it's just wrong. It was banned. But I think just a one or two double taps that go the wrong way, and then getting chips down by the W soiled
Make
earth?
it rain?
No, the Morgana.
The tormented soul.
Tormented soil. That can chip them down, and that can really put a lot of pressure on. However, that isn't going to like kill people out of nowhere. That's going to be an attrition test. So I don't imagine. Honestly, we might see a lot of gank spot lane, because I don't think we're going to see him a lot top lane. You know, unless Nar can execute that freeze and really just make Darius's life not fun. I imagine that a lot of the action is going to go bot lane. As you said in the first game, you know, we have a very bot lane focused tournament in general. So yeah, kind of unclear, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah. What else is interesting is, yes, we are a bot focused league, and that will be where attention goes, we predict. But that was the exact opposite in our last game, right? Nothing happened on the bottom side. We got a picture of the level 2 push, and then they backed off, and then it was all from Drake Pit north.
Yeah.
And so I think it'll be fun to get bigger fights, because you always have at least 4 players down there on the bottom side. So when you get your ganks, sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's 7, 8 champions at a time. And it's so weird to me that we got the opposite last time and still had 6 champions at a time fighting.
Right.
But that's okay. We like it all here on the PLC. Just playing and fighting and having a good time.
Yeah, I respect it a lot, and I don't think that we're going to see quite the Bard roleplay that we saw from Poppy. You know, Morgana does not have nearly as many tools to roam. Now, I still expect her to roam. We're in a meta where the support is present for objectives, and I appreciate it. I like it. But I don't see Morgana making such grandiose plays as the Poppy did. I don't think she's going to be flashing forward to try to stun somebody, so to speak.
Right.
Possible. We might see some big plays like that, but I do not foresee it.
Neither do I. And everyone in the audience, thank you so much for your patience. Riot has already released a statement that the client is having issues. So thank you for your patience. Our players want to get in and play for you. We know that. So just that. You can really do about a client crash.
Riot has bugs
That's funny.
in our game.
At
they
least
like
Bozix.
Don't they have like 3,000 years of experience?
200 years is the mean.
200, my bad.
It's 200 years is the mean.
I increase it by a factor of X every time a new bug is discovered. But we're in game. Woo!
All right, everybody, let's see some love in our chat. Burasasu and oh man, how do BYU Royal? Yeah, I was like, wait, that's the
You
same
got the
name.
hard one. You got the hard one.
I said the hard one and lost the easy one. Oh my gosh.
Goodness. Oh, okay.
Interesting. Look where Calavir is.
Calavir in the jungle. Okay. All right. Bear in the mid lane. Yeah, this is what we like to see.
So Bear in mid was how we saw him on Roost last month. So that's not nearly as surprising. But the jungle, that's something about these Team Unknown guys. When they put the team together, they had so many just versatile players. Look at this, Mithro taking a little bit of damage from that Dark Binding.
He got fourth shot though.
To get the fourth shot. We know that the Q is available. Mithro goes back in, stuck here. Master Sting only needs a little bit more, and that is first blood to Master Sting. Barrier and heal are both used. Mackles is trying to get a kill. Flash is burned, but now Mackles is caught in the Dark Binding. Will this be a double kill?
Here comes out.
He pops the barrier. One more auto. No, he levels up. He is still alive.
No way.
Layalin is going in. Flash forward for the Q. You called it, Shazbot. And that's a 2-0 start for the bot lane of Team Brother.
That is not how I expected the level 1 fight to go. Kind of a fiesta, if I'm not gonna lie, but Morgana landing like 3 of the 4 Qs that she threw out.
Calavir is in onto Kelsier. The damage has already been done. Flash is burned onto the Gnar. Kelsier is taking a lot of damage. He does proc Conqueror, has used his Flash, has used his Ghost, wants to get in. He gets the heal from the Decimate, and they go back in, and the W Wallop gets the Q, and that is 3 kills for Team Brother. BYU are down 2 kills, but Kelsier makes it a decent trade and a lot of time spent trying to get him.
Flash is burned on the brand on the fight that we saw in that fight. I think it was a very well used Flash, but that is a one-way Flash. So Ari still has the ability to pressure that again. And considering how low brand is, no potions, neither of them are obviously level 6 yet. It's a very dangerous place for brand to be right now. You need to be very careful for ganks and all that. The like, just realizing the roster for BYU Royal, Kelsier is a familiar name.
Indeed. He's a title character.
Okay.
Shrimp gets a kill, but Kelsier is one of the main characters in the Mistborn series. That's why it's familiar.
Well, he's also familiar because...
Yeah, he's from Crowdkillers.
Yeah.
I just think I'm funny. Ignore me. Tactical Shrimp does pick up the kill in the mid lane. Goes really low, so... Bear doing his best to try and stay even in this lane. He does miss out on a little bit of CS, but he teleports back in. He's going to catch himself back up. And while Tactical Shrimp goes back and is going to run back in, he'll be able to catch up. So not too bad for the brand so far.
Yeah, honestly, as we can see, Ari used the Flash just like I was talking about.
Zaffrodon's in some trouble. Kelsier starts it out, has the full stacks of Hemorrhage. What's not? Nope. What's on is in as well. Bramble Smash doesn't land, but in goes the sapling. That is going to explode. Get the slow into the Twisted Advance, and that's another kill over to BYU.
Very well played, and honestly kind of accelerating in a way that it might already be unplayable for the Gnar. If Darius is able to advance much more, go back and buy a full item, that's a pretty scary spot to be in for the Gnar, who only has like a marginal lead regardless. So gonna be watching that more. Honestly, this Maokai has been in a good place, putting a lot of pressure on the top side of the map. However, the bot side of the map is the place that needs more help. Already 2 kills behind, as stated previously.
Beautiful Black Shield will keep Layalin alive for just a little bit, but that is still a 3v1. Brand has thrown in the Q. He's trying to do the damage he can. Mithril is still alive, and now Bear is caught. Watson is in the fight as well, and that's a nice, clean fight for BYU Royal.
10 minutes, 10 kills, 6 minutes into the game. That's PLC, baby. Being able to secure that. Now we're seeing another game where Ari is already running away with the game. We're seeing Blasting Wand in the inventory before she backs after that big kill. Thank you, Observer. We're already seeing that Ari has some of the most gold in the entire game, being a part of 4 kills already. It's a very scary place to be. And what do we see? Also Maokai up there, just like that first game. It's like Ari Maokai are the money-making duo. And now we're seeing
Kelsier goes in. He's going to start stacking
level
hemorrhage. Is level 6, and there it is. The Noxian Guillotine picks up another kill.
The most textbook calm. I am going to kill you now. Do not resist. Just walks up, hits him a couple times, and ults him. Walks away.
I wonder if Phase Rush would be a good rune on Darius. Have we seen that?
It certainly can be. That's been something that's been in solo queue a lot, but it really depends on who you're playing against, because when you take Phase Rush, I don't think you take it as much to stick on someone as much as you are to like trade and walk away. You certainly can trade and stick on them, but as we see Darius, he's already got the Phage, like upgraded boots Phage. That's really tough for Gnar until he can get some levels, which is too little too late by the end of lane phase.
So Tactical Shrimp is doing a lot of good pressuring here in the mid lane. Bear is in a little bit of trouble. Tactical Shrimp will take a turret shot, does have the ultimate available, and so there is no gank from Calavir. But you talked about the Ari pressure already, and Bear really needs to be able to get some of these minions.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's the Spirit Rush. Tactical Shrimp goes underneath the turret, is going to get over the wall into the Razor Pit.
Yeah. You can see the J4 is responding with a gank, and it's just too little too late because you've got the ability to go over the wall and be safe from that. Feels really bad if your name is Calvier.
Mm-hmm. Mackles was moving quite quickly there. Has those Swifty boots already. Strong on the Jhin, but this is the combo we were talking about. Master Sting gets another kill with a beautiful bullet time.
This Morgana is landing so many roots, it is not fair. But another one, right as we do that. It's so crazy. But it's really been oppressive to the BYU bot lane right now as root after root. Black Shield, honestly, another support lane that is just getting my PG Shazbot seal of approval. I think very well played.
As we crest 8.5 minutes, the difference in gold is only 2k. That is on the side of BYU. They are ahead. But the way that Brother is playing is really entertaining. They've got these kills on the bottom side, good pressure and layering. I think that a trip down there from Calavir would do them some good, right? Get some pressure, use that attack speed from the flag to maybe take some more turret plates.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, I think they have options right now, and even though it's tough because the mindset of the jungle is, do you try to make the people who are winning win more, or do you try to kind of pad out the people who aren't? Ghost coming out for Darius.
Kelsier does go in, gets the apprehend, gets the slow, gets the decimate. Kelsier throws down the Noxian Guillotine, doesn't get the reset, but it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That every time Darius has Ghost, you cannot fight it.
You can't be in lane. You sacrifice the experience because you're not allowed to touch it. If Kelsier correctly freezing his lane, Nars might as well AFK in the fountain because otherwise he's giving gold to the Darius because how much. Holy cow, that's a lot of damage from the Ari.
It's the true damage pullback.
Yeah, it's really rough for from Team Brother right now. Honestly, something needs to go right. Otherwise, the 8 kills that are between the jungle, the top, and the mid lane is just going to be running ragged. Now, bot lane is struggling right now, but I don't think they're struggling enough to make a Misfortune Morgana be the difference of the team right now. I think it's 3k gold difference 10 minutes into the game is a little bit too much if something doesn't happen, quickly. Now, things change. MF ults can definitely rock it, but they're certainly not looking good as Dragon is started.
Look on the top side. This is going to be a 3-man jump onto the Darius. Calavir and Layalin are here. They get the slow. They don't
Does not
quite
have
get the
ultimate on
knockup.
Darius.
But Zaphrodon is in the front side. He's ready to gnar out. Jumps in, gets the wall up. And Kelsier somehow stayed alive longer than I was expecting. But that is a 3v1. That's a kill up on the top side. Credit over to Layalin. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bear goes down once again.
I honestly need to give the credit to Darius. Ooh, snap. Okay, well, I was going to say that Darius dying there allowed plates to be taken, dragon to be taken, and losing nothing else. And then we watched a guy get shot from a couple screens away. Really, really bad, because I believe that shut down gold on the side of Jin, who is suddenly on the map.
And one of the great things about our overlay is we get to see this full gold game graph and see how far it's gone. It's now closer to 4,000 gold, but in the center, we can see where that gold is. And the whole game, the marksmen have been white or even, but what's on to goes on to Calavir. He doesn't have the EQ combo quite yet. He goes over the wall, dodges out the ultimate, uses the giant blast cone to go over the Drake pit, and Kelsier cannot find him.
Man, it was like he was like planning to waste the ultimate for the Maokai, because the second the Maokai went out, Calavir's like, all right, I'm done. See ya. But very strong tool to be taken away, especially because Maokai's got that Sunfire Cape is not someone you want to be fighting right now unless you've got range. And the options are available, but pretty low right now for the side of Team Brother.
So let's take stock of our items here, because we're at 12.5 minutes. We should see an item and about a third for major items, right? So nothing on the Gnar, nothing complete. Oh, Black Shield will save Layalin from Mithra's engage with the anchor, but he still takes a lot of damage. Bear is going to get caught here in the jungle, but Calavir and Master Sling are here as well. Master Sling wants to get some damage on the Tactical Shrimp. The kill will go on to Calavir first, and somehow Master Sling, his ultimate got interrupted. I think What's-On used the Q to interrupt it. That was crazy. And now Mackles is here, helps get it, doesn't actually get any assist, but that's 14-6 now for BYU.
That's brutal. I honestly, and the kills are going in the right spots. But taking that turret shot so that the Ahri is able to turn around and burn. We're seeing a dark seal on Ahri. We might see a third Magi's of today.
In 2 games.
In 2 games. That's crazy. And twice on Ahri.
Yeah. So first turret is probably going to go over to Ahri. And that's a feat. Awesome. And then the dive on the bottom lane is probably going to be exactly that. But maybe a Black Shield will save the Morgana. We don't know. But what we do know is it's all going to come down to the monster slaying for the feats, right? Because the first 3 kills went to Team Brother, and the BYU Royal is going to get first turret. So exciting things around the pits. How do you see that working out for our team who's behind, right? We always want to look at the more exciting way of looking at this.
I was just thinking about that, because if it's so close to usually whoever gets the boots is able to secure the victory because they are doing the things right.
They're
getting the teleport. That's
not.
gonna.
You got the teleport. What's-On is going to get Layalin. He didn't get the Black Shield soon enough to block the Maokai ultimate. So Mackles will get the root. He will pick up the kill. Tactical Shrimp has arrived. Master Sting is going to be the next target. Hit with the Electrocute. Will pick up another kill, and then Calavir goes down as well. And that is going to be a double kill over to the side of Mackles as well. And hold on. Feat of Warfare. That was 3 kills, and so the overlay thinks that was the. Sorry, everybody. The overlay got reset. That is not Feat of Warfare. That's just regular feat of first turret that they have.
Yep, and first turret going over to the side of BYU is pretty tough. I was just thinking before the tower went down. I don't know if Team Brother getting the boots would have saved them from this game, because there's already such a large gold deficit, a large everything deficit. I can
That
wait.
Shrimp is the target. There's the MF ultimate. That shut down gold. Over to Bear, who could really use it. What's on is getting bonked with the brand ultimate, and there's a kill for Layalin as well. Two really needed kills for the side of Team Brother. Zaffrodon has to be careful. Not close enough to Meganar yet. It got slowed by the Stridebreaker too.
Yeah, very good catch for the side of Team Brother. More gold in their pocket. The shutdown gold is very big, taking away those stacks of the Dark Seal, and also slowing down this Ahri. Ahri's gotten a very interesting build. A Horizon focus on Ahri is not something I often see, especially since the changes.
This is some big trouble. Bear is going to get hit with a Nautilus ultimate. The engage from the Jhin also following up on the Darius chasing into the jungle. Quite the desperate situation for Bear. I wonder how it ends up. I'm pretty sure Calibria will make it out, but Bear's on brand. Hit with a Nautilus ultimate and a Darius on his face. That I don't have hopes for Bear.
Yeah, the Stridebreaker coming out for Darius just feels all the worse for an already difficult champion to get away from. And that Stridebreaker did come. Also, hi, Server Panda. And we're back in it.
All right. So we're back into the game. The overlay reset, which means the next 3 kills will give us feats of strength, and the next turret to go down will be feat of first turret. So this is exciting. Kelsier actually might just earn that one here on the top side. It doesn't get another kill onto Zaffrodon, I don't think. No, he just reset. But there is the first turret. And now the fight is on. Kelsier uses a great apprehend. Another decimate into the Noxian Guillotine. Quite a lot of damage. Great play there. Tactical Shrimp is going to land the charm onto Master Sting, but he doesn't go down quite yet. Layalin does land the ultimate. The Soul Shackles keeps Tactical Shrimp in line enough for Master Sting to pick up a kill.
I really respect the fact that support item that Morgana opted to go with being more tanky rather than damage focused. Blanking on the various different support options they have, but picking the one that reduces the damage early so that she can get that ulti off. Something that we saw in that fight with Ahri right there. I respect. Maybe that's normal for Morgana, but I appreciate that very much. And we're seeing things. The bleeding is stopping, but certainly if you're an MF in this situation.
Oh, I think you mean the bleeding just started because Darius showed up and got the hemorrhage down.
So true, so true. Yeah, not Kelsier's debut game, but definitely showing why he is so good at the game. For sure. BYU able to secure the Rift Herald is just another arrow in the arsenal to close out this game. Trying to think of ways that Team Brother can get back in it. That's not one of them.
No, Bear gets caught with the Twisted Advance and the Depth Charge, knocked up, and that's a kill over to Watson. And meanwhile, mid lane, there's another engage here. Calibir is going to get knocked up, but he is going to get the ultimate. Flash will save him. Zaffrodon wants to get the wall up down on the Watson, but he doesn't do it. The Twisted Advance will save him. But Layalin carry Morgana here. Another knockup onto Makos. Layalin throws out the Dark Binding and lands it once again. Tormented Souls goes underneath him. Layalin is going to be in some trouble. Doesn't get the stun onto anyone. Tactical Shrimp flashes underneath the turret. Layalin still picks up another kill before going down himself. Tactical Shrimp wants to go in with one more charge of the ultimate. Zaffrodon goes down. Flash away for Mithril. And this turret is going to go down as well. Meanwhile, Kelsier versus Bear. Kelsier gets the grab, gets the slow, gets the auto attacks. That's going to be 4 and 5 stacks of hemorrhage, meaning Noxian Guillotine gets an easy kill.
The Dunk Master. Very interesting to see just how well Morgana is playing. I think absolutely doing everything. It's got like 5 hands going on, making sure to root this person or Tormented Soil that person. Getting 1,000 gold from the shutdown from the Jhin. No slouch, playing very well.
They got the slow onto Kelsier. They got the knockup onto Kelsier. He has no flash. He does get the heal on the Decimate, though, and he's going to just let the bleed get the kill.
The fade away. Oh my goodness.
Layalin doesn't have the black shield, gets taunted, gets slowed, and should go down here. Kelsier is just in the middle of these guys. Jump forward from Tactical Shrimp. The charm lands onto Calavera into the depth charge. Kelsier gets another slow and another heal, and that's more kills over to BYU Royal as they go into the base and assault the first inhibitor turret.
That thing is going to fall pretty quickly. Charm lands.
As does the hook from the Nautilus. Kelsier helps secure yet another one. Whatsont has shown up. They're using these grubs to great effect. They'll take the turret, they'll take the inhibitor, and you know what? They've got a wave in 15 seconds. They might just go for the end here. The ultimate has come down from Whatsont with the Rift Herald. Yeah, they're going to go for the end. They are close enough with the minions. Jin goes in with the ultimate. Zaphrodon will throw some underneath the turret. Master Seeing doesn't have a good place to sit down and ult. There are too many sources of crowd control underneath the turret. The Rift Herald will go down. Whatsont is caught in the Cataclysm. That's the bullet time they wanted. Mithril will go again onto Calavera. Tactical Shrimp goes in as well. Calavera is healing up with the item that I can't remember its name, but now Kelsier is low. Mithril caught once again by Layalin. Tactical Shrimp and Mackles trying to end the game. Mackles walking away, doesn't get the root onto Bear because of the black shield. He goes down. Master Seeing picks that one up. Bear and Layalin versus Tactical Shrimp. He throws out the ultimate, dealing a little bit of damage, but Layalin is the only one left. He goes down. Master Sting on the backside will also die, and that's going to be BYU Royal picking up game number 2.
Very well played. Very scary team. Just positive all the way down, but the snowball that started at the beginning of the game just got bigger, bigger, and bigger, and they were able to secure it in a relatively quick fashion as well.
Yeah, great game out of both. Like you said, it was a snowball. It was a layer, then a layer, then a layer, then a layer. But the fact that they didn't give up, they still set up plays. They got some of those wombo combos. I think just a little bit more coordination as a team, and that would have looked much different from the side of Team Brother. But congratulations to Royal. They put a stranglehold on that game, and they kept it for a long time.
Yeah, very much. Very well played. I think both teams should feel proud. Yeah.
Well then, everybody, we're going to have another break, but not before you see this presentation from our sponsor, Freshen Up. Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Hello, welcome back, everybody, to the PLC tournament game 3. I am Shazbot, and joining with me is Billy Harold.
Billy, not Billy, Harold.
Still makes me mad, but that's okay. We can live through that. We've had some exciting games so far, and we're back to do game 3. And for game 3, we have the Mithril Knights versus Bada Bing Bada Boom. With Bada Bing Bada Boom having their debut game for PLC.
Yes, both of those teams currently at 2-0 right now with their games. I definitely expect an exciting matchup. As for results from our last matches, we saw BYU Royal defeating Burazazu, and we had University of North Florida defeated Elmhurst University Esports. Bada Bing Bada Boom defeated Pandemonium. Floppy Walrus is defeating Team Unknown. We were actually saying that it's rather surprising that Team Unknown has lost 2 games in a row as their prior champions for us. Mithril Knights defeating Royal Blue Esports, and Phil Me defeating Short Bus Dojo.
Yeah, very interesting to see how many games J4 has been picked in. And so far, Mel has been the most banned champion of, along with Way. So surprising. So surprising.
Very surprising. Let me tell you. Those Galio bands, though.
Totally, Galio bands from. You know any Galio bands already?
It was 3 Galio bands in there. As a Galio main, I can appreciate a Galio ban because if you're not careful of him, he will abuse you in mid lane. I abuse people as a support with Galio sometimes too. He's actually quite diverse in his playability, but coming up here, we do have that Mithril Knights versus Bada Bing Bada Boom. Brand new team here with Bada Bing Bada Boom. Last minute entry as well, so we're definitely excited for them to be our 12th team that entered into the tournament today.
Yeah, silently swoop in and then win 2 games. This is a very interesting game, and I like watching these higher level games because whoever wins this game is essentially, not exactly, but essentially guaranteed a spot in the finals. Even if they were to lose their 4th game, which it would be a surprise because they'd won their previous 3. They're basically almost guaranteed to be in the top 4 and then continue on so far. So exciting, and there's a good chance that even if they were to lose this game, that they'll still make it to the finals. But these are a cream of the crop match, and I'm very excited to see what they pick. And if the previous games are anything to go off of, we're going to see a J4 jungle with an Ari mid and maybe a Maokai in there somewhere.
The J4 picks, it is that there have been a lot of picks of J4. We saw that 7 games out of the 12 games so far that have been played, 7 of them have had a J4. So that more than half the games. I'd like to see somebody else, honestly. I'd like to see no J4 in this game that we stream here. The past 2 streams the past 2 games that we streamed also had J4 in the jungle. So not having that would be a nice change.
Now, anecdotally, the J4s that we've seen on stream have not had as much success, which is very interesting to me. That if J4 is such a common, important pick, that we're not seeing them run away with the games as much, because we're not seeing things like Gragas, although he was banned in the first game at least, and we're not seeing very dominant people. So just because they're picked often doesn't necessarily mean they win the game.
Yes. So, pick ban rates versus win rates are certainly different statistics. And with J4 being picked more often, one thing that tells me is that people are also, they're familiar with the champion. Whether it's playing the champion or playing against the champion, there's a lot of familiarity there.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and wanted to shout out a couple people in the chat. Server Panda shouting out admin for running a nice tournament. I absolutely agree with you. But also, Calvi, you're saying to like the video. It does help us, puts us on a little bit more on the algorithm, and we really appreciate that. So, Mithril Knights, been a little bit since we've seen them, if I remember correctly. But they're the team that I'm familiar with. Who are some of the players that we're excited to see in Mithril? I'm gonna pull up their roster. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think it's been a couple months since we've seen them as Mithril Knights. I think a few of them came in as a different name for one of the months. If you want to get that pulled up.
Yeah, I'm seeing Kenshin 195, Jackson, Aderbug, Young Sheldon, and Lacian. And maybe this is the failings of my terrible memory, but I don't recognize those names.
I recognize Young Sheldon in there.
Yeah.
And I recognize Aderbug.
Absolutely. I think that Young Sheldon guy has like a TV show or something.
Young Sheldon as a player in the Mithril Knights,
Right.
I do recognize him from a few months ago.
Well, there's certainly no slouches going in 2-0, especially against some big names from PLC so far. But here we are into the pick ban phase. Instant ban on Pike. Talk to me about that.
So the Pike ban, if you're essentially playing with any squishy champions, you don't want him in there. He has a lot of crowd control, so you want to get rid of those capabilities. So it's the hook stun combos that executes. The amount of damage that he can put out late game is actually quite surprising. And a lot of people say that he falls off, except he's not meant to be fighting tanks. He takes out, he essentially allows your team to pick a target. And so if you're banning Pike, you're wanting to initiate more of those team fights rather than getting picked or picking.
Ooh. Okay, some interesting but albeit standard bans. Syndra's, Ways, Shen's.
Way being banned, of course.
Yeah, 100% banned so far, at least on stream.
Yes.
But Insta Lock Kane, that is not someone that we see in PLC at all, let alone first pick. Wow.
Now, do you think he's going to be going red or blue?
I think having the flexibility to go either one right now is fine. I think red Kane tends to be the more flexible of the two. But it does force, as Bubbalicious, correct? It forces Bada Bing Bada Boom to not pick 8 or 5 squishy characters, as we see with Tom Kench.
Yeah. So, we've got that Tristana, we've got that Tom, and so likely a tanky matchup in the top lane. It might be a little bit of a wet noodle fight. Cassante versus Kench, it's definitely going to be a wet noodle fight there. They both got max hit point damage, so it's not going to be as long of a fight, but they both have a lot of sustain. They both have a lot of those, that ability to get health back from each other or burst each other down while still being tanky.
Yeah, totally. And I do think Cassante has a considerable amount of kill pressure on Tom Kench. Does not mean that Tom Kench is any slouch. Xerath locked. Yet another champion that we do not see a lot of in PLC. Now, generally Xerath is thrown support to try to be that poke support, put a lot of pressure on that Tristana, but that doesn't mean that he can't go somewhere like mid lane. But either way, he's not necessarily someone that we see a lot in competitive play.
Well, I was actually just playing a game just before this, and I was mid lane up against a Xerath. So Xerath is quite a versatile mid laner. He has a lot of that poke. He's able to essentially, if you're up against him as a melee champion, it's a very difficult matchup because he's just going to poke you away from the wave, and you're not going to be able to get any CS. Looks like we've got more bans coming in down here. Mel being banned, of course. So our two highest bans, Wei and Mel both being banned, or continuing to be banned. Cho'Gath ban. So that's an interesting one.
very interesting, especially because they have the Tom Kench now. Tom Kench could be played support. He's a very good support. In fact, it almost seems like Riot wants him to be more of a support than they are top lane. But having Tom Kench and Poppy out already, and then banning Cho'Gath is interesting to me because you could pick tank shredding characters. In fact, they already have Red Kane. Kind of feels a little bit like a wasted ban, but talk to me about that.
So with the squishier champions on their team, if he goes with a blue Kane, more of that sustaining and sort of, I guess, also against the Poppy, he's going to want a lot of sustain. He's not going to want nearly as much burst, and she's going to be interrupting his dashes and all these things. So going with a little bit more of that sustain where he doesn't have to be on top of you the whole time, that might actually be beneficial.
Yeah, I think the fact that they have Tom Kench and Poppy basically shuts down the idea of Blue Kane. I'd be willing to wager on that.
Yeah.
Janna Smolder. Okay. Janna being locked in means that Xerath is most likely not going support, which is very interesting to me. Insta-lock Blitzcrank.
So Blitzcrank, Tristana bot lane is what I'm seeing here. Ziggs in the mid lane, Poppy in the jungle, and Tom in the top lane.
Yeah,
that would be the most likely matchup here. And so looks like Nerd Undercover is the one that will likely be playing Ziggs. And
got a little
supposedly he is rather strong on that Ziggs. So let's see how that mid lane matchup goes with Xerath versus Ziggs.
Seeing some fans of both teams in the chat. We got some Mithril Knight love from Server Panda, and as you said, some love for the Ziggs with the Nerd Undercover. I'm very interested to see in this because I think the Knights have an edge when it comes to it says Bubblicious, but I think it's Bada Bing Bada Boom.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to see because all of that edge doesn't mean anything if Blitzcrank grabs a lucky hook, or Xerath can't find a good position, or Tristana gets fed kind of early. So I hesitate to say that Mithril Knights are favored in this because of how strong of a comp all these Yordles are. Oh my goodness.
Yes, that is a lot of Yordles. There's 3 Yordles and a robot and a demon, a river demon, and then on the other team we've got a dragon, we've got a couple Shirimans, and we've got Janna. So there's a lot of utility on both sides. Smolder has that ability to poke them down, Janna as well, to be able to also disengage on that. But if Smolder gets caught by a stray hook or Janna gets caught by a hook, then they're pretty much gone. Like, that champion is gone if they get caught by a hook because they don't have as much ability to get away from a Tristana and Blitzcrank. Yeah. But if you have Kayn there, that might change the story, because Kayn wants to get in close to you. He's going to be right there on top of the Blitzcrank and probably on top of Tristana as well. But I would say his target will more than likely be Blitzcrank if he goes to gank bot lane, because if you can get rid of that Blitzcrank, Tristana can get away easily.
Right.
So jumping onto Tristana, if you ult her at the wrong time, she's suddenly under her tower and you're dead. But if you have Blitzcrank and you have somebody like Janna who can lock him down, you're able to keep him right there in the middle, and Blitzcrank gets taken out, you get some more feed onto your Smolder, get him more stacks, and so I'd say late game potential, Mithril Knights has a lot more. They have a lot more of that damage late game, a lot more of the heavy scaling, if they can keep Bada Bing Bada Boom from getting fed. If Tristana gets fed early, then Mithril Knights isn't going to make it to late game.
See, I don't know about that. I think my initial instinct was to agree with you. The scaling on the smolder, but I disagree predominantly because Tristana is such a hyper carry. To be able to kind of push things forward, Tom Kench uses gold very very well with all of that. And I don't think that it's necessarily if X team gets to late game, they've run over with it. I do think that they kind of match each other one for one. One thing that was very interesting to me is we have Poppy, Tom Kench, and Blizzcrank, which probably means that Tom Kench is going top, Poppy is going jungle, and Blizzcrank is going bot. But I don't think that that's necessarily like required. I'm pretty sure Tom Kench can jungle, and I'm pretty sure Blizzcrank can jungle as well. So they could do a little bit of mix up there, and excited to see that.
I would say that Tom Kench in the jungle is not a good idea. I've tried it, and it is very weak early on. You're extremely susceptible to invades. You can't even think about starting any of the jungle objectives early without 2 or 3 other allies on top of it. And so I would be very inclined to say that Tom Kench in the jungle is a bad choice.
Maybe I'm thinking of Scion. I used to play a lot of jungle Scion.
So it could work potentially in the jungle, but you're going to be very, very weak early game. And because he doesn't have a whole lot of sustain against jungle camps. He'll take a lot of damage from them, and it's not going to really come back like damage against champions does.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because the way that their pick order is right now, they have Tom Kench in that jungle spot, but that could just be a visual glitch like we had in the first game.
It
but
could be.
Excited to see where that goes and where things land in that regard. Just going through picking up our final champions.
So that Xerath versus Ziggs in the mid lane. Xerath has a lot. Actually, they both have a lot of range. Xerath has his stuns. Ziggs has his knockup. I do see actually a lot of bounce house on the side of Bada Bing Bada Boom. You've got Poppy's W being able to essentially stop any dashes. There's 2 dashes on the side of Mithril Knights from Cassante and Kayn, where they can both get knocked up by Poppy. You've got Tom Kench who's got a knock-up. You've got Tristana who has her ult that can throw you back. Ziggs has his knock-up, more of a knock-back, but it is also a knock-up. You've got Blitzcrank's knock-up with his empowered auto, and so just a lot of this bounce house on their side, where if they decide to make a pick against a champion, you're gone. That champion's gone. It doesn't matter how tanky they are; they're going to be up in the air the whole time.
But I do want to highlight though that they're not the only, like the Mithril Knights have a substantial amount of knockups on their comp as well.
Yes.
Especially if we get Red Kayn between Janna, between the extended stun on Xerath. Like there is just a considerable amount of CC in this game altogether.
Yeah, and actually in my game just a little bit ago against Xerath in the mid lane, that stun lasts forever right now. Like if you don't have tenacity, you're going to be stunned for 2 whole seconds.
Tenacity kind of feels bad because it doesn't reduce knockout.
Yeah,
for sure.
So you've got Janna with her tornadoes to knock up. You've got Kayn to be able to essentially block people down. Cassante knocking people through walls. And so it would be really interesting if at one point in this game, completely theoretical situation, but if Blitzcrank landed a hook on Cassante and Cassante decided, oh, I'm just going to ult you through the wall back to my team.
Yeah, very interesting. We're seeing a lot of discussion about this in chat. And so I kind of want to pose this a little bit early. Who do you think is going to win? Give us a pound Mithril Knights, hashtag Mithril Knights, or hashtag BBBB. for Bada Bing, Bada Boom. Billy Harold, who are you giving it to? Who are you?
So, based on what I am seeing in the chat, I'm gonna give this to Bada Bing, Bada Boom.
Okay.
So their Tristana has apparently been going 1v9 all day, and the Ziggs with Nerd Undercover is an absolute powerhouse of a Ziggs. So I see a lot of potential here from Bada Bing Bada Boom. Them also being a new team, I would personally go for them. Mithril Knights have definitely shown a lot of potential in the past. They've shown very good strengths, especially playing into the meta. And it'd be nice to see something that's maybe a little more off meta or somebody new to win this. So I'm gonna go for Bada Bing Bada Boom.
Well, I'm going to play what I always play, and I'll be the contrarian. I actually think that Mithril Knights might have this. I really like their comp. The Xerath and the Janna feel a little bit odd, but I think that they have enough power in just the raw strength of the characters that they picked, especially against what Bada Bing Bada Boom has. I think that they might be able to pull it out. I think that it is not a clear win either way, and so I think if Bada Bing wins, then great, and I think it'll be a good game either way.
Honestly, this is going to come down to the skill of the players. Who's the better players? That's what this game is going to come down to, and that like who plays their champions better, but also who has better teamwork. So that's going to be what makes this game entertaining as well. We have two absolute powerhouses here. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing them both in the finals.
Yeah, honestly, I think that is a prediction that I can get behind because it's clear that well, number one, there's fans here, and number two, that they've been competent. They've played well so far, and I'm expecting a good game, so definitely getting into that. We're gonna get you into that spectator view shortly. As noted in the chat, pretty high likelihood of a jungle invade, just because there is a Blitzcrank, and the enemy team did not pick Braum, so it's not like they can just prevent the Blitzcrank or the invade by virtue of having a champion like that. In fact, a lot of great ways Mithril Knights can defend against an invade other than just being defensive.
Yeah, and Blitzcrank being picked last as well. There's no way to counterpick it, so let's roll with it.
Yeah, definitely a strong thing on their side, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And as Server Panda says, it'll be very sad if we just don't see one at all.
Yeah, I like to see invades in the PLC. I actually played in a game one time where I got invaded on, and it was a whole 5v1. And I'm just like, well, sorry guys, I got caught out in the jungle, in our jungle, very deep in our jungle, and it wasn't even the side our jungler was on.
It's the importance of defensive vision, and
yes,
in this scenario, if you are Mithril Knights, you see the Blitzcrank, you see you don't have any ways to defend against that. You need to ward your side of the jungle and then take a step back, because you are expecting a big angry robot to be running in there and wanting to grab the first thing that he sees, even if that's just blue buff.
Yeah, in that game, I had gone in and placed a very offensive ward right next to the Raptors, and I went back and found the enemy team.
Yeah, that'll do it. See, now I'm not sure about your game. I don't know if it's clear that they're going to invade, but in this case, Bada Bing Bada Boom is like, we are going to invade you, and so Mithril Knights is going to be like, I am putting a ward on my side of the jungle. Do not invade me, please, thank you.
And I could very easily see an invade from Bada Bing Bada Boom, especially with the Blitzcrank. But you've got Poppy in there, who she might go level 1 with her pin. You usually don't, if you're playing her in the jungle though. You usually go Q first with Poppy, just to get camps done. But if you're invading,
it would considerably slow down her clear not to have Q.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, you could.
But if you can secure 1 or 2 kills beforehand, it makes up for it.
Right.
So it all depends on what you're expecting to do there. So she could start Q with Blitzcrank, gets the hook, and slaps the person. They've got 1 kill and they run away. So.
Oh no! Okay, it looks like we were missing
Right.
the start of the game. It does look like a couple of the client issues are starting to plague us, but no problem. We will move on forward. Poppy getting a clever little stun right away.
It looks like it is a Poppy top lane with a Kench in the jungle. I'm not seeing this Kench getting too far behind right now, which is interesting.
Yeah, Larson already being a very competent lane so far, being able to space things out, not get stunned, not get knocked up. Does have to recall because of how low they are.
Yeah, another thing about Tom's jungle is it's actually quite slow. We can see the difference between his jungle clear and Kane's jungle clear right now.
Yeah, just doing the math so far. Feet of Warfare is still up for claims. It is 2-1. So the next kill on the side of Bada Bing Bada Boom should secure it right there, but it does look like the Blitzcrank is going to be moving up, trying to grab a cheeky little grab right there. Knocks up the Janna. Janna's in a bad position. Grab, and it does look like no, they are not able to finish it off. Janna is able to walk away like the champion that she is.
Barely able to get away. And we can see here that stacking from Smolder. He's starting to get there, but we do see 1 kill on Tristana, 1 kill on Blitzcrank. We did have a kill go over to Mithril Knights on Kane against Tristana, so that was probably just before we had come in, and a lot of trading up here. I can see that slingshot on Tristana starting to build into a lot of heavy lane pushing items.
Dancing up there, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's very clear that things have gone pretty south for the bot lane, just due to the CS difference. Is already a huge canyon of gold. 1,000 gold on the side of Tristana. It's very clear that they have not learned how to Wooks walk versus the Warcath in the bot lane. Taking a little turret shot there. Ornstar out of mana, but still putting on the pressure. This is a very strong showing from Bada Bing Bada Boom right away.
Yes. Yeah, 1.1k gold difference between Tristana and Smolder. That's
the ulti coming out for the Xerath. He flashes over the wall to escape it and is able to live through that. 0 health and aggroed the chickens, but is going to be able to get out of there. And there, like, terrifying little beast he is, trying to bait the lane gank right there. Tom Kench going in. He's going to be able to knock up the Smolder. Everyone jumps in at the same time. Hook comes out, and the Smolder is probably dead. Hi, guys.
I would say that the Smolder's dead, but that felt like one of those clips where it's just like, he lived. And it's just like, we know that he didn't live.
Yeah. And
like
they went
one
to
of
a
those,
happy farm.
Like one of those TikTok clips where it's just like, he gets away with like 1 hit point. It's like, did you though? Because they didn't actually show them getting away.
Yeah, it's really a shame they didn't bring Crumble Undead versus Vorkath, just getting hit by that burst damage and losing so quickly. But you got to give it to Vorkath for standing in the middle of the lane, looking like he's AFK, so that the Tom Kench can get an absolutely cheeky knockup. You notice the control word in the bot lane that allowed that enabled that to happen, and really,
yeah, guaranteeing that they don't have vision there in the bot lane is what makes a successful gank.
Right.
One of my favorite things to do as Evelyn is once I hit 6, I just go around the bushes and I gank them from their bush.
Right.
And it looks like we are back.
We are back. It does look like another death on the Smolder. Big shocker there. A lot of pressure. Man, it is brutal when the Blitzcrank is that low health and is still causing all that pressure to you. Look at that dash dance going in.
Throwing the hook and barely missing.
Yeah. Big knockback by the Cassante. A little bit of a pillow fight top lane is always what we see when we see two big tanks. They're going to be extending the fight there, but we're not going to see too much more action besides a couple of Qs here or there.
Just here and there. Really, it's a lot. It's a wet noodle fight in the top lane and a couple kids poking each other in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how similar both teams' comps look to each other. I think the only exception is on Kane and Tom Kench, but two hyper carries bot lane and well, I guess not hyper carries, but two pokes mid lane and two tanks top. So, you know, it's just the way things are.
And taking a look at the vision here, if we don't have another fight in the top lane.
He does decide to go all out. Tom Kench trying to join the fight to try to prevent that to go out. Eats the Poppy last health, but he does have to spit it out at some point. Jackson trying to blast it out. The ulti does come out from the Zera, does land it. Ulti comes out from the Kane. Deals a bunch of damage. Tom Kench goes to try to get away, heals the health, but Zerath is able to sneak up the second kill. Not what you want to see. Naka coming out for the bot lane, and wow, that is a lot of kills that went out. 2 for the side of Mythical Knights and 1 for the side of Bada Bing Bada Boom.
And looks like Bada Bing Bada Boom, I believe, had claimed the feat of Warfare just before then with the Smolder. So they had claimed that feat of Warfare with the Smolder when we got disconnected. And Tristana being at 1.8 thousand gold ahead now. She has that BF sword, and looks like she is going to start doing a lot more damage here as well. This Tristana's also going for first turret, getting carried away with that lead.
Yeah, we do see Red Kane coming out, but first turret coming out this early in the game, not even 10 minutes. Gotta feel bad if you're Mythical Knights, just due to how oppressive it is. 50 CS difference between Smolder, and I don't necessarily think that's the Smolder missing any CS at all, but rather just getting zoned out by an oppressive Blitzcrank Tristana combo. Do see a little bit of a pillow fight in other lanes, but here we are.
Yes. So, you know, we have a lot of respect between Xerath and Ziggs, and, you know, they're keeping their distance from each other. They're able to do that just fine. And this Tom Kench actually surprising me with the jungle.
Yeah, doing very well. Tom Kench decides to go in. Kane is able to hit him with the knockup. The pressure from the Blitzcrank coming from the side. Blitzcrank does not care how much health he is, although Xerath is trying to make that as small as possible. You have them kind of backing off.
Blitzcrank doesn't exactly need a whole lot of hit points to be able to grab somebody and take them out.
Xerath ulti's coming out, being very scary. Blitzcrank expertly dodging through all of them. Teleport does come out for the Ziggs to come mid lane, as there are a lot of characters. Ulti comes out for Ziggs, just trying to clear out that minion, but taking a lot of damage from the Xerath. I appreciate this Layson Xerath so far.
Yeah, and you know, just the zoning pressure that the Mithril Knights have right here as well. You've got a lot of pressure from Xerath and Kane to be able to, you know, keep people where they are.
Straight up knockups for Blast Cone never cease to make me laugh.
They're always great. We do have Poppy drive and Blitzcrank driving Kane off of grubs.
Does look like they have to back off and respect the sheer amount of red team that is right there to finish off these grubs. They were able to take one, but taking the other two, well, I guess it doesn't matter. We already have claimed, huh? But
yes, feats are claimed. The first tower and Warfare went to Bada Bing Bada Boom, and
dude, this
looking at their vision right now as well, that the control ward on the bot side from Bada Bing Bada Boom is one of my favorite places to place a control ward at the beginning of the game, because it gets ignored for the first 15 or 20 minutes.
Hard to
and so it's very good vision. It gets you information on their jungler, on objectives, and just having vision in those places can more or less prioritize where you're going to be going as a jungler.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, despite how doomed the bot lane felt, that they're able to keep up, especially with the 2 kills on the Xerath to do all this. But this Warcath is moving like a serial killer, very patiently taking hits and then flashing over the wall, no big deal, like the undead dragon that he is, just able to get away with a insane amount of movement that he is. Been kind of fun to watch him so far. Stunned against the wall, more pillow fights top lane. I don't think we're gonna see either of them killing each other anytime soon, especially with a Poppy with a Sundered Sky. I don't think that's pretty standard, but pretty good.
It honestly works because you get that shield toss and you get a lot of hit points back and a shield.
You delivered to the Ziggs, who knocks him back, and it does look like they're able to secure that. But we're gonna skip back over to the top side because Sante, who falls, and then a Kane, who's in an awkward position, might be able to take out the Tristana, who is able to flash over the wall and lives. Oh, but takes another hit, gets a heal off, and survives by a hair. All of a sudden, Xerath's not feeling so hot as he gets 2 very all damage tanks on them. Does get the stun off, and that will be a kill to the Orange Star. Oh my goodness. Very well played.
I don't know what you saw with Tristana, but I am going to guess 5 hit points or less.
Yeah, very, very close to death. Summoner spells were absolutely used there. That Blitzcrank does have Unsealed Spellbook. Get a chance to kind of catch up on our thoughts. Just saying, Paul Howard, I see your comments in the chat. I'm saying that you should join, ask your mom to join in and watch the Orange Star with us, because those are some excellent plays, and I think that you'd appreciate them.
And get your friends too. You know.
yeah. Have a whole watch party together to watch this Orange Star, because I thought that was a pretty impressive play.
And it's not just the plays there. We can see the just the synergy that Bada Bing Bada Boom has with their own teammates. We can see that they're not just good players, but they play well as a team. We are seeing the same thing from Mithril Knights, although their bot lane is falling behind quite a bit on this.
Yeah, and it's really a shame that the actual dragon in the bot lane isn't actually able to kill the undead dragon in Warcath. Kind of a shame that you won't be getting able to player anytime soon, but that can wait, as we are seeing a big fight, a pillow fight back and forth. No damage being dealt on either side, even though it looks pretty exciting.
It's a wet noodle fight.
I will love it.
Over again.
Both junglers stancing around the Rift Herald that will be spawning pretty soon. It does not look like either of them will be stancing to take it, but Cassante is not able to stick around. So maybe Tom Kench might be able to secure that very well. Even if Tom Kench isn't the best jungler in the world, he can certainly pressure just like any other jungler.
Yeah, he's doing quite well for somebody who has slower farm, who has arguably a weaker jungle. He has very strong ganks.
Absolutely. And Poppy catching a very cheeky stun on the Cassante. Cassante looking in a considerable amount of trouble just due to what it is. Eaten up and spat out. That is a dead young Sheldon.
And that damage from Tom Kench looks like he is going AP Kench, so that is going to be a lot of damage against the tank, against Cassante there. There's going to be a lot of damage against Kane, pretty much anyone, as Tom's going to be doing percent hit point damage in mass.
I think, man, late to the party, but certainly not late in skill. They are doing very well. Ziggs kind of caught out all of a sudden, getting immediately ulted by Cassante, and he's gone. The Holder, was that Champions name? Smolder able to jump in and get an assist right before the tragic death of Yordle.
Smolder, however, still being a whole item and a half behind this Tristana now. And so Tristana being able to just take that gold lead and roam with it. We do have objective bounties up right now, and Kenshin and Aderbug taking that objective bounty on the bot lane turret.
This is going to put them back on the map, especially as we roll further and further into the mid game, where Smolder really shines. Big ulti coming out from Ziggs, able to hit him, and boom! Vorkath able to knock him down just like that. Mom coming out from the Smolder as they continue to stance around the bot lane. Xerath is going to be moving in a little bit closer. You got a pillow fight top lane. Not too much going on there, but Exhaust coming out on the Ziggs is able to deal a considerable amount of damage. Knockup comes in. Smolder almost falling out, getting really low. All out comes out from the Cassante and able to finish it, which is a kill streak ended for the side of the Orange Star. But here we are, the continued fight. We do have the Xerath going to be in a position that he really does not want to be, as he does not have any movement, although the movement coming from Janna is able to help him move away. Janna doing her best to do what she does best, and that is kite away. Xerath does make it out alive, and what a bloody team fight.
It looks like we are positioning again for that dragon. That team fight had started because they were trying to take dragon, and Mithril Knights said, not on our watch, we want that dragon too. So
yeah. I think Kyuku is giving me some nasty ideas. Tristana from over the wall, and all of a sudden dead. I'm not exactly sure how she was able to jump twice before he died, but crazy stuff.
The first jump wasn't actually a jump from what I saw. So I saw I think it was a flash. No, flash is still down on that for another 5 seconds, but I saw some sort of movement from Tristana, and then the jump on the follow-up. So
you'd expect it from her getting like an assist or something, but that was brutal. That to be able to close that amount of distance. What do you do as Smolder? That's pretty tough.
Yeah, and we see that Infinity Edge and Wild Arrows on Tristana just doing a lot of work. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Hole Breaker on Tristana at some point in this game. Honestly, one of the biggest items for any Tristana who wants to push a lane. But the burst potential from Tristana is
coming in there, able to get the ulti out. Xerath hitting him with the baton. She's gone! And all of a sudden, that we have a Blitzcrank that is all on their own. These guys are going to claim the head of Vorkath and upgrade their backpack to be able to move forward with that. I was about to comment on how all of their gold is in the bot lane, so as soon as their bot lane is gone, Mithril Knights are able to claim the map basically uncontested. Poppy very tanky, but is going to be matched by Young Sheldon. It's going to be very tough for them to do anything. Of course, Poppy blocking the many ways that Cassante can dash, but none of that's going to really matter when it comes to trying to prevent the Rift Jarl from being taken, which King does.
Now, unfortunately, there's the respawn timers right now, because it was just prior to 20 minutes. Respawn timers were still only 15, 20 seconds. It's at this point in the game that respawn timers are going to be escalating further and further, and those picks against that bot lane from Mithril Knights are going to start to really matter. So Tristana and Blitzcrank will need to play very carefully if they don't want to lose the game.
Knockup? Ziggs bomb? Is it going to be enough for this support to be able to just stand there? And it is going to be enough, but we can't wait for that as there's another fight top lane. Poppy trying to ult out, but instead Cassante interrupts it with his own all out, and another death, 1-for-1. It's kind of crazy how close things have evened out. It looked pretty doomed for Mithril Knight at the start here, but they were able to kind of sit down, claim some objective boundaries, and kind of pull the ground.
And that's one thing that I've always appreciated about Mithril Knights. They could be at their nexus and still win the game.
It's so true.
I've seen it happen before.
And going to be going in there trying to land on the Cassante. Cassante jumping into the Rift Herald and saying, "See ya." Wouldn't want to be Cassante though. A little bit of trouble as soon as he goes to Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank grabbing him, but not. Oh, yes, he's unstoppable. I forgot about that.
Yes, he has unstoppable while he's charging that.
Big's caught out a little bit. Does not look like the Janna is going to be able to do much unless the exhaust comes out. Smolder very hungry to get some gold back in here. Trying to be slowed down, but Smolder slowly and steadily getting some stacks and getting some kills. Xerath ulti comes out once more, gets the Tristana. All of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom in a tough position. Young Sheldon finds himself surrounded, but that is where Cassante likes to be. Gets a big knockup on 3 different characters. Huge amount of damage coming out of the Cassante. Wipes out 2 of them, and all of a sudden, Vorcat has to run away. That is absolute shame. Does look like Otacon, thank you. Not Otacon, is being claimed by Mithril Knights, and all of a sudden, Mithril Knights, who are down by so much, are now dictating the pace of the game. This Tristana needs to stop getting hit by Xerath ults.
Yeah, as you were saying, that red cane is coming in handy a lot here. Just being able to deal huge damage to these tanks, and with Blitzcrank only being somewhat tanky right now, he's a support tank, so he's not going to have a whole lot. And going with that movement speed, looks like we did have a tower another tower get claimed by Mithril Knights here. They are starting to turn this game around, making those picks against that Tristana.
Absolutely, and it's kind of in a tough position at this point because all of the gold and all of the pressure is in Tristana, that there's so much pressure on her to perform well, especially because Ziggs keeps getting caught out. Poppy can't really kill anyone on his own, and Tomkench doing well, but not enough to dictate the pace of the game. It is like 100% on Tristana to be playing well right now. Dragon going to be up in 3 seconds.
Yeah, we do have more than a 2,000 gold lead on the side of Mithril Knights now. They went from a large deficit in such a short time, especially with...
Oh man, the bushies for the bushies, the big fight comes out. Tomkench taking a lot of punishment. Poppy, who's also taking a lot of punishment, but that's where she likes to be, running around. And all of a sudden, Xerath gone without a moment to know. Janna getting really low, but trying to knock people away with her ultimate, but does die anyways. Mithril Knights getting torn apart bit by bit. Tomkench jumping in on the Smolder, and all of a sudden, we have a 4-for-0 team fight. Wow.
And it looks like they are able to take the dragon with that, as respawn timers have the other team out for a whole 30 seconds or more.
Yeah,
and
in one way and the next.
Yeah, that team fight did not go how I thought it was going to in the first place. Yeah, it looked like Mithril Knights had it in the first half of that fight, and then Tristana gets a kill on Xerath and takes out half of the damage. Kayn being more or less zoned away from any squishy targets, and there being no damage focus onto any one particular member of Bada Bing Bada Boom, it ended up losing them that fight.
Yeah, pretty brutal. And honestly, the setup for that fight was a little bit awkward from both teams. Blitzcrank trying to set up a bush cheese with the control ward, and then Tomkench trying to bring in the bait, but then Tomkench jumping over the wall for that long range engage. But as awkward as that play was, it still ended up working out in their favor, making it count for the enemy. Honestly, though, the Xerath getting killed so quickly was definitely their saving grace there. But I do want to highlight the item that Xerath just bought.
So, Xerath had... Yeah, I see the Medjai's there. And so, wanting to scale that further, he has a 1.6 thousand gold lead. And so it does have a little bit of that snowballing potential. I would be I would be interested to see where he goes with that, if he's able to get that stacked up. Typically, I'd see that as more of an early game item for early snowballing, not so much as a mid to late game item, as we have it right here.
Yeah, I do want to also highlight the amount of healing that or Ross rather has got away as another caught out for Ziggs, who's just been bullied all game, getting caught really low, and all Ross needs to do is knock him up and kill him as we head to the bot lane for the biggest pillow fight of the century.
Yes. The pillow fight goes from top lane to bot lane. It's all over the place.
It does look like the Ross is going to be able to shred a considerable amount of health from the Tom Kench, who does not have any resistances, gets torn to shreds really quickly. Health alone is not going to save you from a fairly fed Ross.
And especially if you're a full ability powered Tom Kench like we see here. We've got that Rod of Ages, so he's got a little bit of hit points there. But we have his other items are more of that magic penetration. So a lot of execute that we see from him. So not a whole lot of survivability on the side of Tom Kench.
It's very interesting to see the gold even and things kind of evening out so that Mithril Knights has a foothold, but it does really feel like Bada Bing Bada Boom is still winning this game with 3 dragons, Ocean Soul? Yeah. Ocean Soul bleh, should be
Ocean Soul coming
up
up next
seconds.
here.
Yeah.
Yes, in a minute and a half.
Extremely dangerous one for the side of Bada Bing Bada Boom. Having that Ocean Soul will probably just mean that they win the game on the spot. I'm not sure how Mithril Knights could turn it around if that became the case. So we will see.
I could see Smolder being able to take down Poppy with that, although Poppy with a Sundered Sky, the Hollow Radiance, she's got the Thimble Winter, a lot of hit points, a lot of resistances, a lot of sustain from Poppy. And
somehow, Vorkath able to grab the Janna out of nowhere. Janna responding with her own ultimate turn. But is not too little too late as the Tristana starts her resets, gets a lot of damage off on the Ross, and then yoink, the Tom Kench says, special delivery, I got a kill for you guys. Although he didn't get far enough, I guess that is a delivery, how late he was, but that is okay. Still ahead on the money, and they're going to push Baron.
0 for 2 there, able to freely take a Baron with super minions at the Nexus turrets. So
Ocean Soul is coming up next. We are seeing set up for that. Very interesting that they're not planning to go straight out there, but a few of those members don't even have mana, let alone health to contest this dragon. So this will be a fully contested dragon. I am willing to wager that whoever wins this next team fight will win the game. And it does not look good for the side of Mithril Knights right now, who are not even full health. Frost to start.
Yeah, if it were up to me, I wouldn't be trying to contest this Drake. You've got Baron buff, you need to push with it. You've got super minions in mid lane and a Baron buff. You need to be in mid lane with those super minions and shove that in, and you could easily win the game right there while they're taking Dragon.
Went fairly well, even if they didn't take the Dragon, being able to catch Cassante off guard. Now, they were able to take the Ocean Soul, so that means another 5 minutes until the next soul comes up. But being a player down 4v5 with Baron buff at the Nexus turrets does not look very good for the side of Mithril Knights. We're trying to do, looks like the next fight is going to be around the top tower.
And we do also have Poppy shoving in that bot lane, just trying to get as much advantage as they can here. Probably prolonging the game just a little bit, but there is a lot of clear on the side of Mithril Knights, so they're able to clear that out fairly quickly in the mid lane and keep them away from those Nexus turrets.
Poppy pushing that bot tower gets a huge welcoming party as the rest of the team chases a King for some reason. And Poppy does not care about damage at all. We do not have a fully stacked Smolder yet, so it's not doing the burn true damage. Almost killing the Janna. Stuns against the wall does kill the Janna. Tristana starts, when you get the assist, she's supposed to be able to start her resets, going all out on Cassandra right there. ends up dying to the sheer amount of damage that Tristana does. Ulti does come out, killing the Orange Star, and then Bounce House just prevents things from moving at all. With a lot of damage coming in. Zerath trying to run away, but is going to get knocked up by the Tahm Kench and killed because of it. And without anyone left on the enemy team, Mythical Knights all gone. It does look like this game is going to go to the side of Bada Bing, Bada Boom. What a first, a little debut match on the stream. Well played, well played.
Well played indeed. You know, that huge gold difference between Tristana and Smolder. You have to get gold onto your carries. Yeah, Kayn had a lot of gold. There's not nearly as much that he's able to do with that gold as Tristana is able to do with that gold. You get 8,000 gold lead on Tristana. That's 3.5 items, and just that difference there. A full build Tristana from what I could see, and I believe that was a full build Tristana.
I just had the Hex Drinker, so
yes, I think it
almost.
was one item off. She was missing one item from being full build, and she had part of the item. So,
scary. But it was cool to see Zerath. It was cool to see Kayn. It was cool to see Bada Bing, Bada Boom for the first time. Very fun game.
It was cool to see a game without J4.
We have our very own J4 hater here.
I love playing J4. I haven't played him in a long time, and I need to get back into playing him. He's actually a really good champion. I'm mostly just hating on him because he's been picked so much already this tournament. So,
well, we're gonna go.
Yeah. Next up, we do have Elmerhurst versus Team Unknown. So stay tuned for that. And we will also be back in just a moment with more statistics from these games.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Okay.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is...
Welcome back. We're
quick.
back at the PLC. Yeah, Swiss Game 4. Just a quick little break. Hope you're ready for us because we're ready for you. I'm VG Shazbot, and with me, Billy Harold.
All right, let's go over some quick statistics from our games so far, since that seems to be something that has been highly requested.
It's cool that we have the stats now. It's kind of fun
Yes.
to be able to look to kind of compare. This is like I think a good help to make sure that we're pointed in the right direction. But yeah, sure enough.
Yeah, it
Bada
looks
bing, bada
like
boom, it's
Bada
Jordan.
Bing Bada Boom and Phil Me both going 3-0, and I'd say it's safe to say that those two we will see in finals or semifinals at the very least. And uh, as far as our uh, previous lineup, if we can go back to the round 3 bracket here, we had BYU Royal beating Team Unknown, Phil Me beating University of North Florida, Royal Blue Esports beats Short Bus Dojo. We just viewed Mithril Knights lost to Bada Bing Bada Boom. Burazazu beat Elmhurst University Esports, and Pandemonium beat Floppy Walrus.
Yeah, some interesting stuff. And for anyone who's confused about the ranking, it is based on the equivalent skill. So how many times the enemy team won. So because Mithril Knights lost to Bada Bing Bada Boom, they're still ranked pretty high because Bada Bing Bada Boom hasn't lost yet. So very well done.
Yes.
Nautiluses and
And
Synderas.
yes, so J4 stayed at 7. There was not a single J4 pick in any of the games in round 3. So that's interesting to see. Let's see, we're on our bans. Mel and Hui continuing to get banned. Looks like we did see quite a few Volibear bans in there, and a couple Syndras. Looks like Galio has gone from 3 to 5. So I love to see it. I also hate to see it.
It's interesting to me that Mel and Volibear
Mel-
have been banned so much.
Yeah.
It's I know that they're like Mel especially is a very high damage champion. Can be very scary, but not necessarily to the extent that I think we'd ban her that much. I'm trying to think if we have any like particular Mel one tricks or if she's just strong in the team environment.
We did have a Mel a couple months ago with one of the players who had a fully stacked Medjais.
Yeah, it's she's very strong, and I think she gets a lot of publicity for all the wrong reasons. But very interesting to see her banned that much because I haven't seen a Mel in my games for a hot minute. Certainly strong though. But
I haven't seen a Mel that I haven't been able to fight in any of my games.
as
Although-
the Galio main though, yeah.
Yeah, as Galio, it makes sense that I'd easily be able to fight Mel. There's not much that she could do against me other than try and lock me down with her E. But you know, whenever I see a Mel, like if I'm playing ARAM and I see a Mel and it's free, I always grab it because I'll just end up steamrolling with Mel and end up only getting like an A-. It's like I got more than half of my team's kills and I got an A- on Mel. That should say something about her power.
Yeah, she's very much of a strong champion. And now, production, help me out as we are waiting for the queue to start. Who the next our final Swiss game is between?
I believe it was.
Here we are. The
Yes,
Elmhurst
Elmhurst.
University versus Team Unknown. We like to, for those wondering in chat, we like to try to highlight the new the teams that have not seen any stream before. And as production is reminding me, Elmhurst has never been on stream before. So here we are going to try to show their power and and the complete opposite end of the spectrum, probably the team that has gotten the most stream time of anyone
Yes.
in TLC history, Team Unknown.
So the least against the most. Let's see how this goes. Looks like we are waiting for these first bans to go out. There's some careful deliberation here. We've got the cool kids versus also the cool kids.
There are indeed both the cool kids as we get into the ban phase. Insta ban Renekton. Very interesting.
So first ban is Renekton. I can respect that ban, but with my knowledge of Team Unknown, I wouldn't put Renekton as a first ban.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to more first ban a couple of their mid laners mains, honestly.
Yeah, but Rumble Pantheon. I'm sorry, Billy. Did I forget something? Is top lane like suddenly important? Why are we thinking?
Well, according to last game, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Last game, it was the bot lane. A couple games ago, before I came on stream, top lane was certainly important. So that might make a difference here. Given let's see, Team Unknown's top laner, their typical top laner, I don't think
Usually Bear, but he's playing for a different team.
Yeah, he's on a different team. So I don't know how much banning top lane against Team Unknown would do. I wouldn't be able to say. As for Elmhurst Esports, I don't know any of their players, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what any picks or bans against them would be able to do.
Yeah, I maybe their new top laner is absolutely cracked, and we just haven't seen them play yet. But
it's possible. But if I were up against Team Unknown, I'd be wanting to pick against Kodo Draco and against Death and against Valentine. Those three players work so well together, and individually they could carry their own team.
Well, Kodo also left because Kodo, we've already seen on stream with a different team today. He played very well. On Jarvan.
Yes, so we do have. Although I see Kodo Draco on Team Unknown's roster as their captain, I don't know if he's actually playing on their team though. So that might be the difference. But we do have Death and Valentine.
Classics.
So Death in the mid lane is
terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying.
Talk to me about this Sylas first pick. If you're first picking Sylas, you haven't gotten to see any of the ultimates yet.
And actually, just before that, we did have Kodo Draco saying that he is the jungler here on Team Unknown. So Kodo Draco is here with Team Unknown as the jungler. Anyway, Sylas as a first pick is very much a power move. It's just, give me a choice of your ultimates. Let me see what you've got.
Absolutely. Wow, a lot of health coming out from both of these top lanes so far. A Mundo and a Cho'Gath is going to be a chunky top lane, and we get a bumper!
So, Warwick, Mundo, and Sylas, who's going to be top lane? Who's going to be mid lane? Who's going to be jungle? Any one of those three could go in any of those three positions.
I don't know about Warwick mid lane, but the other 8 positions,
But you could have Warwick being in the top or in the jungle. You could have Mundo being in any of those three. I wouldn't necessarily put Mundo in the mid lane against Lux, but you could.
Honestly,
Mundo in the jungle though is quite strong.
I'm expecting their traditional roles. It's still very interesting to me that Sylas is first picked just because he has his flexibility, and now that they've kind of shown their hand, he can truly be counterpicked, so to speak. Now, Sylas has weak matchups for sure. They could pick Diana, they could pick these short range, but yeah.
Although having Lux in the mid lane against Sylas, she has a lot of that range, and keeping him at a distance can be advantageous for her.
Absolutely. We're seeing these ADCs being hovered. Varus against a Team Unknown is a classic. We see
Yes.
a Smolder ban. Very interesting.
So looks like we are getting that bot lane being banned now, as that's pretty much the only picks left. You've got your whole top side picked on both sides. So the just the picks and everything from here is going to more or less set the balance for these teams. Looks like we've had Jinx being hovered twice from Elmhurst, finally getting put in as a ban on that.
Man, they hovered Melio for a second, which was very strange to me considering how little CC they have. I like Warwick has some pretty reliable CCs, but besides Silas, like not a big reason to ban Melio. I wonder if they were trying to grab someone like Leona or some heavy CCs. But then we have the Demon of Zon picked for Team Unknown.
So we've
Seraphine.
got yes, Seraphine here, and Seraphine does a surprising amount of damage for a support. In all honesty, it's like fighting a Karma or Milio even. Milio's AP ratios are absolutely astronomical. He just throws out his Q if he's full AP, and suddenly half your hit points are gone, and you're wondering where they went. It's like, this is a support champion. Why is he doing damage? And Seraphine is one of those champions that will also do that. She's not traditionally a control mage so much as she is an enchanter, but she can easily fill that role.
Yeah. Samira Zyra just picked up, so not a lot of CC as I was considering that they would be pulling up, but Samira is definitely an interesting one to be able to combo off those Zyra plants, assuming that Zyra is being the support here.
I would assume that Zyra is the support here. I don't see any clear AD carry role or a bot lane carry role from Team Unknown, but
I'm gonna guess Seraphine.
Yeah, given that it could be Cho'Gath Seraphine bot lane, or even Seraphine Lux bot lane for all I know, with Yone mid lane against Silas. So
yeah, very interesting. And I keep coming back to the Silas first pick because they picked very strong ultis to give Silas in the Seraphine, in the Yone, and in the Lux. Now Viego, whatever.
Viego's ult, it could be useful on Silas, but it's a single one and done with him. So he's got one use with it, and then Viego just keeps going. But a Cho'Gath ult with Silas, that can make a very tanky Silas after a few steals of that.
Yeah, and I definitely think Silas would be using it more just for the raw damage than he would be for the actual fee stacks. Cho'Gath actually using the fee stacks fairly well, but Silas is a little bit iffy. But he has the option, and that's what's really, really strong about him.
And taking those AP ratios that it has on there can actually make it quite strong as well. A lot of true damage being able to come out from that. Silas takes Lux ult and snipes your team, or there's a lot of, as you said, very strong ultimates given to Silas here. But certainly a power move first picking Silas and just show me what you've got. Yeah. Hand it to me.
Absolutely.
I dare you.
I seeing a lot of love from chat in regards to a lot of teams here. I'm seeing Elmhurst, I'm seeing Team Unknown, I'm seeing Team Unknown. There's Bears is not even playing right now, Brisbane. But I absolutely. So seeing the champions, seeing the bands that we have so far, who do you think you're going to give it to, Billy?
I would honestly, given my experience with Team Unknown, both having played with them and against them, and just the experiences that I've had with them, I would give it to Team Unknown with this, especially since despite having a little bit of an off meta pick, they have proven, in my experience, to know how to play an off meta. They,
Sure.
especially against a team that we don't know how well they play into the meta. Last game we had the Mithril Knights playing, a heavy meta comp against, the Bada Bing Bada Boom, but Bada Bing Bada Boom also had a heavy meta comp.
Right.
So we're seeing a lot of tanks on both sides from this. We have Silas and Viego, so champions are going to be stolen all over the place here.
Right.
Silas stealing people's ultimates and Viego stealing everything else.
Right.
And so, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. It's pretty much both teams against each other, against themselves for most of the game.
Totally. Yeah. But ultimately giving it to Team Unknown.
I am ultimately giving it to Team Unknown based on my experience with them.
Yeah. I think I might agree with that. I think Team Unknown picked a really good comp. I've said this a lot today that it feels like it's not necessarily a clear win either way. I think that there is a lot of power, a lot of pillow fight in the top lane. It'll be interesting to see how Mundo goes into Cho'Gath, just because he's got a considerable amount of HP shred, and shouldn't die to Cho'Gath from his passive and all that stuff unless he really gets careless. So we'll see. We'll see where the ganks land. We'll see where that goes all there.
And I don't see the Mundo getting caught out in any team fights either with that, as his ultimate just gets stronger and stronger the more people that are near him when he uses it. So, being able to shred the tanks, being able to, I think I saw a clip of, I think it was Electro had one-shot somebody with Mundo. He had Heartsteel, he had the empowered auto from his E, and he had the empowered auto from Titanic Hydra, and ended up just one-shotting a Tristana, I think it was, that I had seen. And so Mundo has a lot of damage potential.
Right. Yeah, it's always fun to have bigger numbers when you're playing Mundo, for sure.
Yes.
But not traditionally someone we see a lot in competitive play, just because of Mundo not really having that impact that a Malphite or a Silas or a Tristana would have, because he can be ignored. Like he does a lot of damage, and it's hard to ignore him, but you can ignore him, and thus it makes him more difficult to tank as and to pick. But against Cho'Gath, it's a great place. Being able to perma slow Cho'Gath, very good.
Yeah, just being able to whittle Cho'Gath down a little bit with your Q, and then run at him, essentially. Especially since he has his passive that can prevent the knockup from Cho'Gath. But even then, Team Unknown has a lot of strengths on their team. They've got a large amount of damage potential and a lot of the scaling. That's the word I was looking for. A lot of scaling from not just Cho'Gath, but Viego has some very hard scaling. The more your team scales, the more he scales. As long as he's able to even get any takedown, he's able to scale with your team. And then with the bot side, I believe it was Seraphine, at the very least, she can hit like a truck if you're not careful, and easily lock you down as well. Playing that control mage just as much as she plays the enchanter support.
Yeah, I think it's really powerful, the damage spread and the ability that Team Unknown had to play their comp. I think they're going to do very well. But I'm also interested to see how Elmhurst performs, just being that new team, being here ready to make a point, to prove a point. I'm hoping that they do well on their first game on stream.
And I certainly believe that they will do well, and it's a matter of if they are going to do well enough to beat Team Unknown. The previous teams that we had seen, it looks like they had beat Team Unknown. So Team Unknown is on the lower end right now, and so we'll see how this goes. It's honestly, a little surprising to see Team Unknown having 3 losses.
I think every team has an off day, and but it's I know Team Unknown, they're still going to play well.
Yes.
And honestly, you have so many great teams in the PLC already that eventually, like, if you keep bringing in great teams, someone's going to be terrifying. And it's also kind of nice that we don't have the same victors every time. That we're not
Yes.
by the same.
It's certainly refreshing. When we first started, Team Unknown was just victory after victory, and they ended up taking several tournaments in a row, being our most streamed team because of that.
Right.
And so they have a lot of coverage. They have the publicity here with us, and the renown is the word I'm looking for with that.
Yeah, and honestly, like as Server Panda is saying, like Server Panda says, I feel like they play better under pressure, and I think that's true. I think we've seen a lot of kind of hive mind moments. That's like my favorite Team Unknown thing that they do is they just move in this like almost creepy way, all turning around at the same time and diving someone under tower or whatnot.
Yeah,
got that connection.
I've seen Team Unknown take a I saw one time a 7,000 or 8,000 gold deficit and win the game. So we're having just a couple difficulties here as we get into game. We're trying to get in as soon as we can to get you to the action.
We really appreciate y'all with your patience with all of us during all this. I know this is not necessarily PLC's fault, but being able to stick around with us despite the problems, it really means a lot to us. Trying to do our best, and we feel it from you guys. We feel that support. But we are currently in spectator delay, just waiting for us to get into the actual game. We will have that to you shortly.
Rito, please. All right. But yes.
I do want to talk a little bit, if I can, about Samira.
Yeah.
Samira is one champion that I played a couple of ARAMs with, and just loved playing her. She's a lot of fun, and I think that she has the potential to be a really fun character to watch within a tournament competitive setting. What are your thoughts on that?
So I've seen Samira's do really well, and I've seen Samira's do like pretty much lose the game for their team. So it does depend on the skill of the player, but if a Samira can get fed, especially, I could see it happening against some off meta picks, but if she can get fed, then she's going to more or less be the carry for Elmhurst. You have Mundo, who can easily tank. He's not able to peel quite as well, but you have Silas and Warwick that can easily peel where Mundo might not be able to.
Right.
You've got Zyra, who can counter engage pretty much anyone on Team Unknown, except for maybe Yone, mostly because he can just disengage at any point.
She should be able to pick him up with some cheeky roots, though. I
should be able to, yes.
It's not necessarily a clear cut, especially when they're coming from the side. But I do appreciate the disengage. I honestly had discounted that in their pick phase to not just prevent Samira from dying, but also enable Samira to go in. With her passive to be able to dash forward. That's going to be very useful.
So, having that dash capability, but you also have to keep in mind that Yona is also going to be dashing that same way, especially if he's in the bot lane. He's going to want to get close to Samira, and Samira's going to want to get close to him. Samira operates better at close range. She can fight at a range, but she operates better when she closes the gap and gets in close.
Right, so she can use that blade attack, get some HP shred. Honestly,
and increase her rank.
Am I crazy? I might be a little flip-floppy here. I kind of like Elmhurst's comp. I think that there's some like raw goodness in it. And maybe that's just because I'm looking at Warwick.
Well, it does go back to what T-Van and I had talked about a few months ago with the reason why meta, like the reason why there is a meta. It's the most effective tactic for a reason.
Right.
You have your bruiser, you have your tank, you want to make sure that you have balance across the entire team, and having an 80 carry in the bot lane certainly helps. Having a bruiser in the top lane or in the jungle helps. Having a tank in, you either swap tank or bruiser top lane to jungle. Having an assassin generally is an off meta pick right now. Just having an assassin in general is off meta.
Right.
Because they're, at least in pro play, because they're going to be, assassins are looking for picks.
Right.
In pro play, you're not quite looking for picks so much as, let's get this lane ahead, let's get this lane ahead, let's get our objectives. We're going in for a team fight now for this objective. So you're not making nearly as many picks in pro play as you are certain mechanics in team fights. You're looking for certain things. You have Mundo, who's able to easily just walk all over the enemy team. He goes where he pleases.
Right.
You got Silas, who can essentially lock somebody down. Warwick can lock somebody else down. They can focus on a target. Silas locks somebody down, Warwick ults to follow up, or the other way around. So you're easily able to lock down a carry. You're able to get enough area damage from all of them that you're able to fight the entire team all at once. So you don't necessarily need to have a particular focus, but of course the focus is the job of the carry. You're supposed to focus down their carry and then you move on from there, or however it may be. Focus on somebody who's caught out in the team fight or abusing mistakes that they make. Having a composition that allows you to do that is why the meta is the meta.
Right. What's interesting to me is that with the high kill count, like in pro play, in the LCS and so on, it's very interesting to me. It makes sense to me that there's not a lot of assassins because of that. It does look like we had a very light jungle invade as we get into the rift itself. Standing on a ward and get stopped with the meat cleaver. It's interesting to me that there's not more assassins because of how high the kill counts get in our games, which is why I've been bringing them up so much. A little bit interesting, but yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see PLC getting high kills. Looks like we did have that invade being won by Team Unknown with Cho'Gath getting a kill to start. And Seraphine Lux in the bot lane. That's certainly what I was expecting with that, and Yone in the mid lane against Silas.
Yeah, very interesting stancing taken on right here. The Mundo appeared to be scared off the wave this early. Yone able to deal a ton of damage to Silas this early.
Yone does a surprising amount of damage early on. He's actually got a lot more sustain than people give him.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness, Zyra gone. Blink and you miss it, and they're going on for another kill. Not able to secure it, but that's still a ton of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst potential from Lux and Seraphine. They can do it from a distance. They can essentially pick you out from
Flash thrusts it out, and the Warwick is not able to sustain into it. Able to knock up the Silas. Another flash is going to be used. Silas trying to sustain off of it, but it is too little, too late. And that is a double kill in the mid lane. Brutal.
And going back to that, sometimes having one off meta pick, especially in the bot lane, can certainly carry.
A flash forward by Drugath, and he's able to kill him immediately. No, he did not have feast. He just killed him with his auto attacks. That is a hail of blades, Cho'Gath, ladies and gentlemen.
That is Hail of Blades. Wow. So honestly, I wouldn't think of using Hail of Blades on Cho'Gath. Typically people are like Grasp the Undying or Arcane Comet or something like that, where you've got a little bit more utility. But Hail of Blades on Cho'Gath, you get your E, you get 3 autos very quickly, and it's just a lot of damage output.
Yeah, seriously, but this is a lot of money in Team Unknown's pocket immediately into the game. There's already a 2,000 gold lead. We're not even 4 minutes into the game. Wow, what a strong showing from Team Unknown already.
Yes, and Mundo's doing his best to poke Cho'Gath down, but Cho'Gath knows that Mundo only goes where he pleases as long as he has hit points.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, being able to take out that passive, being able to have the maneuverability to...
Big gank coming in from the Viego, decides to turn on the Zyra, able to instantly root him, and the Zyra is gone. That is a little tragic to be going on this far. The root coming in from the fake Zyra, coming in to try to deal some damage to Samira, but Samira at an okay distance, able to walk out. No problem.
All right, back to Yon and Silas here in the mid lane. So far, we're seeing some attack speed on Yon, but not a whole lot of damage being itemized.
Silas does dash forward. Warwick not trying to come in on this. The fear is coming out. Silas pops out, and hello, ladies and gentlemen.
And we are
does look
back
like
as casters. So
does look like the Yone is going to be able to get away safely from that one.
Yes.
Which is honestly a little bit unfortunate, because that does not mean that they get back into the game from that, but still a valiant effort nonetheless.
Okay. At least not yet. They
Right.
might. That might be one of those clips where he died.
Yeah.
It could be, but I honestly doubt that a Yon would be die from getting collapsed on, especially since he had his disengage still active there.
It does look like the timing was a little bit off between Warwick and Silas. These players have already played 3 games so far, and fatigue could be setting in a little bit for them. But Silas going in considerably before Yone actually had a strong chance of dying right there because of how far behind he is. So that's also a good thing that did not come to pass.
All right, looks like we are back. Yone did die.
Wow.
So he did die there. He's 2-1-0 now, but he came back with his attack speed boots, getting those items so he can just get a lot of attacks. I think I'm starting to see a lot of on-hit coming out from a lot of the team.
Yeah.
Especially to be able to fight that Warwick and Mundo.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That was my cue to start doing that commentary, but I legitimately thought that Cho'Gath would just walk out of there, but that is a set down goal from them. Another fight coming in for the Yone onto it. He has to go back, but the ultimate comes out from the Silas to try to finish him off. I think that was a little gutsy, mister, and pays the price because of it.
And ends up giving Kodo Draco his items and his stats for a moment to clear the wave and move on.
Absolutely, and wow, I legitimately I don't think anything's gonna go on here. Oh, she's dead. My bad.
This is the Team Unknown that we know and
absolutely,
love.
but we're gonna wait for just a second as Warwick turns on the Viego, but flashing over the walls to not lose anything there. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, the best way to get Warwick off your back is get over half hit points.
100%. And here we are, back to an almost dead Mundo who is trying his best. His passive is actually working against him, taking huge chunks of his health bar every time he gets CC'd that way. And walk up dead. Walk up
Walk
dead.
up, chomp, walk away. Don't
And
even
walk
care.
up dead. Walk up dead.
And yeah, this is typical PLC right here.
Oh my gosh, Tyson the Comet. Yeah.
This is the historical PLC. This is what we know and love, what we've seen from the beginning, with 15 kills in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and
14 kills in 3 minutes, just after 3. No, it's 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 15 kills in 8 minutes.
And that's Team
So-
Unknown's playstyle is to hit him hard, hit him fast. Ulti comes in, Infinite Duress coming in for the Warwick, trying to nail them down a little bit, but does not commit to the engage. And that is why, because Warwick is almost dead just from all that. And we got another fight around the grub pits. Kodo Draco having to ult over the wall. Silas choosing to follow him with using the same ultimate. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit too gutsy. Flashes over the wall, but does die to the magic melee.
And Kodo Draco being just barely too far to be able to grab the corpse. He can't quite grab it over the wall.
Yeah. That is going to be Grubs on the side of Team Unknown. Looks like Warwick is trying to pick up what he can. Does manage to kill. There is a fight going on in the bot lane as well. Mundo's fighting out the Cho'Gath here. It does look like he has his ulti, so he's got to be a little bit careful. Mundo has his ulti as well. Has not used it so far. And to the wire, flashing over the wall. Did not have any mana for any additional spells. And you do want to highlight the death that happened in the bot lane as well, but that'll have to wait as Yone goes in and fights the Silas. Never mind, I thought more would happen from there, but that's my bad. Yone's still fighting there. Gets a considerable amount of health forward, trying to come in and mitigate what he can. He does have the knock-up, latches on, and is able to escape. No problem. Never mind, he's going back into ult, man. Missed the ult, but does have to go back at some point. Saves himself with his own E. A lot of damage being done both ways, but it does not look like anything is going to happen there. Zyra flashing for some reason, not sure the context for that, but that'll have to wait as Viego has shown up, stuns and knocks up the Warwick, who is staying alive just from sheer force of will, but does eventually end up dying to the Yone. And another death comes in. Viego fighting his stolen identity's teammate. And there we are.
And that stolen identity also pulled the aggro from the tower off of him, as there were minions that were there to be able to take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
a lot of whiffed abilities in that bot lane, including I was going to say Samira ult, but that is not Samira. That is the girl from No, doesn't matter. Sorry to get
it
a
was Seraphine.
in on death. Seraphine ult, thank you. But it's too many tower shots. He lives with the damage reduction from his E. Oh my goodness.
Barely lives from that. There's a lot of just barely living here, and then we see Mundo walking over Cho'Gath and sending him back to the void as we come back into the void.
Our production making a fantastic joke that kill was too graphic for children, so we are cutting to something hopefully a little bit more manageable to look at. But absolutely, very, very bloody game so far, definitely going in the side of Team Unknown's favor, but it's nice to see that Mundo or Warwick is able to secure a kill here or there. Definitely not looking good for the Simon Valhurst University, though.
Yes. This is... So, this bot lane matchup, the Seraphine and Lux, they have a lot of long-ranged lockdown, 2 roots, a lot of area damage from both of them. They're able to pretty much just poke you down or burst you down if you're not careful.
Right.
And so they're not so focused on farming minions as they are farming champions.
Absolutely. We almost have 4 kills across the board, and that is going to be first tower. No, second tower. Sorry, I did not notice that the bot lane turret was also gone. A lot of money different, 8k gold difference on the side for Team Unknown so far.
And every single person on Team Unknown is ahead on gold right now. The smallest difference is from Cho'Gath to Mundo, and mostly that's because Mundo is a good contender for Cho'Gath.
Yeah, but not good enough, and it does look like the Silas is going to be caught out here, trying to ulti, but it doesn't matter too much. It does look like the Warwick is trying to clean up what he can, but it turns out they're all full health, and it seems one by one they're just getting picked off. Zyra, and then Samira trying to do something, gets the ulti, but it's not enough. There's a lot of damage, though.
And that is 4 for nothing.
Oof.
On the side of Team Unknown.
Brutal,
And
brutal.
that I think that was a 3v4 as well that they won with that.
Well, it's tough to say because they kind of went in one at a time, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old one at a time strat wins every ARAM.
Kind of the opposite. Here we are.
Loses every ARAM.
Fighting underneath another turret. Zyra Ultra's coming out to try to deal some more damage to the Viego. The Viego dealing a lot of damage, able to get the reset. Going to be, is not enough as Samira gets the ulti. Samira slick with the movement, trying to do as much as she can, but Death is cool and confident, able to take him down, and gets both kills. Oh my goodness, Death, calm down.
Honestly,
well
I thought he died when we panned away.
I thought so too, but look at that gray. That's not a dead Yone, not at all.
Yeah, that's a dead Silas, not Yone. So,
Very well
you know,
played.
so in terms of off-meta bot lanes, my brother is the absolute king.
Okay.
He'll play Rek'Sai bot lane or Fiddlesticks bot lane as the carry.
Totally. But you know, I don't really think that she's that off meta. I really think that people need to get used to. Oh my goodness, so much damage coming out from the Cho'Gath. I can wait for a little bit. The ulti coming out from the Mundo, able to heal a lot back and smacking the Cho'Gath away, who got way too confident there. Well played, Mundo.
But you know, now we have Seraphine up there to keep Mundo from going back. We do have objective bounties up for
Yone going in on the Samira. He's going to be able to snap back to that point, but it's too little too late. Samira's ulti not going to be enough. Now, it does look like King Babe is going to get caught out a little bit. They're surrounded by most of the blue team, and it does look like Lux is going to try to find more roots to the characters. Does a ton of damage. You are not supposed to have that much money this early in the game, Miss Lux. Here we are.
that Lux as a support is 6-0 and 9.
Yeah, and we continue to fight. A lot of damage on the Yone. We're going to have to snap back to that a little bit later. It does look like the Warwick trying to stay alive right now does manage to stay alive and kill Kodo Draco. It does seem like Team Unknown is getting a little cocky with some of their plays. The Team Elmhurst is choosing to stick around for the teleport in as the carry, but just look at how much damage that is. That's insane.
I told you Seraphine does a lot of damage, and it's just like, oh, they're an enchanter support.
Yep.
Except this Seraphine is the carry, and Lux is the support.
Another Magi's coming out. Gain a PLC match. Mundo feeling a little bit bold here, deciding to try to go in 1v3. Of course, he can't see the people in the bushes, but that's not stopping him so far. Silas also pushed considerably forward. One bit of CC would spell the end of them, but here we are.
You know, so far, we've seen a lot of split fights. We haven't seen any full 5-on-5 or 4-on-5 team fights. It's always been 2v3 or 3v4 kind of thing.
100%, and it does look like they're going to try to fight around Roof Herald. Oh my goodness, a ton of damage coming out for the Samir. Samir trying to cleanse it, but it's not enough as it is knock-up. Ulti coming out for the Lux, manages to secure the second kill. Mundo absolutely causing havoc though, managing to pick up the kill with the Zyra. Zyra going down from a Death. Death dealing a bunch of damage, snapping right back into the team fight, taking down Silas and scoring them an ace.
And it's one does not simply kill Death. He will come back and he will kill you. But yeah, Seraphine with almost double, getting close to double the CS of Samira, a whole item ahead, given Medjai's is like half an item that scales
Right. Potential
But-
to be a full item.
Potential to be a full item. She's technically a full item ahead with that.
Got his ulti off and he is gone. That is just so much damage from the Yone, who is a little bit too fed to be fighting willy-nilly like that. Zyra
Yes.
very wisely staying off, does manage to prevent the stun from happening. It does look like Yone is deciding to go in with the sheer amount of damage from that. Samira coming in, not able to enough to use her own ulti and pays the iron price for doing that. It does look like the Mundo is nearby, but it's going to be too little too late. Oh my goodness, look at how much damage he does. It does not. Oh, don't go in on that. Don't do it. Go to Draco. Okay, taking a lot of damage hits from that. Warwick coming in, trying to finish it off using his Blood Hunt ability, but manages to go down instead. Kodo Draco feeling really hungry for yet another kill. Dodging axes, but not dodging the turret shots, which eventually take his life.
Although it did allow his team to put some more damage on the turret before minions arrived.
Sure.
Or
Not enough to
before
save
more
it, though.
minions arrived.
Right. And it does look like this Cho'Gath is going to go in on that. The amount of slow and damage on Halo Blaze Cho'Gath is obscene. And, okay, Zyra is dead, by the way. Yone popping over the wall and just killing her.
Big Ben is starting to get big.
Oh my goodness. The poor Samira, who I just realized has a really cool name, is unfortunately taken off the screen before too many of us are able to look at the name more. It does look like Death is going in even harder to try to kill this. It looks like a slow and painful death to the side of this university. Mundo going down, Inhibitor going down, on to the Nexus. They're
I was
not
about
stopping.
to say that death from Mundo was rather quick.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. And they're wailing on the Nexus.
Yeah, wailing on that Nexus. Ooh, stealing the ultimate there.
Yeah, 100%. Does look like the knockup from the Zyra will come in. But as of right now, it's just some skirmish poke here or there. Warwick decides to go in on the Cho'Gath. Immediately interrupted. Cho'Gath does go down, but not without two of his enemies going down as well. And it does look like one by one they're going to fall. It is now, oh, it's too much damage. Zyra also falls down. It is just Mundo that is left versus almost an entire team unknown minus the Cho'Gath. Death going often to fight the Mundo. Mundo who feels a ton, but Death doing just about as much damage right back. Teleport coming in from the team unknown as well, and another inhibitor will fall. This is looking like the beginning of the end. Rift Herald hitting another one. Warwick just not having any resistance enough to survive these. Mundo not deciding to go down, but going down. Another teleport coming in from Team Unknown as the pressure just builds and builds and builds. And another member of the team will fall down. The blue team feeling really bad right now. Loki will come out, and it does look like Samira will fall. And it looks like a good game, Team Unknown, who just held control of the steering wheel the entire game.
The entire game. I think there was a tiny bit of trouble in the top lane with Cho'Gath against Mundo. He had him at first, and then of course, Mundo's early game is rather weak. That's granted. Mundo gets bigger late game, but Mundo can't carry an entire team.
Right. And
especially if he's behind 400 gold for most of the game.
And it's a little bit unfortunate because we saw cool plays from the Samira. We saw Silas make some cool plays, and we saw Warwick go for a lot of really gutsy plays that could have turned the game around. So I don't think that just because Team Unknown had such a decisive victory that that you should feel any worse for having a well played. So good game.
Honestly, having played against Team Unknown, they did quite well. They did better than I certainly would have, and better than I have previously.
Absolutely,
so,
but we'll
all around. EUE, that was a very good fight. Thank you for not giving up against them. I know that it can be tough, and definitely good sportsmanship all around from what I'm seeing.
GG Elmhurst, absolutely, and we'll be right back with the semifinals after this message.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Progenitor League Circuit September Tournament. I am Juhadre, and that's Billy Harold.
Hello,
Billy.
everybody. It's good to be on the right side this time.
That's funny. Hey, Billy, we are done with our Swiss bracket, and we are now moving into our top four. That means semi-finals are coming up next. But let's take a look here at how everyone did on the day. We see Film Me, Bada Bing, Bada Boom, Mithril Knights, and BYU Royal coming out on those top four spots, with Royal Blue Esports, Pandemonium, Short Buzz Dojo, and the Floppy Walruses all coming in at 2 wins. And then Team Unknown, University of North Florida, and Buratsasu, Team Brother. Coming in, yeah.
However you pronounce it.
Yeah, those.
And then Elmhurst University Esports in the final spot. Something to note is Filmy is completely undefeated. We did have some questions about that. Yes, they are. They have been performing quite well. Just to recap on our final round of Swiss. We had Floppy Walruses, BYU Royal, Mithril Knights, Phil Me, Team Unknown, and Short Bus Dojo winning their games.
Let's check on our stats now. I'm
Yes.
actually really excited about this. These KDAs have gone down a lot since the beginning of the day. I know that you missed the first couple games, but I think that we had like a 32 or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
At the beginning. But take a look at these low kill or low death players. Kelsier at only 6 in 4 games. Geo at 7, with young Sheldon on the Mithril Knights coming in third place at 8. These guys staying alive. Got some Bee Gees fans. You know,
And
go ahead.
yeah, looks like we do have more J4s being picked, more Nautilus, more Syndra.
So what's interesting about that is I think we've only seen 2 of the Nautiluses and none of the Syndras. I don't think I've seen a Syndra in any of the streamed games.
We haven't seen any Syndras. We saw J4 in the first 2 games.
Mhm.
And then the third game, we didn't see any J4s. So
Right.
third round of Swiss, there was not a single J4 in any of the games.
And then everybody
then-
played him.
Nobody played him that round. But
Well,
this
that
round, we
round-
had a couple people that played J4, a couple more people on Nautilus, a couple more people on Syndra. And
Love it.
Smolder's definitely been a popular pick. And looks like we actually had a few Mels in there. Volibear and Hui. Hui being banned at least once every single round. Mel getting lots of love on the bans, and Volibear as well. A lot of strong AP champions there, especially with the buffs to Hui. It's no... It's not entirely unknown as to why Hui is getting banned so much right now.
My question is, how do we have 7 Syndra bans and 8 Syndra picks? That's 15.
Well, there's a lot of games, so she's either a pick or a ban, it seems.
Yeah.
Because the last few games that we had, she was banned in those streamed games. So she's been a pick or a ban lately.
Absolutely. Now down to our KDAs here at the bottom with our teams. 6.5 is not bad for a full team. Like, really, if you think about that. BYU and Mithril Knights, 2 of our other top 4s, really, really close with the 4.4 and 4. You know, these guys, we saw our fewest deaths. We're looking at these KDAs. I think these numbers are going to get really, really reduced after our top 4 because
Certainly.
it's going to be crazy.
Well, and as we were seeing with the player KDAs, that has gone down significantly from the beginning.
Mhm.
And mostly I'd say that's because the teams are starting to fight more and more matched teams. Yeah, at the
Mhm.
beginning it's a little bit imbalanced. But towards the end of the Swiss rounds, you start to get a little bit more balance as teams get more and more wins and start to fight each other. Now that we're in the semifinals, we're in the best 4 teams. So the KDA is going to be significantly reduced just in those 2 games simply due to the fact that you have the best teams fighting each other.
Precisely.
So there's going to be less opportunity to just hard snowball and pad your KDA like we had seen at the beginning, where there was one player with a 36 or 33 or something like that KDA.
Exactly. So speaking of everybody, actually, before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who came and played today, right? We had 12 teams show up. We had a lot of fun, some great streams. So congratulations to everybody on some great games. And we hope to see you back in October. Don't forget that sign up is available, and we'd love to see you. But
November
now,
sign up is also up.
it is indeed.
So
Now, our next match, our semifinal that we will be watching, is right on the screen. That's BYU Royal versus Filmy. And, guys, there wasn't actually a lot of deliberation on which one to show because the other is Bada Bing Bada Boom versus Mithril Knights, which we just watched. So we're excited to see Filmy on the screen for the first time today, and our bands are coming in, Billy.
And it looks like we do have that Kane ban. J4 being banned, thank goodness. I don't want to see another J4. There was enough of that this morning, or earlier today. I wouldn't say this morning, but early this afternoon.
Mhm.
We do have Diana and Zed being banned from Fill Me. And looks like a lot of that high damage potential being banned. Going back to what I was saying earlier with the metas, you don't see a lot of assassins in meta. They generally aren't very meta in team play. And so seeing somebody like Zed or Diana getting banned is a little bit interesting.
It's interesting, except it's what we saw against BYU Royal earlier today as well.
True.
So it has to be something that their mid laner likes to play. What catches my attention is that 4 junglers out of 6 were, let's call it 5 because Diana is flexible in that way.
Hmm.
But that's a lot of jungle attention given in the first round of bans.
Yep, it looks like we do have Jinx being picked from BYU and Tristana being picked from Filmy. So a whole lot of snowball potential from both teams already just in their AD carry picks, in their bot lane carries.
Trusting in these hyper carries, I think, is becoming more and more popular. There was that shift where you wanted to be someone safe like Zaya or Ezreal, but now we're getting into these type of champions like Jinx and Tristana. The likes of Kog'Maw might be coming up next. Zarya, I know, has been rising in popularity as well. But we got Pantheon locked in. That's going to be the first one we've seen today. And the Volibear, who has had 100% ban presence, has just shown up.
Yes, he has been banned in every round of Swiss, I think at least twice in every single round. So seeing him actually getting picked in one of these games is refreshing there. Pantheon, one of my personal favorites, either top lane or jungle. He can be good in the mid lane as well, depending on what you're up against.
Yeah, I like the Orianna lock-in as well, but what's interesting about that is that's a takeaway in addition to just being a pick. And I like it for that reason because Geo on Filmy has... Wait, oh my gosh. It slipped my mind entirely.
Wei hasn't been banned.
He hasn't been banned, but he's going to be picked.
Oh.
There it is.
Let's see, Wei on Filmy.
Yeah.
Let's see, that would be...
That's Geo.
That would be Geo, yes.
Yeah.
So
he's who we were talking about on the latest episode of PCP, playing the Hui. So we know that he pilots the champion well. We also know that he plays Orianna really well because that's who he played in their semifinal last month. And this is going to be really fascinating. Another assassin ban there within the Fury and the Akali. Billy, I love PLC. That's all I have to say.
People wanting to get rid of that delete potential here, it looks like. But yeah, no Wei ban, and Wei gets picked.
Absolutely.
Especially from Geo. Like, Geo's Wei is an absolute nightmare to fight, and a spectacle to see. And, the Thresh pick from Filmy, certainly getting a lot of that crowd control potential here.
I like the Melio lock-in because of that. Thresh, Pantheon, Hui, all of them have a fear or root or some kind of hard crowd control, and Melio will do great to assist with that. Running with the Jinx, who's already kind of long range because of the rockets as well. Great pickup here for the side of BYU, and now we need to see... Now, is Volibear... That was going to be my question.
Yeah.
Where is the Volibear? And that puts Darius in the top.
Yes, so it looks like Volibear is in the jungle here. Looks like a very strong meta team from BYU. Now we have a lot of the team fight potential. Jinx being a hyper carry, Volibear being able to do a lot of area damage, Orianna being able to maximize his area damage as well as her own. Darius, being the dunk master he is, can run up and pretty much execute anyone left over. Milio able to save his entire team from the insane amounts of crowd control from Phil Me. You've got Thresh and Gnar, Wei, Pantheon. You've got even some from Tristana. So everyone on Phil Me has a significant amount of crowd control.
I really like the Gnar Darius replay. It's going to be a different team where Phil Me wasn't on the stream earlier, but we've already seen how Kelsier can navigate that matchup because we watched him do it today. So keep your eyes on that, everybody, to see if it goes about the same, any better, any worse. And the other thing we do need to remember is Phil Me is a 3-time champion here at PLC. So this undefeated team coming in trying to defend their crown, are we going to see a T1 situation where they end up losing at the very end, or will they make the miracle run to get another title?
And I would say that BYU's Kelsier on Darius particularly, he can easily 1v9 with Darius. If he gets remotely fed, he will carry his entire team.
Absolutely.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him carry me in games, and it's scary.
Yeah. It's funny. We say scary, but Nocturne has not been as popular as he was a while ago, but he's the scariest champion. Can we all agree on that, at least?
Yes, but the scariest summoner is Jihadre.
That's an old joke. I love that.
Very old joke.
Okay, let's see. This won't be close. BYU by a mile. A quote by Schwoda. All right.
Yeah, Kelser Darius being highlighted here from Server Panda as well. True PLC content, yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm really excited for this. So as we're getting through the second bans for getting into the game, what other matchups have your interest? We've already talked that top lane will be interesting. We've drawn notes from the bot lane. What about in the middle? We already talked about that one. That's right. It's the Hui and Orianna. But
yes, the Hui versus Orianna.
Looking at the jungle, then the Pantheon and the Volibear, how do you see the pressures coming out of there weighing against each other? Which would you rather be?
As far as my comfort playing champions, I'm more comfortable on Pantheon. But if I were skilled in both champions, I would say Volibear wins that matchup. Volibear's got a lot more sustain in a fight than Pantheon does. He's got his shields, he's got his healing. All Pantheon has is not taking damage. Once he takes the damage, he has no realistic way of getting it back that's built into his kit. He can itemize to get it back with, say, a Sundered Sky or various items like that, but he has no realistic way in his kit to get that health back and re-engage. Volibear has that capability to stay in a fight. If he gets hurt, he can easily go away, farm a jungle camp, and have half of his health back.
So the question that comes to my mind then is more about gank potential, because Pantheon has the longer range with either his Q or his W and his ultimate, whereas Volibear has to be running at you. His ultimate also is a bit of a dash, but it's got so much other utility that you wouldn't want to use it to just jump and fight somebody.
Yes.
And so I think that I prefer the Pantheon in looking at just the raw capability as a jungler.
So as far as just jungler versus jungler, I would agree with you on Pantheon there for gank potential. Given their team, I would still go with Volibear because every single person on his team has some way to lock their opponent down. Orianna has her slows and her ultimate to pull somebody in. Jinx has her traps. Darius has a pull and even more slows. Milio's got his knockups. So there's a lot of potential to be able to allow Volibear to get in there anywhere on his team.
Yeah, you do have a really good point about that.
with Pantheon, you've got Gnar. If he's got his ultimate, great. If not, there's not much that Pantheon's going to be able to do to follow up on that. You've got Thresh hooks, and you've got his cage, but that only does so much. You do have the Thresh Lantern that can help Pantheon get in. Hui's got his fears. He's got a lot of long-range abilities. Tristana has a lot of damage, but not a whole lot of crowd control other than her ult, so she's not able to lock somebody in place nearly as much as being able to just disengage if things go awry.
Again, very good points. Then in that, who do you think is going to win, Billy? You get the spotlight first.
With this, my vote, honestly, is with BYU. They have a very heavy meta comp, and there's, while Filmy does have a lot of meta on their team, they do have a solid team composition. I would say that BYU's team composition is a little bit stronger in terms of not just individual lane matchups, but a full team fight. They're able to do a lot more in that single fight than Filmy might be able to.
Okay. Whereas like Shazbot says, we like to have a little bit of friendly competition here. I think that Filmy's volatility with their picks is actually going to be their own boon. Especially with the Hui buffs, the amount of damage that he's going to be dealing is going to be crazy. The angles from which Pantheon can gank, if we can see good Gnar timings out of their top laner, I think that's going to give them an edge in this matchup, where the more standard composition just won't have any surprises.
Yes. So what you're saying essentially is they'd be able to make a lot more picks on individual champions and upset that team fight balance against BYU.
I also think they have decent team fight. Like, I guess now that I'm really looking at it, it's a lot of single target damage. The only big AoE would come from Gnar and one, maybe two spells, but most of what Hui wants to do, his ultimate only hits one target, and you can block most of his spells with a single champion. Pantheon likes to hit one. So, yeah, I think that you're actually right. The picks will be a lot more important, and if they can burst someone out early and move one target at a time, that'll work out. But the AoE from BYU is actually insane.
Yes. Like, there is a large amount of AoE. Every single person on their team can hit multiple champions at the same time. Especially Darius, Orianna, Volibear. Milio and Jinx, not as much. Mostly because theirs is a little bit more how do you say it? Situational. So Jinx has her rockets, she's got her ultimate that has a lot of AoE potential, especially for executions. Milio has his soccer ball that kind of can hit a couple different champions, but it's a lot smaller area than, say, Volibear with his ultimate and his Thunderstorm,
Right.
or Orianna and throwing the ball out and hitting an area pretty much with every ability, or Darius with his hooks and his sweeps. It's kind of expected today. Yep, and a lot of people like the WASD movement. It on 80 carries, it can honestly feel like it's because of the kiting potential there. It almost feels like you shouldn't be able to do that.
I don't think Wazda is available in
Yeah, not
live
yet.
play yet. Okay.
It isn't yet, but that kind of thing with these champions, they're still working out the kinks on that for that reason. You know, they're still trying to figure out how do we get this to be truly balanced between these bot lane carries and, you know, say a bruiser or somebody that relies on dashes to get in and get out.
I see some Jacob Campbell in the chat noticed that my camera froze. He's like, blink. Now I'm back.
Blink, man.
I was trying. I promise I was.
he was blinking. I could see his other screen here, and he was blinking. He was actually talking as well. So
Just a little freeze.
yes.
All right, everybody. So, Billy,
Yes.
one of the patterns I pointed out on PCP was when we have seen Phil Me in the semifinals and then into the finals, they look very different. Where in the semifinals, they tend to lose early-ish. They get behind and need to come back and then end up winning. But then in the finals, they just fight, and roll themselves ahead. So that's what I'm looking for this time. In addition to how well they do at the beginning of the game, will they be able to run their miracle like they have before?
So, essentially, with the I think what they're doing with that is they kind of play it safe, feel it out for the first half of that first semifinals game. The first half of the semifinals game, they're kind of just feeling out their opponent, and you know, by the time they get to finals, they're just like, let's just keep this momentum going. Let's go.
And here we are into our first game in our top 4, BYU Royal versus Phil Me. We did come in a little bit late, as we know there are those issues with the client, but the next gank is here on the bottom side. Whatson goes on to upset Live Dairy, trying to knock him away. Engage on the bottom side with the zap from Jinx on top side as well. Rapcore and Kelsey are going at it. Further fighting here, death sentence onto Whatson. He gets the shield, flashes away, and now there are 7 people on the bottom side of the map.
And looks like we also have Oriana coming in to follow up, albeit a bit late.
Yeah, the roam, a little bit slow, but staying up in CS and actually has the inside track, can force Geo to take the suboptimal route into the jungle.
Yes, and you know, without even losing any of her CS as well, able to, you know, get back in lane with that little bit of downtime between waves.
You know, the other thing I just remembered was Pies in the general chat said that they were cooking up something. And so I'm excited to see. They might not be pulling it out here because this looks like a pretty standard composition from them. The Pantheon is new, but I wonder if they are planning something for the finals. So keep your eyes on that if they make it. But BYU Royal wants to make it so they don't. Nice playing here from
Yes.
Rapcore to dodge those apprehends. That's one of the ways that Kelsier can get out ahead with this Darius.
Yes, if he's able to get Gnar locked in into a bad position, especially if he doesn't have Mega Gnar at the time, or if he's nowhere close to it, then he can easily win a matchup. He can easily get some poke and some trade in without having to really worry too much.
All right, checking in on our CS and gold differences. It's all so even that it doesn't matter. Even with that 1 kill going over to Geo on the Hui, it's like a 300 gold lead, and that's nothing at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is exciting, right? Because we talked about how Filmy in their semifinals tend to go behind a little bit.
Yeah, so if they're starting just slightly ahead, although, you know, right now it's very even. Looks like they are almost getting to lead territory. Looks like that gold lead is flashing red here and there occasionally, but it's not really much of a kept lead, as Oriana is able to keep up with her CS with that.
wants to continue putting pressure on the bottom side of the map, which I think is a good thing, right? You have a Jinx and you have Emilio. You want them to get ahead. You want them to start scaling earlier if possible. And it turns into nothing because they had vision. And now the first Drake is going to be started on the side of Filmy.
Yes, it looks like Filmy also has a lot of priority in the bot and mid lane, especially with Orianna going back right there to
Flash
be able to
forward
take
in
that
the
dragon.
apprehend, decimate. Kelsier is laying on the stacks. Does drop the ward. Almost there. Flash doesn't flash. The Gnar doesn't make it, and he gets the Noxie Guillotine. One more auto, and Kelsier comes out ahead.
I'm telling you, Kelsier's Darius is very scary.
Yeah, it is. The missed Gnar was actually huge. It was so close. And you know what? I'm going to call, as a Gnar player, I'm going to call BS on that because I watched some wacky stuff happen with Poppy stuns and Bard Qs and stuff. Where the heck is the lollipop love for a Gnar ultimate?
You miss it by this much, and it just feels bad. It looks like Mackles is starting to take a few hits here too.
But having Mithril giving him those shields, giving him some heals. Upset Life wants to get another hook, instead gets zapped. Mackles and Mithril doing quite well here on the bottom side despite the pressure. But in goes Derry. He's got the shield from the Dark Passage. I almost said Dark Harvest. Derry taking quite a lot of damage. Ooh, CEO ganking, throws a spear. No kill, but he makes his presence known.
Yes. And with his presence being known down there, that gives Volibear and Darius free reign to take grubs in the top side.
Tactical Shrimp might be in some trouble. Dodges south instead of north like Geo predicted, and that's going to be grubs over to the side of BYU Royal. Tactical Shrimp takes another shot. All right.
Looks like they are positioning to try and contest some grubs, but they are a little bit too late on that.
Yeah, that's all three grubs to the side of BYU Royal. But in comes the Pantheon. CEO of Ganking gets pulled in by the Darius. Gets the stun. Raptor and Geo are here as well. They pick up a kill, and that actually worked out better than I was expecting.
Yeah, I was expecting, I thought that Pantheon had jumped over the wall, but he didn't have any vision there. So that was the pull from Darius that pulled Pantheon over the wall.
Upset Life flashes forward to get the play, cannot land the death sentence, gets pulled in by the shockwave. Upset Life makes it out, but he got really low from that set of plays.
And I would say that previous play where Volibear had died was mostly because they underestimated how many of Filmy were there to support Pantheon.
Absolutely. Where the heck did Thresh come from?
He's quick. He's slippery.
Apparently. Got those Swifty boots and everything. Raptor
Yes.
does get the Gnar, but is pulled simultaneously, so Kelsier does get stunned, but Raptor can't do anything about it.
And it's a tight match between Darius and Gnar. Darius coming out slightly ahead so far. We do have Geo, almost 600 gold lead. Rather close on CS still. The only lead he really has is that kill and assist against this Orianna.
What else is fascinating is looking at our feats. We have a kill each, or I guess 2 on the side of Filmy, and
Yes.
1 monster each. So these are gonna go late in the game. I'm
Yes.
predicting.
And typically at this point of the game in a PLC match, if it usually we have like 5, 6, maybe 7 kills at this point in the game. I think I've seen a couple games where we had 10 kills by 10 minutes, and so only having 3 kills at 11 minutes in, this is going to be a rather slow game.
Yes, but that's how these teams won it, I want to say, because they are in the semifinals. Filmy especially, like we were saying, trying to save their crown. Mackles is caught, thrown into the box, flashes over the wall. Mithril does have his ultimate, but doesn't want to use it quite yet. There it is with the heal. Mackles gets another slow onto Derry, and they are able to make it out, but use 2 flashes and an ultimate.
And while there was an ignite from the Thresh,
Hold on, Mithril is actually in a lot of trouble because in comes CEO of ganking. Mithril gets killed. Mackles is the target now. Derry underneath the turret has to be careful. CEO of ganking gets out with just over 300, and Mackles is still alive. He gets the zap onto Derry, but that's all he can do. He's gonna try and run. Upset Life wants to get in. He dodges the spear, but the Q does land. Death Sentence will secure the kill. And that's Feat of Warfare to Filmy.
the Feat of Warfare had actually gone over at the time of Milio going down, but yes, because we had missed that first kill and so
the overlay
it got
reset.
double claimed. We
Got it.
claimed it twice. So
Luckily, it was
4
the same
kills.
team.
yes, it
Rapcore
was
might
the
be in
same
some
team.
trouble. Look at that. Look what that ghost does. Instantly, Rapcore has to flash. He knows that there's no fighting Darius at that point. And now Drake will be secured by BYU Royal. There's no pressure here on the side of Filmy. So that's a free Drake.
So that's second jungle objective. Looks like they are contesting these quite well. Even if they don't get the kills, they're going to try and get the objectives to get them ahead.
Another jump here onto Mackles. Derry trying to do his best to get the pressure in the lane. But what do you do against Mithril, who is constantly shielding and healing Mackles so that he's looking like he doesn't take any pressure?
You have to do what they did earlier, really, is take out Mithril, and then you can take out Jinx. It's like, it's the Soraka.
Mithril's the target. Upset Life pulls him into the box, but Derry might be in some trouble. He will get the kill and jumps onto the Dark Passage. Derry stays alive. Nice play by Upset Life.
So, as I was saying, you take out Milio, and you take out that Enchanter support, and suddenly they don't have anything to sustain with.
This is another interesting spot where we just saw the ultimate ignite off of Geo, and it didn't look like it dealt a whole lot of damage. And so watch for the Severing Bolt, because the last time I watched him do that, it dealt almost no damage, but then the Severing Bolt executed from like a third. It was crazy. Crowd control down onto Kelsier. No kill pressure, but it is a bit of a show off that you don't own this lane.
Yes. And being able to also poke somebody down right next to their tower, pretty much just, as you were saying, you don't own this lane. This is my lane, and you are allowed to be in it for right now.
Watson goes into the ultimate, gets a shield from the Orianna, heal off of CEO of ganking, but it is a 1-for-1 so far. Tactical Shrimp gets help from Kelsier. That's actually a 2-for-1 now. BYU Royal pick up another kill.
You have to be able to match your lane partner, especially when it's Kelsier. Especially when it's him, you have to be able to match them and run with them whenever he goes away. Otherwise, he's going to show up somewhere and execute your teammates.
First turret does go the way of Filmy. Death Sentence onto Mithril. He cleanses, but I think it was just a little too late, and he does go down. That will be Feats of Strength claimed for Filmy.
As well as Blessing of Noxus.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So we have Blessing of Noxus going over to Filmy and giving them the boots advantage for when they have 2 full items.
Rapcore and Kelsier are having quite the battle up here. Kelsier is still up ahead. In fact, he pulls him underneath the turret. Rapcore going to take huge amounts of damage. Watsat is up here as well. They're going to get the slows. Pantheon is ulting in, but Rapcore's already dead. Kelsier got the heal. He will go down, and now it's a jungler on jungler fight. Jinx will throw the ultimate, get some damage onto CEO of ganking. Watsant will get stunned. Will stun CEO of ganking, and there is the Thresh. Upset Life will save CEO of ganking's life. Derry jumps in, will pick up a kill, and now it's 9-4 for Filmy.
That
was
thresh
on the
comes
run,
out of
being pulled
nowhere.
in, spiraling despair. Is it enough damage? Geo gets him with the severing bolt, and that's another. Now it's 10-4. We're not done. Mithril caught in the river, got the explosive shot, and Derry gets a kill. I don't think I've said correct math in the last 4 minutes. It's 11-4 now.
It was 10-4 at the time. That essentially gives them free reign over Rift Herald here, giving them the opportunity to take 1 or even 2 more turrets, depending on where they place it.
You know,
And-
I've seen Rift Heralds held for a really long time recently. Instead of just trying to crack something on the outside, they have seemed to wait a little bit longer to get bigger amounts of value from it.
Yeah, if you've got a tier 2 tower about halfway down, and then you summon Rift Herald, you can take that tier 2 tower, you can take the tier 3 tower, the inhibitor tower, and then take an inhibitor with it before anyone can realistically respond.
Right. I want to draw attention to our bot laners. Look what 5-0 versus 0-3 gives you. That's an entire BF sword difference
Yes.
for FM.
That's not just a BF sword, that's most of an Infinity Edge difference. You know, 1.8 gold difference is half of the Infinity Edge to be able to, in just raw damage. That's BF sword plus the pickaxe.
Another fight breaks out here. BYU Royal is caught in the brush. Upset Life does not land the death sentence. Derry is on the backside trying to do some damage to the front line. Mithril has to flash. Is he slowed down? He is, but the stun does not land because of the fire kick. Tactical Shrimp does get a nice pull in. Dark Passage pull CEO of ganking onto Tactical Shrimp. The rest of Filmy are going for the Drake. Geo holding off BYU inside the jungle. They don't have vision in the pit, but What's-On wants to get close. He's going to throw down the storm, get a little bit of vision. Mithril is close. They get the Drake, and they get out.
And you know, I'm especially liking this team fight display that we have here, showcasing who's doing what forms of damage. We can see exactly why BYU was actually pushed off of Dragon. They didn't really have any damage output of their own, and Filmy was able to essentially poke them out and away from the Dragon fight.
Coming into 19 minutes, it is a 7-kill lead for FM, 2 turrets, 4,500 gold. They've been stacking these Drakes. They're close. They're gonna get their third if they get the next one, which would be Soul Point. And so you've got to watch, if you're BYU Royal, on how lenient you want to be on those objectives to see if you can sacrifice one or not.
And you know, Kelsier being the one on his team that is ahead, he is struggling to snowball as hard as Filmy is on the other lanes. So that difference might make this or break this game for them.
That, speaking of make or break, that shockwave made that gank useless. He broke it. That was crazy heads up from the side of Tactical Shrimp. Mithril caught again and gets compounded. Rapcore gonna get pulled in by the Darius. Takes a turret shot, flash is followed into the Noxian Guillotine. He's low and bleeding, but Kelsier, again, gets the pressure in a lane that he technically should be losing. Tactical Shrimp is forced out of his brush and the back. As Rapcore goes.
Yep.
What?
We can see that they are starting to take Otacon here as they have that pressure in the bot lane. They have a ton of vision in the red side jungle, or the red-blue side jungle, bot side jungle, and just having that vision, being able to know where people are, know that you can take Otacon safely here, and Volibear also taking that red buff, so, or Volibear taking the red buff from them.
That
And looks
is
like he is going in
Otacon
here for the game.
secured.
against
The fight
Gnar.
is going in. Kelsier does not get hit with the Gnar. Rapcore is going to try and go under turret to try and save himself. Actually is going to get the hop over the wall, get the slow with the boomerang blade, run away, hyper flash forward from what's on. He's going to get the shield and the slow as well. Mithril is here along with Mackles, and that is a 1 for 0. But what do you do with it now that there's nothing else on the map?
So it's interesting that our predictions of why each team would do better have actually flipped. Like the reasons why they're doing better have actually flipped. You know, you've got Filmy, who's actually doing better in these team fights than BYU is, and BYU is doing better on the picks. So, you know, quite interesting to see that flip there. That their comp is built more specifically for the team fights than the picks, but they're doing better on the picks.
Well, Upset Life needs his license taken away as he drives the Herald right into the ground. He gets the pull onto Derry. That's a massive wombo like we talked about. Upset Life is the last target. He also goes down. The Rift Herald doesn't even get the charge, and that was a massive for BYU Royal.
I retract what I said. They're good in those team fights, so long as they can get into the team fights. You know, that fight previously in the bot side jungle for the Dragon, they weren't really able to get in close. But as long as they have that initial engage properly, they follow up and it's clean.
Now that we're at this point, it's only 12-7. That gold lead has shrunk by 2,000 or so. Look at the difference in the marksman again. Suddenly,
Again.
3 kills on the Jinx means he's actually only like 200 gold away from what Derry had. So
Yes.
never mind. This is a dead Mackles. Geo finds him in the brush, instantly blows him up. And this just might be sole point for Filmy if Upset Life can keep Whatsons away from him.
And it looks like he's able to do that effectively as he's got pretty much his entire team as backup. You know, you've got a 4v5 where your team doesn't have their bot lane carry, you know, their main damage. And there's not much he can do to contest it. So Soul Point goes over to Filmy with that, and they're going to start taking it away from here.
Upset Life might be in some trouble. That's a phase rush Orianna, meaning she is very quick. Derry wants to fight, has to take the Dark Passage out. Tactical Shrimp keeping an eye on them with the ball. But the push is here in mid. Rapcore is going to dodge out the Apprehend. Upset Life is still hanging around. That's the Jinx rocket. It doesn't get the kill. Geo finds Tactical Shrimp and deals quite a lot of damage, and nothing else comes from it. Emilio ulted, never mind. CEO of ganking as well as Rapcore pulled into the jungle. That's 1 kill. Is that going to be 2? Rapcore is low. Rapcore is dead. Mackles and Tactical Shrimp killed Derry as well. Geo is going to be the next target. Whatsons is close. Jinx will throw another zap and pick that one up. That's another kill. He will go down as well, and Upset Life will die to Tactical Shrimp. That's an ace against Filmy, and BYU are only 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, as soon as Jinx was back up, they had the potential to fight the team, and they decided to go for it. This also gives Orianna the opportunity to take that mid tower as the first tower for their team, and hopefully start breaking into their base here with that.
That is what you want if you're a BYU fan, absolutely. And Kelsier on the bottom side also trying to take a turret. Remember, they have all 3 grubs. That means he's going to be really strong at attacking these turrets and getting that extra true damage burn.
Now, I wouldn't say that I'm a BYU fan myself. You know, I am going to the University of Utah right now.
Awkward.
So, but I can certainly recognize good efforts and good skill when I see it.
CEO ganking is trying to set up another fight here in the jungle. Upset Life is a little slow. Whatson will make it out. And the rest of BYU Royal have come into the jungle. They have some vision. The next Rumble is over nothing. Baron is available, but it's only been alive for 40 seconds. Let's see what they decide to do instead.
Also, taking a look at the vision scores here, Thresh's vision score at 83 right now. He has been placing and clearing wards like a madman. Like, if he's not throwing a hook, he's
Oh,
placing
he
and
was
clearing
in
wards.
the air. What's on just caught with the ancient Aegis. Wow. That flash stun worked.
It
now-
really did, and it set them up to be able to take Baron here.
Yeah.
Looks like we do have a little bit of a fight coming in from BYU to try and contest it, but they don't have everyone there to be able to do it yet.
Oh, their jungler got forced out. He has no ultimate. He still has flash, but it doesn't matter. CEO of Ganking picks that one up. What a play coming out of Filmy. They do get the slow onto Upset Life. They've got some vision, trying to deal some damage, but he goes over the wall with the red buff. Upset Life is down to about half health. Flash forward from what's on. CEO of Ganking is the next target. He's knocked away from the Dark Passage, and that's another kill on the side of BYU.
So, Phil Me certainly got a kill out of, or BYU got a kill out of that, but Phil Me still has that Baron buff, and they're still sieging that top lane with it. They do have also looks like a bot lane turret being attacked by minions. Not empowered yet, but it is being threatened.
Backs were interrupted with a super mega death rocket, and Derry has to expend the buster shot to make sure Kelsier doesn't actually get in to fight them. With tactical shrimp in the wings, that would have spelled pure and total disaster for the side of Filmy. So nice disengage there. What's on is caught on the bottom side, hit with the spiraling despair. We know he has no ultimate, he has no flash, and Upset Life will take himself his second kill.
And tactical shrimp, having not died yet, 2-0 and 8. So they do take that top lane turret there.
Mackles is quick with the get excited. A big shockwave coming from Tactical Shrimp. Geo is low. End of CEO of Ganking is low. Mackles gets hit with the Severing Bolt, but he and Tactical Shrimp are going to make it out.
They did manage to get a tier 1 and tier turret with that push, but it's only going to be so effective as looks like this is Soul Point against Ocean Drake.
Now, I will said Mountain.
Yeah, so easy Ocean Drake, Soul Point. They were able to get the smite. Super Mega Death Rocket coming in just barely too late to take it.
Derry doesn't say, or doesn't take no for an answer. Flashes forward to secure the kill onto Mackles. This Tristana is starting to get to a point where she is terrifying Billy. And now, What's On is the next target. He is in amongst 4 and instantly dies. Derry picks that one up for himself.
Yeah, Tristana one-on-one against Jinx will certainly win the fight. If they have the same exact items, Tristana will win that. And it just depends on who's the better support at that point. If Jinx has a good support and she's able to get a kill, then she's able to run away with it with her Get Excited.
This is Filmy getting into the base. They are on the first Nexus turret. Mithril is already down. Upset Life has to flash away from the turret and the damage coming out of Mackles. They'll take the first inhibitor, Nexus turret. Bot and top inhibitors are down. Rapcore having done the splitting at that point. There's only one lane left, and FM want to reset and take it.
Looks like Derry's going for it right now. Easily able to take it down with Tristana's damage. She does a lot of damage very quickly.
That Q giving 80% attack speed is pretty helpful for that.
It is gigantic. And then you get the bombs that you can place on the turret to do even more damage and get guaranteed critical hits against it. And there's no surprise why half the Tristanas I see build a Siege Breaker.
Now we're at 30 minutes. We're at 34 kills in 30 minutes. It's so much fun to see these types of games, but that balloon of a gold lead is up to 6,000. Watsonja might be caught, hit with the death sentence, stuck inside the box. Ignite is down, doesn't want to use anything to try and escape because he knows it's useless. Knuckles is dead. Shockwave gets a few people but doesn't kill anyone. And now BYU Royal have to be in their base because super minions are on the door.
The Tactical Shrimp still hasn't died yet. And they're really trying not to, but it's almost to the point where they're not really able to support nearly as much with it. You know, they're trying so hard not to die that they aren't really helping their team get the kills that they need.
All of the poke down onto Kelsier. The explosive shot from Derry means they take yet another turret. Mithril is going to get into the fountain. Kelsier pulled out by a death sentence. But that's damage on the Nexus. That's damage all the way to the bottom, and the Nexus is gone. Fill me, move on to our finals.
And do we have the... actually, you know, great plays all around. I'm going to congratulate BYU there. It was certainly a good close game up until, I think, the last 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it was really close, but then that pressure, when you get a carry like Tristana is fed as they did, 7 kills, only 2 deaths, that's danger right there. So congratulations to Filmy. They will see yet another final. And don't go too far away because our finals will be here. But let's hear a word from some handsome guy with a beard real quick.
Which one?
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you aren't being welcomed back and it's your first time, we've got a heck of a show for you. This is the PLC September Finals. I'm Juhadre, that's Billy Harold, and we're ready for our next match, which is Film Me versus Bada Bing Bada Boom. Billy, this is something that was done earlier today, just off stream, and we have to see if Film Me can make it happen for the second time today.
So we definitely have a rematch. Both teams are familiar with each other, so they're going to certainly be looking out for specific picks or bans, any target sniping strategies that they might have noticed during that first game they had with each other. And, you know, a rematch game is always loved for finals, especially if the team that lost the first time can win. Everyone loves that.
Absolutely. And so Bada Bing Bada Boom are looking to regain their streak, right? Their only loss has been to Film Me in the last game of Swiss Stage. So if they win here, they take the finals for the first time and they rob it for the fourth consecutive for Film Me. Because if they win, Film Me has 4 in a row.
Yes.
Pardon me. So before we get into game, we want to thank our players and congratulate once again BYU Royal and Mithril Knights for making it to our semifinals. They played terrifically. They had some great games, and it was a wonderful tournament today. So congratulations to them. Well played to all the other teams. All 12 teams have been incredible. Playing 6 games in a row is rough, right? It's a whole day. So hats off to you, everybody. We're giving you some great claps and great support.
And, you know, 12 teams, we are certainly growing as the PLC. We definitely would love to see more teams next month. And so definitely sign up. Registration is open for both October and November. Let me see if I can get the exact dates for that here. October
20th and November 15th.
So I see October 18th and November 15th.
Dang it.
So
That was
almost
close.
Saturday, October 18th at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Central for those that are on Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. And for the November tournament, it is an hour prior to that, so it will start at 1 p.m. Mountain, 2 p.m. Central.
Absolutely. And that time change is really exciting. Shazbot and I talked about that at the beginning of the day. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. That's something that we really value here on PLC. We always want to make sure we have the best show for everybody. And we are into draft. Here we go. That is Film Me on the blue side, everyone, and Bada Bing Bada Boom on the red side. Corky locked in. I think this might be what they were talking about. And Lucian. All right, Billy, everyone at home, we are having a great game here in our finals already.
This is going to be... There's a lot of damage already. I'm going to put that out right now. There's a huge amount of damage just from Corky and Lucian. I do like the Wei and the Pantheon ban against Film Me, especially since Geo just absolutely destroyed BYU with Wei last game.
Got taken away this time, but is this the Akali lock-in? It's being hovered. That is going to be Geo on the Akali. This is actually insanely exciting because we've seen him on control mages, but we don't see a lot of Akalis, and coming from a player like Geo, this is going to be crazy.
And also seeing some more of those assassins, even if they are, you know, ability power assassins, magic assassins, so to speak. Seeing some of them in there is certainly a breath of fresh air from the typical meta.
You know, when we do PCP, we talk about the last month's games and what we expect to see in the patch that would influence our tournament. When did Kane become so popular that he's played twice in the same tournament. This is actually crazy to me.
I think it's the itemization, honestly. A lot of the
Okay.
items that Kane uses got buffed.
Mm.
And so just with that, and a few of their prices just slightly tweaked down. A couple of the items had their stats boosted by just a tiny bit, and he himself didn't really have anything going on as far as rebalancing. Just the items that he uses.
I really like the Thresh and Blitzcrank bands, two champions with the hooks, and now we got to look for if if Bada Bing is to be believed, maybe Pike or Nautilus, some other champion like that on the side of Filmy to assist that Corki. But and Kled locked in. All right, everybody. This is officially the coolest game of the day. We have so many surprising picks. Mordekaiser makes it in. Lucian and Corki as our marksmen. Akali locked in with Kled. Like, how could it get any better?
We get a Karma, or almost. Karma was hovered. Karma or Swain, and
it was like
it'll
3-4
be interesting.
months ago. I talked about the Swain and his buffs, and that we didn't see enough of him. So I'm glad to see the Swain locked in.
And
where's he going?
I would say that Swain would be going support with that. Because Swain's support is actually really good. He has the zoning and the lockdown. He has his root and pull. Easily able to get enemies in range for Corki.
Are we locking in Ari as well? Wow.
That could also be a Swain top lane.
All right, everybody. Filmy said they have something spicy cooking for us, and this is definitely spicy cooking.
This is very spicy cooking. Very off meta in terms of who your support would be. Also, from Bada Bing Bada Boom, we have the Kled and Mordekaiser and Silas. Once again, the other stream that they had with us, the other game on stream they had with us, it was 3 champions that could have gone either top lane, mid lane, or jungle.
Mm-hmm. I am loving this, and I really like that Silas lock-in. Take a look at ultimates that you can steal.
Yes.
And when you consider his possible opponents, does well with the Akali, does well against the Ari, and can definitely use the Swain ultimate to stay in that fight. Like, what a great way to round out that draft for Bada Bing. That looks so good.
Especially somebody like, because Silas can build so much heavy ability power, he's probably going to do more damage with Swain's ultimate than Swain would do. Because Swain's probably geared more towards that AP bruiser. Whereas Silas is not so much AP bruiser, but he does have that in his kit. He does build that, but he builds a little bit more AP heavy than health.
Exactly. So he's going to be dealing a bit more damage, but I imagine that the Swain is going to be tankier because, like you said, he's going to be gaining the birds and the soul siphoning. No, hold on. That's not the right word because that's
not soul siphoning.
Passive.
It's his ravens.
Yeah.
Fiddlesticks has crows. Swain has ravens.
Hey, listen, everyone. For those of you who thinking that they're the same, not quite. Ravens are much bigger, all right? And that's probably the only difference that I'm aware of, but ravens are bigger, crows are smaller, and more black, I think is the other
They're
thing.
both in the Corvid family.
That is true.
It's like a dog versus a coyote. That's about the difference between a raven and a crow.
Let me ask you this, Billy Harold. A group of crows is called a murder. What do you call a group of ravens?
It's a flock.
There's no way it's that simple.
It's a flock of ravens.
Dude, that's just silly. Oh,
a conspiracy of ravens.
Here. A conspiracy of ravens. I'm going to use that as fact and no one can stop me. Thank you, production.
I will try.
So look at this. That that's the Akali in the top lane with the Ari mid. So you call it, Billy. That's Swain support. I think that was a really clever deduction that you made. Mordekaiser in the jungle as well. Like both of these teams, it almost seems like they collaborated and said, "How can we blow their minds and do something really really cool?"
Let's just both play off meta team comps for finals. That and just throw everyone through a loop. You know, our first game against each other with meta picks didn't work, so let's just go off meta the whole way. I guess.
Yeah,
something like that.
I have not seen a Kled Akali matchup before, and so I'm trying to theory craft how that's going to go in the lane, because I don't know that Akali will be able to just beat Kled off of Skarl all that often, but I don't think Kled's going to have a whole lot of pressure to kill the Akali either. So it's just fascinating to think about what are the things to consider when you're looking at this matchup and how do you win it.
So one thing I think that Kled could have an advantage with is if he gets that trap onto Akali, he can track her through her mist.
Mm-hmm.
He can easily find out where she is. He can dash through where she is without even having to guess.
So, do you play Kled a lot? Are you familiar with how his joust works, his E?
I'm familiar with it, but I don't play him very often because he's not my playstyle.
Okay, so my memory says when you cast Joust, if you hit an enemy champion, you can cast it a second time.
Yes.
Now, the direction you go on that second Joust is not to where your cursor is, but to the same target you hit. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure about that one.
Okay. I know they changed his Joust a little bit. I don't know how, but I remember them talking about it in the patch notes. And so if it works the way my mind thinks it does, it's even more ability to track through that shroud, which would give Kled advantage. And that's exciting, but I don't know if I like it. I don't know.
Yeah, it does give a little bit of an advantage, but you know his rope trap also gives him that same advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So just being able to track with that, it stays on her even when she goes invisible, and so it'll still show where she is. And what I think is interesting is this Milio support with Lucian. Not who I would pick as a support for Lucian. Usually I'd pick somebody, you know, Leona is the strongest support hands down for Lucian, but how she would fare in the matchup against Swain and Corki, that's questionable. Mostly because Leona wants to get in close and Swain has no problem with that. Even if he's stunned, he has no problem with it. Another great pick for... So any support that can inflict a lot of crowd control is great for Lucian, because that helps him with his passive.
Right.
And, you know, the reason why I say that Leona's the best support for Lucian is because he procs her passive and she procs his.
I can see that.
So they synergize extremely well.
So I do want to throw in there that any healing or shielding also augments his passive in the same way that crowd control does, which I think that's why people say Nami, because she has the bubble and the E and the heal. And so I think the combo of that gives more options. But your point about Leona is really good. Because of her passive, you're combining the two. I just wonder, so if you go damage Leona full AP, does that increase the damage her passive does? I don't even know if that scales.
Her passive scales on level.
Okay, so it's a flat amount.
It is a flat amount. It scales on level.
That would be so busted if you could full AP
full
with
AP Leona. If her passive, it used to have a scaling based on ability power, but AP Leona was so busted because of that that literally any AD carry essentially had Lucian's passive at that point.
Got it. So speaking of marksman, I do want to talk about the Corki because it's another one of those safe picks because he has that Valkyrie, just a way to escape when things get weird. But Corki in pro play, especially in NA, has had kind of a dip in effectiveness. So when looking at these compositions, how confident are you in the Corki being able to do the job he needs to do?
So Corki, to do a lot of his damage, does need to get in close. He has to get up close and personal, just like Swain. So I think that they're going to need to be very aggressive, especially against Lucian and Milio. And to your point, Milio does boost Lucian's passive with his healing, but only so much. There's only so much buff that it really gives. But you know, if Swain and Corki, if Swain can pull Lucian in or pull Milio in, catch one of them out, that easily gives Corki that opportunity to get in close and to finish off the champion that got pulled.
Here we go, everybody. We are on Summoner's Rift for the final game of the day. Our finals between Phil Me and Bada Bing, Bada Boom. We saw some of your love and excitement about who you think is going to win already, but show us one more time in the chat. Now that we see our team compositions, who's got this, who's going away victorious, and who is going to be celebrating at the end of the night?
Let's get a BB or an FM in the chat. All right. Looks like we do have the typical lineup from Filmy, just the meta lineup. Cover the vision on the river, make sure nobody's getting in and giving us any surprises for our jungler.
Vorkath wants to go in. Geo gets a good electrocute proc, though, to start the trading. CEO of Ganking was ready to do any sort of follow-up if Vorkath wanted to go further aggressive. So that was a pretty good play out of FM to start. Nice battle line to make sure that the entrances of the jungle were covered.
Yes. And you know, I think it discouraged that gank that invade that Bada Bing Bada Boom was beginning to form. They saw that there was that vision there. They they don't want to engage on something that's uncertain. They want to get the element of surprise and not get collapsed on.
Nice pullback there from Upset Life. Gray Fox, though, retaliating with some good damage on the Lucian. And the early parts of this game, you want to get that level 2, especially if you've got the dash and the Q for Gray Fox. You deal so much damage.
Yeah, barely avoiding that pull from Swain there with that dash.
Gray Fox does have the CS advantage at this point. It's only 2, but he's caught there with the never move, and he's ignited. That means it's gonna be first blood over to Derry. Gets the kill onto Gray Fox. Nerd Undercover is gonna flash forward, pick up another kill. Upset Life is now in a 1v1 against Nerd Undercover and will secure that. That's 2 kills on the side of Filmy.
And that's the advantage that Swain has. He stays in the fight. He does a lot of damage. And he will continue to bully you even if he's the only one left. He is an AP bruiser.
I do need to ask the question about Mordekaiser's clear. That was one of the things we talked about earlier in the stream about how efficient and safe your clear is what makes a good jungler. And he seems to be doing quite well considering the CS numbers. But like, is that indeed where he shines? Rapcore and Orange Star are having a fight here. Rapcore gets hit with the pocket pistol, meaning Skarl will be back any time. Gray Fox putting more damage down onto Derry. A gank in the mid lane forces Geo's flash. He is quick. He's in the river. CEO of Ganking has shown up. Pikuwu gets hit with the Vision of Empire. He's slowed down, but he's got that shield. He's got to slow down, and the Charm will come out. Geo will pick up that kill. Vorkath jumps in. Ignite is down to the CEO of Genki, but he heals while he's in the wall, and now it's 4-1 for Filmy.
also claiming Feat of Warfare in that fight. And so, going back to that clear on Mordekaiser, it is a little bit slower, but it's certainly faster than his Tom Kench was earlier.
Oh, yeah. That Tom Kench was actually really funny to watch. Gray Fox wants to go in. He gets more than half health from Upset Life. That's really strong. And I want to say one more thing really quick. I apologize. Orange Star is a crazy funny name. I love that so much.
We got an Orange Star on the stream.
Close your eyes, kids. Anyway.
This one's kid-friendly. Except it wasn't kid-friendly because it crashed.
Indeed. But,
all right.
So, up on the top side, that's a 9 CS difference here in favor of the Akali. If I were to have guessed how it would go, this isn't how I would have thought.
Yeah, they're both relatively close range, so they need to get in to be able to get their CS. They need to get in close. But I think it's mostly because Akali's able to do a lot more sustained burst. Like, she bursts a little bit and can easily quickly reset and then burst again.
Orange Star has to be careful. He has Ignite. He has Ultimate. Rapcore goes underneath the turret with no fear. I think if you're Orange Star, you want that one back. You should have gone back to base.
Yeah. If it were me, I certainly would have been going back at that low health. But there's also the, I don't want them pushing this lane into me, and I go back and they take 2 plates.
Well, he has teleport, though. So the moment you're off of Scarl and you pause under your turret, I would go back and then teleport in. But that isn't what happened, so we're going to just move past it. 41 to 29 CS lead up on the top side, getting some items to prepare for health shredding with the Haunting guys. Now Geo goes in using the Spirit Rush, only level 5 on Vorkath, drops him to about 80 health, and he has to back out.
And it looks like we did have some mutual jungler spotting as both junglers found each other in that bot jungle. That's a lot of jungle. Once again, Swain just grabbing and pulling as much as he can.
Yeah, a fight up on top side. Charge has been used. Orange Star against Rapcore. He has vision in that brush, meaning he can do a little bit more damage, but Rapcore is healthier. Orange Star has vision on him now from Rapcore. On the bottom side, they are going to try and take the Drake. Rapcore and Orange Star are in a weird little standoff. They decide to shake hands and back out, but that's going to be advantage to Rapcore as he has a way of staying in here. No kill threat from the Kled.
And Dragon going over to Fill Me as well with this. Not really much of a contest for it as Mordekaiser was up on the top side.
This game is starting to shape up in the way that some of the people in the chat were saying. But Gray Fox doesn't want it to. Look at this aggression here, knowing exactly how he needs to play to get the maximum effectiveness out of his champion.
Yeah, we've got 1 death from every single person. Only 1 death from every single person on Bada Bing Bada Boom. And 1 kill each on the side of Fill Me. So, interesting lineup there. 1 kill over to Corki, or 1 death over Corki with a kill on Milio.
Orange Star goes in onto Rapcore, but he doesn't have his True Sight spells anymore. That's the flawless execution. Rapcore just needs 1 more spell, dodges underneath the turret, and gets out with only 400 health. And the Vision of Empire takes the kill!
That sneaky Swain! That
what are you
sneaky
doing up
support.
there?
That is Upset Life doing Upset Life things. We saw last game how he was super sneaky with that Thresh. You don't even know that he's gone from bot lane and suddenly he gets a kill on top lane.
Gray Fox going in onto Derry, doesn't land the calling all the way, meaning there is no kill. But big damage, big pressure. We were talking about how Corki is safe. What else can he do? Warcath wants to go in onto Geo, but the minions stop his aggression from the abduct. Derry under the turret. Gray Fox gets hit with the turret shot. Warcath does have the ultimate stolen from the Ahri. Derry is low. Nerd Undercover is low. Gray Fox is low. They don't get the dive.
And they lost a lot of health trying to.
Oh my gosh! Flash charm onto Nerd Undercover. He flashes after using his ultimate, and that's a death realm onto CEO of ganking. Pikuwu definitely saved his support's life with that ultimate.
Yes. Yeah, CEO of ganking looked like he was about to ult onto Nerd Undercover there. I do see the. I think I do still see the ultimate up from Kane.
Pikuwu gets caught. Nerd Undercover saves him with a shield or two, but Upset Life puts that balance back in favor of FM.
And we do have half an item lead on Ahri as well in the mid lane. With Silas building towards a Rod of Ages, if he can get that quickly enough, then it's going to be very advantageous for him. But he has to pick up his CS lead. He has to make sure, or he has to pick up on the CS to keep Ahri from getting too far ahead with that.
Take a look at the vision on the bottom side of the map. It is all FM around all those entrances to the jungle. Gray Fox might be in some trouble. Gary and Upset Life go in. They have the Upset Life ultimate. He has to flash away. Gray Fox flashes forward to pick up the kill. Derry is the next target. Gray Fox is really low. Nerd Undercover keeps him alive, but only long enough for him to die. Orange Star is ignited. Rapcore picks up that kill on the bottom side. In goes CEO of ganking. He picks that one up. But on the top side, Rapcore gets a double kill in a 1v2. Warcath goes in onto Geo. He is going to land a lot of spells this time, but does not have the hijack ready against Geo. He does have Ignite. He goes in with the Kingslayer and will throw down the Ignite, and that's pressure finally coming out of the Silas, but he has no damage.
Yeah, he's only got a couple hit point items and a mana item for that Catalyst right now. He doesn't really have any ability power other than that Doran's Ring, so it's starting to hurt him at this point.
But he should get pretty strong after one or two of those items. Silas, as a champion, we know scales really well with that ability power, and so he'll be just fine. But it does make it hard in the beginning because that's Malignance built and completed by Geo.
Yes. So 1.3k gold up in mid lane, 1.7 from Akali in the top lane, and that gold lead from Ahri is just increasing more and more as Silas had to go back.
I do want to question the Hex Drinker on Kled. I know that the magic resistance and the damage will be good, but I wonder if he could have chosen a better item. Pikuwu is in some serious trouble. CEO of ganking gets pulled into the Death Realm, and he gets the kill instead. Warcath does have the Swain ultimate. He will use it, and they will pick up a kill on the bottom side. Meanwhile, up on top, Orange Star and Rapcore are fighting. Orange Star losing out a little bit because of the health damage that Akali does with the Leandries now.
Yes, so Leandries is certainly one of the best items to fight Kled with. It burns him down, burns Skarl down, so Skarl has to run away, and it will continue to burn even after Skarl runs away.
In he goes. He does have the bear trap on a rope. Orange Star is low. Underneath the turret, the Ignite is there, and Rapcore picks up another kill. 4-0 on the Akali. Kingslayer flash away from Vorkath. He is alive, but so is Geo.
For a quarter of a second, I thought that Akali had died right there. It was that close.
CEO of ganking is on his way. Vision of Empire does land on both of them, even though they both tried to get away. And that's another kill for Filmy. Derry picks that one up. 13-3 now for Filmy.
Yeah, that Corki getting in close range, it just amplifies his damage even more. And one of the mistakes that I used to make when I played Corki for a little bit is and it's the reason why I never really got any good with Corky, was because I didn't auto attack people. I just relied on my abilities, and I didn't really run up to people and auto attack them at close range with that barrage going.
Yeah, that's one of the really big secrets, is it shreds armor, and it helps you stack your passive, which is dealing true damage.
Yes.
And
And
go ahead.
and then his auto attacks also are mixed magic and physical damage.
Not anymore. Now they just deal
Are they?
extra true damage.
Okay.
Yeah, they
It's
changed
okay.
it when they reverted the package, but Orange Star is in some trouble. Rapcore gets another favorable trade. That's going to be the second Drake over to the side of Filmy. Gray Fox is in some trouble. That's beats completed, and the Blessing of Nox is given to Filmy. They're going to dive this, what used to be a turret. Nerd Undercover is very low. He's going to go down, and that is turret number 1 destroyed for Filmy. They find Mordekaiser in the jungle, and they chase him off as well. They're going to take up another turret on the top side. Pikuwu goes into the Death Realm with Upset Life. Orange Star is here onto Derry. Bear Trap on the rope will pull him in, and he's going to get knocked off of Scarl one more time. CEO of Ganking will pick up the kill. In the jungle, Vorcat trying to do what he can, but he gets charmed up. He's going to get some healing done, but against 3 members of Filmy, make that 4. That's not enough, and that's a triple kill for CEO of Ganking.
And that was also 3 for 0. Plus a tower in the top lane. And
It's going to be 2 turrets.
2 towers in the top lane, yeah. You leave lane one time and suddenly you've got 2 turrets missing.
Yeah, brutal. Gray Fox is in some trouble here. CEO of Ganking and Geo want to take him down. He does have the calling. He flashes forward. He will pick up 608 gold for the shutdown. Gray Fox will die to the Umbral Trespass, and now Orange Star is clearing up top.
And and we do have that tier 1 mid turret also going down. Every single tier 1 turret being gone right now. 2 turrets in the top lane. Akali at this point can just free roam the map and not have to worry much about anything. And we do have objective bounties available for Bada Bing Bada Boom.
That Cyclosword is something I just noticed on CEO of Gaming. That is messed up. Jumping in, getting the slow so you can always land that knockup is very clever.
Yeah, the Cyclosword is one of the more underrated items. Yeah, it has a little bit lower damage and a little bit lower lethality than most other items in its category.
Well, it slows you for 99%. So,
Yes.
like, I get it.
For half a second. But,
Still,
yes.
what did you think about the dash exchange? But never mind, Gray Fox goes in onto Derry. Derry flashes away, and Pikuwu isn't able to get the Death Realm fully cast. Now Orange Star goes in onto Raptor. Pikuwu is here as well. They're trying to deal as much damage as they can. Orange Star is going to go over the wall, but CEO of Ganking gets to go through it, and Bada Bing are on the run.
He certainly is the CEO with these plays.
Nice.
He can just go through the walls and gank you from there.
They do have vision in that little brush, so Derry has to be careful. Pikuwu gets him into the Death Realm, gets some damage, but not quite enough. Derry is going to be just fine, but Gray Fox throws down the calling and picks up his first kill in this fight. Geo goes underneath the turret, will pick up 1 against the Mordekaiser. Gray Fox goes down as well, and now Upset Life finds Vorkath. He has a Rylai's or some way to slow. He does. It is the Rylai's indeed. Hijacked ultimate will keep Vorkath alive for a while to get the kill onto Geo. Underneath the turret, Upset Life is trying to get Nerd undercover. Ignite is down. Upset Life is still alive. The ult is going, and he will not die. Orange Star, though, wants to go in onto Derry. He does have his ultimate, but doesn't want to use it. That's the joust on the Bear Trap on the rope. Barrier is popped, but is it enough? He is going to go down, but Orange Star picks up the kill.
Saving that ultimate for the right time paid off for him. But there's only so much that he can do when the rest of his teammates are dead.
Exactly. But it was a good play. He needed to get
Yes.
some kind of gold. And the stop off for the Hex Drinker, like I was saying, I think that you're better off going with Sterax. Just starting Sterax, because you still get the shield when you complete the item. And it's just better for you.
Yeah, it works in more situations. Honestly, Sterax works in a lot more situations than Hex Drinker does. Although Hex Drinker scales on your AD and not on your life, like Sterax does. So it depends on what he's wanting to scale with. Given that he has a Titanic Hydra, I would have gone more with a Sterax than a Hex Drinker.
Here comes the next engage. CEO of Ganking has shown up through the wall. Vorkath and crew are on the run. They are pushed out of their jungle. This could be a full 5v5. Rapcore wants to go in onto Orange Star, hits the Shuriken, hits the 5-point strike, goes into the mist. Orange Star is super low, but Vorkath finds him somehow. Just a random abduct hits the guy. And now CEO of Ganking has to go through the wall. No one dies here, and they're taking a turret in the mid lane. They don't have the damage, though. They have the minions. Rapcore gets pulled in by the Mordekaiser. Pikachu is hit with the Shuriken, and he's got the damage in the circle to try and stop the Shroud from keeping him invincible. But all of the rest of FM are on the bottom side, taking the Otacon.
And all they needed was somebody strong to be able to defend that mid turret, keep the objective bounty from being claimed.
Gray Fox goes in, deals so much damage, and gets the kill onto Rapcore. Nice shutdown, nice influx of gold onto the Lucian, but really, when you think about it, you're just barely breaking this turret. You lost the Drake in the last fight. I don't know, man. It's getting tough. Geo jumps in, gets the kill onto Gray Fox, maybe. He flashes away and is still alive. Remember, he took the turret. Gray Fox is still there. He's trying to use his passive to get his E back. He goes over the wall one more time. Vision of Empire doesn't land. They don't have vision. Gray Fox is behind enemy lines. He's in so much trouble. Wants to try and get the kill onto Geo. CEO of Ganking can go through the wall. They find him and they take him down.
And we do have Orange Star going for a second objective bounty on the tower down there. And claiming that objective, that is a lot of gold injection. We do see from that kill on Akali and the tower that Lucian was able to get a fairly healthy gold lead.
Pikachu is in some trouble. He is going to ult Upset Life. They are alone in the death realm, but he's going to go into his own demonic ascension. So now we have ultimates going. Once he's out of that, CEO will get the kill.
And, honestly, going 1v1 against Swain isn't always the best idea. Especially if that Swain has a 1,000 gold lead already and has that gold put into items. He's got his Fimbulwinter, he has his Faded Ashes being built into a damage over time item. And so he's going to be, he's going to be doing a lot of the damage there that might be missed elsewhere.
Want to draw a 10? Go ahead.
We do have a 4,000 gold lead from CEO of Ganking.
That's huge. Orange Star is caught. He's knocked off of Scarrow, meaning no ultimate. He does stay alive, which is important for Bada Bing because we're 23 minutes into this game and they are down 18 kills.
And, 18 kills is a little bit scary.
Nerd Undercover is caught. He tries to ult and stay alive, but it's no good against 3. Gary takes him down. Doesn't even have the fully stacked Muramana. That's actually crazy to me. Vorkath still hit with the Vision of Empire. Vorkath and Rapcore want to fight. Vorkath is ignited. He is killed. And that's another one for the Akali. Now 5-1.
Yeah, Corky is at 255 stacks, so he is almost there. He just needs
he's
just
100 off.
Yeah, although he did build it late.
Yeah.
So he is stacking it fairly quickly right now.
I'll give you that. For when he built it, yes. But still. And look at that, 3 items on the cane completed by 23 minutes. This guy, has so much gold. They're going to take down the top lane inhibitor. Derry actually gets pulled into Piku Wu's Death Realm. Does he have the damage? Derry deals so much. He is going to go down, but Piku Wu is also so low. Ornstar and Warcath want to defend Nerd Undercover. In goes Warcath. He uses the stolen Akali ultimate, and he dodges out the charm. But I don't think that they have the pressure here. Nerd Undercover gets caught. He is killed, and Geo is going crazy on this Ahri. He doesn't land anything after that. Ornstar wants to go in, but Geo dodges it out with the ultimate. Inhibitor number 2 under fire. And look at where their wave is. They can just jump right down here to the 3rd turret. Take that and try-hib. Bada bing, bada boom. Rapcore goes in with the Shroud. Orange Star is alive. Warcath wants to help. Gray Fox picks up the kill on the Akali. Flash forward into the smite for Gray Fox. CEO of ganking goes under turret. Picks up another kill. Doesn't land the knockup, and now it's Piku and Warcath against 4. In comes Nerd Undercover, going to get some shields and healing onto Peekaboo. Warcath is going to get knocked up by CEO of ganking, and the inhibitor is still alive, but only for a moment as Geo helps secure that. And is this fight finally over?
Only for a brief moment.
Yes, brief indeed, because Warcath says he needs to help clear these minions. Peekaboo has to help him as well. Nerd Undercover doesn't have a whole lot of ways to do that. In goes Warcath. He wants to try and get something done. Goes on to CEO of ganking, but he is mobile as well. Into the death realm they go. Piku versus CEO of ganking. He does pick up the kill, but the Nexus turrets are down. Geo and Upset Life want to go on to Piku. They're going to get him. Derry helps them out as well, but Ornstar goes on to Derry trying to do some kind of damage. Akali is in the back line wanting to go for Grey Fox. Instead goes after Ornstar. Geo gets the kill onto Grey Fox. Into the fountain they go. No! He doesn't even get hit with the fountain. He ults away to the stairs of the fountain, and that's going to be Phil Me taking game number 6 of the night and becoming September champions.
Once again, that's what now? 4 in a row?
I believe it's 4.
4 in a row of 4 months in a row that Phil Me has emerged victorious. GG all around. We've seen some great matches from everybody today, especially from Phil Me and Bada Bing Bada Boom. And certainly that last minute entry from them has been one of the highlights from today.
Yeah. And that's something that I was thinking about earlier today when we saw them on the rise before they were even on the stream is, you know, what a team to put together and to jump in at the very last second. I'm personally glad we took that extra time at the beginning of the day to get them in. Such fun players. They played really well, making all the way to the finals on their first run. Congrats to them on that. And, you know, good luck next month because it's ready. Are you? Now, before we close everything out, we do typically have a nice interview from one of our winning players. So as production is getting that set up or telling me no, Billy, what's your highlight play?
My highlight play, I think it was back in Swiss, and it was it was a very clean fight. I think it was, who was it? Let me take a look at our bracket history on that.
Mm-hmm.
It was, it was in Mithril Knights versus Bada Bing Bada Boom.
Okay.
And Mithril Knights had a very clean play of just a 5v5 fight, I believe it was. And it essentially had, you know, I can't remember the exact details of it. It was very back at the beginning of when I first started today.
Mm-hmm.
But the I just know it was just this really clean team fight between the two of them that I think it was a 3 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
It was either a 2 for 5 or a 3 for 5, something like that. But it was very clean where it was, nobody was picked off beforehand or anything like that. It was, team versus team over an objective. And that's what I love to see.
Very good. Am going to say that Akali jump at the very end is probably one of the coolest things I've seen in PLC, where you follow the shuriken and then immediately ult away. It's similar to an insect, right? Where you jump in following the Q and then you jump to a ward, and it looked really, really cool. Didn't get the kill, but it was still really fun to watch. And I have been told
did get the kill on Milio.
That's fair. That's fair. He did do that. So we do have an interview coming up, everybody, and once that is ready, you will see that pop up on our screen. And here we are, everybody. Please welcome the victorious Gio. Hello.
Hey guys, it's nice being back here for the interview again.
I was going to say it. Welcome back. So, Gio, help us out. I think that this is number 4 for you guys. Is that right?
I believe it's number 4, but it's not number 4 in a row because I think we missed June and we lost out in July.
Yeah, I actually do remember that. So, what are you going to do when you run out of fingers to put those rings?
Maybe we'll just have to buy some new hands, I think.
Buy some more hands.
That's really clever. I like that. So, Gio, when Pies earlier in the month, or I guess earlier before we played, said that Filmy was coming out with something special for everybody, do you know what he meant specifically, and could you let us know if it was seen on the stream today?
Yeah, honestly, I said that, and I just wanted to hype up the tournament. I didn't think we were actually going to do anything particularly special or anything new. Yeah, I just wanted to hype up the tournament a little more.
Okay. But then, if that's the case, what was with the Akali pick?
The Akali pick is actually our top laner's strong comfort, so I'm actually surprised they let it through, and it kind of worked out well for us because they didn't have any really beefy players. So once we saw Mordekaiser, we thought it was good enough for us to pick it.
Okay. So then, go ahead, Billy.
And I would say that it was probably also safe because you had Corki in there to be able to shred any tanks that did come up.
Yeah, recently we picked up Corki. Only as of last Clash, we found that he was pretty strong and we were gonna flex it, but we never had that opportunity to actually use him as a flex.
Okay. I do have a question for you, though. How do you feel about the Hui buffs?
The Hui buffs.
Yes.
I like it a lot. I think I might be able to hit GM now.
So then, I do want to hear the opinion overall for Filmy on Yunara as well, because she as a champion was really strong, had to get nerfed and then immediately hot fixed. Do you feel it's a priority champion in your guys' draft in any way?
Yunara currently isn't even on our pick list, to be honest. We feel like it's a good pick, but it doesn't suit us well enough. Our AD carry, as you know, Derry, he's fantastic on Tristana, and as of this tournament, Corki is really, really strong on him. And whenever we see Yunara, we'll just always first pick Tristana, and if that doesn't go well, then we'll always have like Ashe or someone else as a pocket to help deal with that Yunara pick.
Okay. So what kind of preparation do you guys do just in the month leading up to the tournament? Because you can't see any OPGGs. What do you guys focus on to get your practice ready for these tournaments?
Mainly, we just focus on solo queue. We try to get our individual play at a certain level, so that when we get into our team environment, like everyone is understanding at that certain level that we need to be at, and plays are just able to run smoothly. And throughout the matches, we'll always like communicate who needs what and when do we need it.
Right. Billy, do you have any other questions for Gio?
A couple of them. What was your opinion on Hui getting banned so often this tournament?
I feel like Hui is a strong comfort pick for me, but in competitive play, I typically like to stay away from it. I feel like Hui is a little bit on the weaker side. He can get abused, but I feel like I've just gotten quite lucky in the tournaments so far that I've never been punished yet.
Okay. Now, Shazbot was saying that he's a menace in solo queue in the bot lane. Have you seen that?
Sorry, who was a menace?
Wait.
Way.
Oh, Hui?
Yeah.
I mean, when I get autofilled bot, I do tend to pick Hui a lot, and the games do go really well for me.
There we
So
go.
it is pretty much a menace. I feel like he's actually stronger as an AD than he is mid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
that's when we were on PCP. That's what Shazbot was telling me.
You'll be able to get really free farm, and then the support can always roam. And then if they ever group, then you'll get a really good passive stack on them all.
Very good. Well, Gio, do you have anything you want to say to everyone watching right now before we wrap it all up?
Yeah, I'd just like to give a shout out to my team. You know, Derry, amazing ADC, been with us through every tournament. He's one of the 4 ring holders. Upset Life, our recent support pickup as of last tournament, amazing job. Hopefully, everyone will be back again next month. Our jungler, he really stepped it up for us in the final match. He really just drove it home for us. And our top laner, of course, the Akali last pick was just fantastic.
Wonderful. Congratulations again, Gio. Well played and well deserved. I hope you get rested now because 6 games in a row is rough.
Yes.
Yeah, it actually ran a lot later than we thought it would because I feel like typically it ends at 9, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we had
EST,
that
yeah.
extra half hour to get Bada being
Oh,
in
right,
there,
yeah.
and we had all the pauses with the client issues and stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it did run a little later than usual, so we are kind of exhausted.
Well, your
Just
play
kinda.
didn't look like it. You looked great. So thank you again, Gio, for coming on and for always doing the interviews for us. We hope you have a great night, man.
No problem. Good night, guys. Thanks for hosting the tournament again.
Yeah.
Of course.
All right. And Billy Harold, do you have any other thoughts before we wrap everything up?
I have a couple more. We definitely look forward to seeing everyone next month and the month after and every month going forward. Registration is, once again, it is open for October and November. October 18th and November 15th are the next 2 tournaments. So save the dates for those. Save your entire afternoon, probably entire evening as well. It'll take the entire thing. I can guarantee you that right now.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Just like Billy said, don't forget to sign up. But a reminder that November is an hour earlier. That starts at 12 p.m. Pacific time, and that will be the start time going forward. So make sure to check your calendars. Make sure that you're looking at the Battlefy and the Discord. It automatically adjusts for your time zone. We also want to thank Freshen Up for being our first sponsor. We are really grateful for that opportunity. Don't forget to use our affiliate link that is in the Circuit Information channel here in the YouTube server. No, Discord server. Use code PLC. Get yourself some nice energy formula. On top of that, we also are so grateful to announce our website that's on Fourth Wall. Same thing. That link is available in our Circuit Information and in the announcements channel. You can get any swag, find the Battlefy signups, and our YouTube channel with every episode of PCP and admin's thoughts. So go give that a try. We hope to see some pictures of your swag. Tag us on our social medias on Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, Twitter, or just send us pictures here in the Discord. With that, we want to thank. You're gonna get a hat. We want a big thanks for our production crew, our casters, our director, and our observer. Everyone did such a great job. And to you, audience, thank you so much. Come November, that will be 3 years of PLC. And so it's just such a pleasure to be here with you to throw on a big show. So have a nice night, everyone, and we'll catch you in October.